Bye.
Trying to figure it out?
Yeah.
What's the question? Just where to start? Okay, so what you guys think about either Hannah or self-esteem. And think about.
Oh my God.
Good luck.
You're making it so hard.
That's going on, and then something's introduced, like what you know, you can keep it really vague as to whatever the solution is, but something got.
Alright, yeah, you officially
is
think it's
a
hard.
major, and there's a different, like, good outcome. So we're not getting to the point where you guys are prototyping what you're doing yet, but you're trying to think about what would change this process. So like, you know, something.
Alright, that's right.
Search to exactly when they.
How much time do they have?
You can make it. You know, says uniform, right, and something symbolic, or you can be literal. It's kind of up to you on how you do it. Does that answer your question?
7 minutes to go.
These two. Yeah, and you guys can do it as weak as I'll try. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't work. There's a reason why the post-its are sticky, that doesn't come off. So if you mess one up, you can just take it off. They sound that different.
I don't know.
Or you can do the mix and match solution, right? Like,
We will
this
find
block
out.
doesn't make sense in the places.
All I know is they have beer there, and it will be day drinking and painting faces on children. No, not this one.
I have a question about.
Sure.
What she's, I guess all of the applications that she's getting,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the problem is that they must not be good enough. Because otherwise, if they were all good, she'd just get the first 10.
Well, there's lots of problems. That's one of the problems, right?
What is it that she's not finding that?
So they had insights, like for instance, they wanted to make sure she finds the hidden gems, because there's all these different, like, experience levels, age, like, you can't easily discriminate, right, between candidates. So what makes her job easier to be able to do that? I would love to give you all the answers, but I'm gonna leave it up to you. Just think about, like, what's the solution for solving that problem?
For that problem.
Sure, it could be that problem, if that's what you wanna hone in on.
Well, that would be the only one. It seems like, I mean, because otherwise if everybody's experienced, it's just a matter of fit.
Sure, that could be a thing.
And if that's what her fit wants.
That's
could
part
be
of her
good.
persona, is that she's
Yeah.
a fit first kind of a person, so.
Yep, that's true.
Right, well, that's why I said it, yeah, so.
Right, because most places will be like, oh, if you don't have a degree, I'm not looking at your stuff, right? So how can you alter the process to where,
Most
like,
places say
they have
that.
that idea, right? Most places I've worked at,
Yeah.
besides
It's
the
getting-
gaming industry,
That's getting better, but
yeah.
What kind of a degree?
just college degree
Oh.
in general.
Just any.
Okay.
How do you find the hidden gems? How do you find the hidden gems?
What are they doing?
Yard Bar is next to Walmart.
That's helpful.
Well, yeah,
How we can.
off Burnett.
They were coming up there.
So,
See that yesterday. Like I told her, like, we all done a bath and bathrooms with her. She's like, yeah, it's like a Walmart.
and then, you know, with the infections, creates,
The Walmart, I mean, the bathrooms at work.
changes that sound.
We were better yesterday. I think after
Are you the one who puts a note on the
No, that's
toilet?
not me. That actually made me really bad.
The note?
I would have passed it across someone to take care of the problem. How much time?
Yeah.
3 minutes? All right, I got 3 minutes.
Don't worry if you don't finish.
I would worry.
Jessica's gonna be grading that.
Yeah.
Take home work for Jessica.
Applicants who did not finish.
Yeah.
Disqualified.
Not a
You
drawer.
can write down their little
Yeah.
captions on
Yeah,
there.
it's okay. Like She'll drive.
There's a reason everyone has a Sharpie. So.
I'll do my best.
Someone just say they're done. You win.
I'm gonna win. It's a pretty simple idea.
What did I win?
You win a notebook and a pen.
And a bee sticker.
And it's,
Don't forget it.
yeah.
Look, even Dallas is doing one.
Oh, look at you.
I got inspired. You guys are pretty inspiring. Also, I need to redo my portfolio.
That's the real reason why you volunteered today.
Don't we all?
Don't we
I haven't touched it since I applied. And
I totally
applied
did.
so haphazardly.
I
was
totally
like,
did mine like a month ago. Mine was a blogger.
That's like mine's WordPress.
Yeah. I just did mine.
It was just so much faster.
I did,
To be fair, I did visually style it and so.
I did.
All right, finish up your last thought. It's time. A lot of heavy sighing. This one could be a little stressful. I just want to make it perfect.
Okay. Like, be like my doodle of an octopus.
I like it.
Programmer, are you?
Can you tell yours first? I'm going to
I figured it might help.
Okay. Yeah. Do it now. We got a minute to go.
Jessica, I love your flower tattoos.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like, I have a sleeve of just flowers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I want more.
It's addicting.
Yes. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yes, it is.
Yeah, my parents like freaked out because I just started. I'm like, but it's my family tree. It's, you know, a representation of you.
That's funny.
All right, so Dallas wants to share her storyboard first, and then we'll have some others that want to share. Chris, play theirs back as well.
I'll show you my little thing. So I took the thought process of when we review portfolios, the hardest thing we have for devs is trying to figure out, like, they just like throw this up with some like help site, or did they actually code it themselves? So I came up with this mini solution where on GitHub we'll have like a collection of everyone who's applied and have their submitted repos. And then what it'll do is it'll start to show you just a chunk of their code, right? So some sort of fancy algorithm shows me a nice little piece. So I'm not even seeing their site yet, right? I'm just seeing the underlying structure. Then if I'm interested and intrigued by that code, I can jump in to see like their full portfolio. And then if I'm interested in talking to them, I'm going to submit a GitHub issue to their repo, right? Because then I know, hey, they're checking on their GitHub because they're looking at those notifications. And then also have
Stalker.
you know. Then I'll have like a process that maybe adds like the whole team that this person might be added to watch their repo. That way they can start to like see if there's any changes or any updates potentially. And then if you do get a response from that issue that was submitted to the repo, then that's a good thing, right? Because that means the candidate has evaluated what you have said about their work and they're going to respond. So that means you should probably follow up with them.
Yay! I like it. All right, who else wants to share theirs? Go ahead, right there.
So I took it from the user perspective, kind of tackling a few different issues.
Can you come up here?
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
Come to the front of the class.
You were perfectly in the middle of it.
I know, exactly. So here's Dave. He's looking for a job. He applies to a bunch of different companies, but he gets frustrated when he sees antiquated web forms and things that turn him off from even applying in the first place, like multiple phone interviews, or even like face-to-face contact. Maybe he's more of an instant message person. So Dave sees IBM's post with maybe like a flexible application option. So the hiring manager and Dave have like a Slack conversation where Dave can like talk authentically and be able to pull in all of his work in real time and be able to speak in the way he best likes to. And so Dave gets the job, and the hiring manager gets a more qualified applicant.
Come on up.
Okay. Very simple idea, but valuable, I think. Okay, so Hannah's always tired, and so she brainstormed some ways to hire some more junior developers with the manager, and she's allowed to attend hackathons, third one. And then she finds people who have not applied that way for the position. She contacts the hiring manager, looks more like a cat. And a hidden star is found.
I like it.
There's
Anybody
Time
else?
for one more?
Yes. You finished early, girl. I'm watching you.
So a lot of what we talked about it was filtering, and I was really interested by the combination of human and algorithm filtering. So in my story, we're trying to take on Hannah's overwhelmed problem, hopefully. She arrives to work excited to find out what candidates she's going to learn about today. And the first thing she sees is actually a list of referrals from her delegates that have been networking, because one idea we had was to just go with the referrals first rather than the application. So this would allow her to see some of those candidates. And then next on her list would be some actual resumes, and this would maybe be filtered as one group talked about by a thing that would hide the race and the age and all of that, and would just sort of show you the relevant information. And then she would check her schedule, and she would see that there were a lot of team interviews going on. That was another thing that was recommended. And so she does not actually have to participate in every single one of these. She's just checking to see. And she'd follow up on Skype or some other remote / co-located thing to check on how those interviews went. And so a lot of her day hopefully would be spent on what she needed to do as opposed to what she didn't need to do. And she would then end the day by making calls to some candidates that looked really exciting. So process boring.
Can I make a quick comment on the Skype interview one? I don't know how anybody else feels about that, but as an introvert, Skype really helps me
Was
communicate.
it Skype or Slack? I heard Slack.
Or
Yeah.
Oh, Skype.
Skype.
Okay.
Skype,
It
yeah.
is sort of online communication tool.
Yeah. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I think
I like it,
Yeah.
but I got told, like, I asked for feedback one time, and the guy said that I looked like I was wearing my pajamas. Because I had a plaid shirt on.
That's silly.
I'm like, I wasn't wearing pajamas. He's like, that was one of the reasons why he didn't hire me. I'm like, because I looked like I was wearing pajamas.
That's lame. All right, let's move on. So the last thing we're gonna do is design a prototype with some wireframes. So this is where you're gonna get some more paper. And it's gonna we're gonna give you guys a chance to start kind of wireframing and concepting out maybe your portfolio. What you might start to think about when you're showing who you are to Hannah or someone like her. We're gonna take about 20-25 minutes to do that, so you have plenty of time just to kind of start thinking things through, and then we'll have some of you play back if you would like.
You might have to use your storyboard sheet as well. Sorry, we are.
Oh, are we light on paper?
Yeah.
Does everybody have paper?
You can use the thinner Sharpie for this one.
Let us know if you need paper.
could be, you could, like, if your solution that you wanna do is, you know, a website or software, you could start to do like really rough sketches of it. If your prototype was more of an in-person experience, you could start kind of, you know, doing any sort of sketching that would help with that. So just kind of get whatever loose idea you had onto the paper, kind of start to visualize, you know, what it would look like. So it can be as rough as we need to be. Does that help with the answer? So, you know, wireframes traditionally refer to like the layout of a website or the layout of an app, but some of the solutions that we heard weren't as based off of like, your portfolio will look like this. So kind of just sketch what helps with that.
Can I ask what kind of intros that you use internally? Like, do you use Slack? Do you use recruiting software made in-house?
We actually just recently switched all of our recruiting over to GitHub. So we do that more for like to work in a more agile format. So the talent team has a repo for each like Hallmark project.
Well, the way it
or
works is
area.
we have our form on our website creates an issue in GitHub Enterprise right away as soon as they apply. And then it goes into a pipeline. We use ZenHub. Yeah. We use ZenHub to basically manage and track them through the process.
But if you guys are deciding like, I want to build something new, either for the recruiter side, you can scrap the GitHub idea. But if you want to build something as an applicant, you can either work with
And they submit to that issue.
make whatever.
Is that the way we're doing comments right now?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, like right now, you go in, you look at it, and it's the place on it. I think we should have a lot of reviewers have to fill out, like, rate them.
Like around the world,
5.
we're like,
You wanna build it?
My friend development team, me and all of them.
Around the world to all switch over. They just switched over, you know.
And it's okay, it happens all the time, it's right, you know,
I know.
yeah, I think we've been on our current email client for like 2 years, so it's about to switch again. They're gonna try to like just use also just do SMTP.
And it totally lets you ask.
Yeah, so around the world there's like over 400,000 IBM employees, and we have studios in countries, I think it's like 40 countries. Yeah, that's the idea. For ours, we usually stick to the US, just because it's less of a, you know, most of our, so for IBM design, it's just something we can teach. We probably do have hiring teams in Raleigh, so like, you can do, you know, we also hire in, you want like wireframes that are really low fidelity, but it's not a real building there yet. What are the, you know, rough things that would be, it's pretty big, IBM design is something.
Alright, thank you, that helps.
I guess it's focused on that.
Not really.
No, it was very loose, so it's not really affecting.
You click into the next thing, it's like a task.
They are like curious, like just wired concept with like maybe making a like portfolio of like what I've done.
And I can say.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right, so we generally use wireframe for information architecture. Are you in right? So it can be digital.
Analytics.
So you can
Yeah.
start to wireframe, like what kind of application?
Sure.
Like I really want to know.
Yeah, portfolio is the best way to go,
Like I have Storyfly every now.
I think we're having like the.
But I don't know if like, I have Storyfly like because I've worked before. I've been for an extract for a while.
Yeah.
So I have like a list of things that I've worked with, but I don't know if I can make like separate paper that like shows what I did. I'm not sure because like I didn't just work on like one platform, you know what I mean? But right now I'm really working on Twitter. So yeah, I've worked on like Twitter, Facebook, Threads and whatnot. But I'm guessing like in your cases the most.
So yeah, so the one on the left is
exactly.
like
The best
You know, the one in the middle is a
thing
video.
about the website is
The one on the right is showing like an entire like content.
you can tell that the words go there. And another key thing is to get a really short
So those are like
Mine is all the
kind of different themes.
So like I can tell them that, I can go to the fact, it goes to my case study on what I just did, historic libraries convention.
I like,
Yeah.
I'm like really,
Yeah.
like, what is this? Are you, what department are you? Because that one was
Security, yeah, security is huge right now. You saw that gigantic DDoS attack.
Yeah, it's in Berkeley Street, no.
Yeah, the office.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Vernon, right?
Yeah.
And then you guys have like, Watson too. I've actually,
Yeah, there's a Watson one too, but there's.
yeah.
A
And
lot
like
of
they have PBS, either PBS or people want to access that name or
There's a
not.
marketing center at the
Yeah.
Yeah, the security is
Oh, okay. Wait, what department are you in?
analytics.
Okay.
It's probably not any product you've heard of, it's not Watson, it's not complicated.
No, not worried. No, but I know I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's in performance marketing right
That's what
now.
I, that's what
Oh, really? Oh, you might know her then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
She just interned.
No, I heard that she's oh, no way. That's crazy. That's my organization. So that's why. I was like, I probably, I mean, because I'm marketing major, right?
Yeah.
So I was marketing major.
And doing the second stage there.
You're supposed to know, but I'm like, I'm not, I'm considered a marketing major, but I'm like, trying to get marketing, so I'm like, I should probably learn. I want at least have an idea about like, if I don't know, like, fully, I should probably like go out and like kind of have an idea of what's going on with it.
No, that's huge, everything. That's why, like, I'm trying to get into UX.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah.
Just working on stuff, because like, social media is going that way for sure. You're gonna need
Oh,
to
yeah.
know JavaScript, HTML,
Absolutely,
CSS.
absolutely.
I just understand the concept and like what you can do, what's possible. And then so, the thing about social media is you gotta be able to demonstrate creativity. Like in my interview process, the reason I got hired was because I had an online portfolio and I had the nerve to put like animations that I'd done or like drawing and stuff. If you have something that stands out creatively, that's huge. But no, what you're talking about, even that you know what storefront is, doing a social recap or something, that's
Like
huge.
social, like analytics, I have like analytics data, the accounts that I'm,
Yeah.
working on.
You have Hootsuite, you ever use Hootsuite or
Part of it,
TweetDeck
an
or
environment is a
data?
great part of the story.
Yeah,
My story has several parts, and one part was procrastinating. So I definitely wired it to procrastinating.
social
So
media
it has
manager.
YouTube where like,
It's kind of like a TweetDeck where you can schedule out tweets and stuff. But that's to be used every day, it's Hootsuite. And you can get a certification in that. But I think they have free learning resources too, but just
Yeah.
connect your personal Twitter account and just sort of do some scheduling and play around with Hootsuite. So that's my day-to-day revolves a lot around Hootsuite, and then also Post, which is a content management system. So it's basically keeping people on track and producing content, pushing it out, and then publishing it on social media.
So are you guys like mostly focused on video, or do you guys use a lot of like
We do.
video, photos?
We do everything. So with a lot of blogs, but we do infographics, we do videos. I basically push for this podcast initiative. We do a
So
lot
like
of
you're
podcasts.
if you
We go to events and do live tweeting, live coverage,
Obviously,
recap
we're-
blogs, all sorts of stuff. So the more things that you know how to do, the better for sure. But yeah, definitely first thing is I would get a portfolio website.
their position.
And like, I did mine in Squarespace, I bet they probably found just that, because you couldn't make it yourself, but it's super easy. Like, I tried Squarespace, it's like $10 a month, but you get a free domain name and you can, It's really easy to drag and drop website building. But there are free, Weevil, I think, and another different.
I see, I tried Quit, but I didn't get the site that I wanted, so I kind of stopped. But I have portfolio now, but like, okay, this I was like, working a lot.
He didn't think about it.
I used to miss, but I'm like, I don't like how my, you know, I don't wanna lose, I don't wanna lose but then I wanna make it seem like, you know, you just copy from somewhere else, like, that's show my creativity. So I've had a hard time, I actually have like blog, like WordPress website.
Yeah.
So I'm like trying to check Wait, is it yeah. Well, definitely not.
You think it's called Cougar, like, it's really slow, so what's the reason I didn't go, and it's called Cougar, so that might be better. Cougar. Go Cougar, let's try it.
LinkedIn, you have a LinkedIn portfolio profile.
Yeah, I do.
Make sure that's super up. Do the attachments.
So the best thing about Cougar, they make it faster, biggest thing. So it might be limited like for aliens, so like they're actually making it faster every single time. Yeah. Just one goes, sometimes
Yeah, the thing you want to do is when you're making this, you want to explain how you make it. I'm gonna talk to you because I'm trying to get into user experience. I'm at work on social media. I'm gonna try and bring like user experience.
Yeah, see, I might kind of running into an issue because I did have an internship this summer.
Yeah, I was, but I'm
It's not really necessarily related to
analytics.
it was essentially like interactive marketing, right? But all I wanted is interaction with them. Particularly related to so that's why I'm like, okay, well, I want to do this, but I don't know how to do Exactly. Like I don't want to push my so okay. You know what I mean? Like it has to be related somehow. But then I'm like, well, I was when I was in essentially that I made in my company, so I basically have to like everything and get my head she's like, I don't know. I'm like, yeah, so you're like, I don't know, you know what's happening. They're like, I don't actually that's another challenge that I face. Okay, like I don't want to sound like a buffoon who like exaggerates, but at the same no, it really I've heard that a lot, but and I think that's the case, but I'm like, I don't know how so I think that's where I'm like trying to push a lot of things, and that's where I think, you know, I've been trying to see where I'm at, and that's you know, and so like, like to think about how much like skills and I'm curious, if I don't know anything, then I'll probably later move on like an A hires me to some like some how cool is that, you know,
What do you think of this one?
yeah.
Have you seen Steve Ballmer go around stage doing crazy
I know, so
and this is like the
I don't want to be
like,
I don't want to
like jumping up and away and this is like like the booty, right? But like he's not very going
yeah.
And then a couple of years later, he did this great concept that is no longer about
Like, do I just say,
All right, let's wrap up our wireframing. Jessica has to leave. She's gonna go paint faces. So everybody say bye, Jessica. Thanks, Jessica. All right. So we're just gonna start kind of just wrap things up. I know you probably didn't get very far on your wireframes, but really the idea is just to get you thinking about, you know, if you're looking for a job and you're working on your portfolio, what kind of things should you be including in it? So take that home with you and you know, build on it, and just, you know, iterate. Do that loop thing. So we wanted to share with you a couple of our favorite examples of portfolios and concepts that we've seen come in. So let's go back. All right, so let's come over here. Yeah, wait a little bit. All right, so here's his, basically this is this guy's website, right? So you go to it, here is very, very much to the point. Come down here, he's got a couple of links, learn about him. And, you know, he's got this great photo. This photo tells you a lot about him, right? Tells you he likes music. And then his work. So then he's got, you know, this very simple interface which shows us his work. Now, down here, you know, what has he done? He's shown us a lot. He's shown us what is his problem that they're trying to solve and what is the solution that they came up with. Another thing that we really like to see is what is their role in this project. We get a lot of portfolios where it's like, here's a project that they link us to, and we really don't know what part they took in that project. He also let us know what tools he used, and of course he's got his thumbnails up the top. He also has links for seeing his live project and viewing his code. But he's really focused on the story here. Same here, this one, same kind of idea. What's his role? He just did the design. Let's go look at another one.
Can you zoom it in?
Yeah. So, same kind of thing, very simple. You go to his resume, get it all laid out for us. And then, of course, his work. then, let's see, what else did we have on there? Ignore all my terrible tabs. This one's, very attention grabbing, right? You can really see what is she trying to show us. Again, she's kind of telling us her story. What did she do? What did she do on the project? It's not just a bunch of codes and links and buzzwords. It's really telling us about what the work is.
Really showing, like in the first one where it talked about like the problem and the solution, I also really enjoy seeing process in your portfolio pieces. So like, some initial sketches, or like what was your thoughts behind the architecture,
Yeah.
or definitely the problems that you're trying to solve, because that really helps us understand how you think, which is such a big part of trying to understand if you're a good candidate or not.
Yeah, that's a really good point, is those rough sketches. We like to see those when someone's showing us their work. How'd they get from point A to point B? A lot of the things that you just did today, those types of things. You could even portfolio your portfolio. You could show the process of how you built your portfolio, showing your prototypes and your wireframes and your rough sketches. And it's part of the process. It's how did you get to the end result? What did you build? And so that's really what it's about. And the exercises we did today are just a small part of the ones we use at IBM for design thinking, but they're ones you can apply to any problem, right? It's not just this problem, and we kind of jumped around a little bit between Hannah's as a user and you as a developer, as a user, but that's really what happens. You have a lot of different users that you're trying to solve problems when you're building an application or developing an application. So it's all about that process of continually iterating and looping back between the different stages of observe, reflect, and make, right? So, so of course, if you are looking for a new gig, IBM is hiring. So we have a link here to apply, and you can also go to the design site. On the design site, you'll see a lot of information about design thinking, the tools we use, some resources. If you hit apply now, this is what Dallas was talking about earlier. It's a form, but when you submit the form, it goes directly into GitHub Enterprise, and our team uses GitHub Enterprise to actually follow the candidates through the process. So it's pretty cool. And then here's just kind of an overview of what we're looking for in front-end developer candidates. Basically, someone who has a passion for creating well-designed, beautiful, and high-performing web applications. I'm not going to read everything, but at the bottom there's a couple of links to these actual job descriptions, so you can really start to see what we look for a front-end developer at IBM. Yeah, so that's all I have. Questions, high level, anything that we can answer?
And we'll be around cleaning up, so if you want
Yeah.
to come up to us and ask a question versus in the large group,
Yeah.
feel free.
Yeah.
Can you show us one of your actual product and how you actually apply this process with that product?
Our products are giant, but do you guys want to speak to something?
I'm
Like-
trying to think. I might have something small that we can show.
Okay.
I don't need to. I don't know if they've changed it. Oops. That's not it. Hold on. Aha! Okay.
Can you zoom in?
I can sure try. It should work. I wrote it. Okay, so this is an open source project that a bunch of engineers at IBM developed. It basically uses containers to do some feature toggling and like version releases. It's like super extremely technical. But my team's job was to create a landing page because they were trying to present this at a conference. So we had 4 days to design and develop this site. So my team totally jumped on the design thinking super fast. So the first thing that we had gotten was a bunch of content. And so we definitely read through all that content and really tried to understand like what the product was about. So since it was for a conference, our users are technical people, but they were people that didn't have a lot of time because they were looking at a bunch of different stuff at a conference. So our biggest challenge was trying to pare this content down to make it easy to understand. And then my visual designers as well, like coming up with logos and design ideas. We love Post-it notes. We put a bunch up on the wall, and really, we even do Post-it notes of like logo designs. So like our visual designers and people who are not visual designers will throw up a bunch of little like logo ideas, and then we kind of group and categorize in the same way that you guys did today. So this is what, oh god, sorry, ignore that terrible video. It's a great video, it's just the font choices are terrible. So yeah, basically what we worked on was trying to make this super readable, you know, as accessible as we can. Like this pink on this purple isn't accessible, sorry, but everything else is. And yeah, so we created some of these charts. The engineers had some that were difficult to read, so we redid them a little bit. We've also got, you know, we were thinking about how are people going to interact with this site? Because you're at a conference, you're just looking to buy stuff really quickly. Well, these are devs, and the first thing that they're going to want to know is how does it work? So all of our links link out to GitHub, to the actual code, where they can learn more and read the docs about how this technology works. I believe this site is also responsive, so you can actually look at this on your mobile device. I worked really hard to make sure it worked on a 350 pixel screen. So it's not quite like optimized, like these, sorry, it's an open source project. It's changed since I last worked on it. But these images aren't quite optimized for mobile. Like ideally you'd switch them out for like a smaller file size.
Bigger one.
Huh?
A bigger one. Like most mobile phones, they have higher resolution than like desktop.
Right, but as far as like download speeds and your internet connection is a lot slower. Especially if you're at a conference with like 500 people, your access to Wi-Fi and 4G is pretty low. So we try to have really low like downloads, basically. So smaller file sizes for images helps. So yeah, that's a quick little example that I like to show.
I don't want to interrupt, but we do have an 11 introduction to UX design, so if everybody wants to go to the bathroom or whatever.
And feel free to come up and talk to us.
Yeah, we're gonna clean up, and thanks again, don't forget your swag.
Well, I was sitting there and I was like, oh, I do have this one project. And then I gave that talk about it before.
Hi, I'm Joanne. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So I really enjoyed the workshop, but I was just kind of curious, how long did it take for you guys to, you know, really come up with this work?
The idea for today?
Yeah.
This was done, actually, I was not the person who delivered it, I was an intern.
Nice, yeah. Thank you for
Nice to meet you.
It was really good. I was really curious about it. Oh, okay. Because I'm actually a couple of American and I feel like this process is so benefit, you know, like you said,
we have a bunch of tutors.
sometimes we run into issues, challenges, and opportunities. You know, I think this would be a great opportunity for all of us to get a project card or something, and then, you know, maybe sometimes with someone, you know, to understand like what direction everybody was to go, where they were.
I don't know.
When you're going through. It's a little bit casual. No, but thank you so much. Especially the job like searches, you know, searching for time right now, 17 years. You know, this has like given me really good ideas about like, you know,
What other types of time do you think?
well, I guess the one. No, I think you achieved the goal, and I think this would be something that, you know, like other students can be just, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. And then you're trying to get people. Oh, you have Twitter? Yeah. Whatever, like they don't. Oh, I'll follow you. I'll slow down.
Great. Great.
It's awesome that you all are doing that.
Yeah. We tried.
Yeah.
We tried.
Oh, that's right. No, thank you so much. Yeah, no.
Are these our expo markers or are these your
Yeah, I think those are.
They're all, they're all, Holly brought this in. Yeah,
okay.
there's a lot. Is there anything else? I said we can leave everything out. We'll take it down later. It's give the character. And the tables are fine, right? This is JP Lynch. This is Kelly. Yeah, so he's gonna be giving this presentation. So yeah.
Are we grabbing the
All right,
actual?
well, we're gonna get other stuff out of the way. And thanks for bringing all this swag to some swag too. That was really nice. Really appreciate it. I think most of it's been gone, and you can leave it if you want. We'll put it. Yeah, that'd be fine. All right.
It's sort of 5 to 10 year future equivalent. Yeah, I pursued a PhD in design, and that's design thinking. There's one and you know, comes from a non-technical background, who's sort of interested more in like the philosophy of design thinking, and the sort of promoting that.
Yeah, so I mean, there are my the theory of design thinking is kind of the risk that I know it's like as opposed to specifics or specific points that you talk to. I mean, so I came from, you know, a prison background. Design thinking, yeah, design thinking is hack
Because I saw that, well, I don't know if I would be eligible at this point, but I saw that you guys were running this internship program. Yeah. Because I wish I had known about it.
I don't think that you have to be a college.
It feels good because it's
Like seriously, when I found out this was happening, I was like, I sprinted here off the set. Like you're speaking, literally speaking my language.
Yeah, so she's
have a lot of like, I don't know. And I know you want to show the code or like explain about but I feel like that's like, what do you think is well, I was like, I got locked out, I couldn't,
Thank you so much, Kelly. Yes, Hi, everybody. Thank y'all so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed IBM. Obviously, we all know it's awesome. I'm Sara Calderon. For those who don't know who I am the co-director of Women Who Code Austin. We're putting on this event. We're so glad you're here, absorbing all the knowledge. This is our friend JP Lynch. He's going to be giving introduction to UX. He's amazing, so you guys are like so lucky. I hope you guys really enjoy it. I think we're going to probably break for lunch after this. We are in fact going to have lunch here. And by here, I mean across the hall. And so, yeah, we're going to have more workshops after lunch. If you're part of a team, you can be here and, alternate. But, yeah, and so that's it. That's all I got. I'll be floating around. Do you need anything from me?
I just have a question for you whenever you're done.
And that's all I got. So.
I can make it work. I also came up with backup.
Do you want another computer? Yeah. We can get my computer. All right. Okay, everybody, I'm handing it over to JP. If you guys want to continue chatting, let's please be respectful of JP and we can take it out into the hallway. And, and don't forget, oh my God, don't forget to be on Twitter. We do have our hashtag, and so like announcements and things, adorable pictures, all of the important stuff will be there. So, all right, enjoy.
Hey guys, my name is JP. I am a freelance design researcher, and actually in a few months I'm going to be joining IBM. So yeah, it's kind of like an IBM tour today. In this presentation, we're going to be going over the two pillars of user experience design. There's the mindset and there's the process. You guys just got through a lot of the hard details of that process with the design thinking workshop that IBM just gave you, but now we're going to talk a little bit more about how do you actually think about doing this? How do you do your work every day? Now, as I'm saying all of this, I can totally understand why you might have some reservations. For example, a few years ago, if someone had told me, what do you think user experience design is? I probably would have responded with, what? What is this UX? Why does it sound like something from a sci-fi movie? What are these words? The thing is that back then, I was actually in grad school in New York, getting my master's degree in, wait for it, politics. Yeah. I was, in a nutshell, studying how culture and people's everyday experiences aligned into political action. Eventually, that took me into design research, but before that, I was focused on ethnography. This photo here is actually from East Harlem in New York a few years ago, and it was a picture that I took when, one, I was doing my ethnographic research, but also two, it was a picture taken on the exact same day that I first learned about user experience design. As I was walking to my field site, I was listening to NPR, and I heard this story about a woman named Barbara. Barbara was working on part of a team to make brand new bifocal glasses. If you've ever worn bifocals, well, you would know that it's really easy to make yourself sick while wearing them. It's really hard to actually focus on what it is that you're looking at because of the way the lenses are formed, and oftentimes they can be so heavy that they fall right off your face, and if you need bifocals, trying to find your glasses after they've fallen off your face, bit of an issue. So, Barbara's team was working with this awesome new technology where if you just tap the side of your glasses, it switches from nearsighted mode to farsighted mode. How cool is that, right? Just one problem. In order to do that, these glasses needed electricity. How in the world are you going to power these glasses? Well, Barbara's team thought that the answer was really, really simple. You just put in a battery. We do it all the time with our watches and with other devices. Barbara wasn't buying it. She pointed out that if someone is wearing bifocals, their fingers are probably not going to be that nimble. They probably have arthritis. They've probably lost a lot of their fine motor skills over time. How did Barbara know this? Because Barbara is 90 years old. She's actually one of the lead designers at this small little firm, maybe you've heard of it, IDEO? Yeah, a few of you guys know that one. As the rest of you learn about user experience design, you will learn to ooh when I mention IDEO. So, the thing that really stuck out to me about this story was what happened next. What did Barbara's team do after she brought up this insight? They said, oh, God, you're right, okay. Let's think about this another way. Let's figure out another way to power these glasses. And then someone grabbed a USB cord from their computer and was like, can we plug this into the glasses somehow? And they were like, I don't know, let's test it out. And they did. The result? A docking station, where all you have to do is know where the station is in your house, in your apartment, in your workplace, and just put the glasses down and it charges within 30 minutes. Easy peasy. The thing that really stuck out about this process, though, was the difference between Barbara's team and the people that I was encountering in grad school. One of the things that I discovered in my classes was that if I brought up an insight, or if anyone brought up any point whatsoever that might challenge the argument that someone else was making about how the world works or what people were experiencing, it would result in a semester-long drag-out fight where everyone from Marx to Foucault was thrown at each other to the point that we had no idea what we were arguing about anymore. Sound familiar? But Barbara's team didn't do that. Instead, when someone brought up a little insight from their personal lives, the team said, oh, maybe we should listen. Maybe we should back up and rethink about this. Maybe we should consider this not so much as a problem, but more as an opportunity. And how can we figure out a way to quickly and cheaply test the ways that we could solve this problem, that we could take advantage of this opportunity? It's a completely different way of thinking. Ooh, I just jumped one. And the thing is that this way of thinking, I call it a mindset. And it's a mindset that is based in a few different parts, 5 to be specific. The first part is empathy, where my peers did not even attempt to understand each other or the perspective that they brought to the world. Barbara's team did. They were deliberately attempting to understand the world through someone else's eyes in order to understand what they were experiencing and what they could do to change that experience. The next part was that they were being open with each other. And I focus on openness specifically because it's a way of handling this really tough problem that we all face every day. Whether to be an optimist or whether to be a critic. In my grad school, we were all being trained to be critics. I mean, there's literally a school of thought called critical theory, and we were trained in it every single day. You had to tear down every idea, everything that exists, in order to figure out what its flaws are. What is it not doing? On the opposite end of the spectrum is a quote-unquote optimist, and we can debate the meaning of this later. But some of the common behaviors that come along with this term are patronizing or putting lipstick on a pig. I think we've all faced a few of those projects in the past. When you're open, though, you are open to this new information. You're open to the possibility of something working or of something not working. It doesn't matter as much how you deliver that information, but rather that the information gets shared in a way that is kind and humane. The next thing was that they collaborated. They didn't attempt to tackle the world on their own. They didn't try to solve every single little problem on their own. They all pooled their resources on Barbara's team in order to have a holistic understanding of what they were facing. For example, Barbara brought her past as someone who is 90 years old to the table and showed them how, if they simply considered this one insight, they could make something that was pretty good to, oh, actually really solving the problem that people were facing. And the last thing that they were doing was that they were experimenting. Rather than trying to come up with a perfect solution right off the bat, they were thinking about, okay, what are some basics that we can cover? What are the small little pieces here that we can test out? What can we learn about today as opposed to in a year from now? And lastly, there was one last little part of the situation that's not exactly a part of a mindset, but more of a characteristic of how user experience design does its best work. It's when you have a diverse team. The thing is that empathy, openness, collaboration, and experimentation are all great on their own, but the thing is they're only so powerful. If you had a team that was made up of all the main characters from Mad Men, you'd probably wind up making something like Apple Health, where you can track everything going on in your everyday life in terms of your health, and you can share that information with your doctor, unless you have a menstrual cycle. Kind of important. Or if you work at Facebook, where making a sign-up process as easy as possible is incredibly important. In fact, so important that we pretend that trans and non-binary people don't exist. Oops. Or one of my personal favorites. Ever seen one of these kinds of sinks where you can simply put your hand underneath it, get the water, get the soap, off you go? Yeah, these were only tested on white folk. If a person has darker skin, it doesn't see you. These were all problems that could have been very, very easily avoided with a diverse team of people working on that project. This is why diversity is absolutely vital to user experience design, to having this mindset. Because if you don't have that, you wind up creating something that you think people want, like Google Glass, as opposed to something that people really needed, like the Empower glasses that wound up selling, I think it was over 1 million units within the first few months. So, what is this mindset? What is this thing that I keep mentioning again and again and again? Probably already figured it out. This is called user experience design. Now, like I said before, if you don't 100% believe me right off the bat, that's okay. I don't blame you. There are a lot of other stories of what user experience design is out there. And part of my job on a regular basis is to clear up the misconceptions. So in the story of Barbara, it might have been easy to think that she's a UX designer, but actually that's not the case. Her title is just designer. User experience design isn't so much of a field or a role or a step, so much as it is that mindset. And actually, if we go back to the glasses, we can understand why. The thing is that both Google Glass and the Empower glasses both completely tanked within 2 years. Superficially, that might sound like, okay, user experience design, not important, ignore it. But one of the other things that we need to learn with user experience design is to always ask why. In the case of Google Glass, this was a product that was designed specifically because a few people at Google said, hey, this would be a really cool new thing. It's like, great, what problems will it solve? Yeah, okay. As opposed to the Empower glasses, which had a very specific problem to solve, but they also had 3 teams working on the same product. IDEO was only working on the frames. There were 2 other companies, one of them working on the lenses, and another one working on the marketing and distribution, that were all trying to work together to make the Empower glasses awesome. Thing is that when people bought these glasses and then reviews started coming out, they were just panned. They were ripped apart for just not working, not doing what was promised, not arriving on time. But if you dig into those reviews, you'll also see another thread. That being that everyone who bought them wanted to keep the frames. They just wanted the lenses to be made of better materials. And they wanted their glasses to arrive on time. Thing is that those other 2 companies, they weren't practicing user experience design. They weren't operating from that mindset of putting people first. They were thinking, how can we get the greatest return on investment? How can we up our ROI? And it wound up shooting them in the face. This is why I say user experience design is not a field, it's not a step, it's not a role. It's a mindset. And if you isolate it, it can't work. It has to span the entire process, the entire project, the entire company, everything that gets done. It's not the responsibility of one person to practice user experience design. It's the responsibility of everyone. As I just mentioned, the point of user experience design is not to focus on ROI. Can you get great return on investment when you practice user experience design? Yup. Take a look at the iPhone. That was based in user experience design. Take a look at Disney, also based in user experience design. Actually, they're one of the companies that codified it early on. Look at Toyota. Same thing. They were actually one of the very first groups of people, in a company setting at least, to codify the idea that if you're going to make something, you need to focus on the people who will be using it first. That said, is Disney a tech company? Nope. They focus on making every experience you have with Disney, with the world around you in general, fun and inspired. The thing about user experience design is that it's not just about tech. It's about anything and everything that you do. It's about that marketing and that distribution. It's also about the industrial design. It's even in the chemistry of the glasses that you make. And it's not just about usability either. If Barbara's team had made glasses that had batteries in the end like this as they were originally planning, you could make it really, really easy to open up those glasses and put in a new battery. I mean, there are so many ways to make that a very usable product. But the thing is that at the end of the day, that wouldn't be solving the problem at hand. That would just be a Band-Aid. Usability alone cannot solve these big problems that user experience design aims to go after. It's only one part in the puzzle. And it's not UI either. It's not front-end development, and it's not visuals. These are really common things that I hear day to day, that UX is UI, or I'm a UX UI designer. I'm like, great, I have no idea what that means. Because that tells me that a person is conflating UX and user interfaces. But again, if I had made glasses with a great user interface that was really sleek and clean and easy to use, it still has batteries. And the people who are using those glasses can't change the batteries. Same thing with front-end development. This is actually a major frustration of mine because I have a lot of front-end developer friends who also aspire to bring user experience design into their everyday work. And then the people that they are working with ask them to add some UX to this project. And one of the responses that a very close friend of mine used recently when his boss told him that was, okay, tell me about the people. To which the boss was like, what? Yeah, exactly. People? What? No, that's not the point of this. It's like, actually, yes, it is. And it's not just the visual design either. Again, with the glasses, you can make them pretty, but if they don't solve the problem, and they don't solve the problem from the perspective of the person using that product, it doesn't matter how pretty you make it. It doesn't matter how much lipstick you put on that pig. It's still lipstick on a pig. So this is the core of user experience design. This is the first pillar, the mindset. It's not just what you do, but rather, why are you doing this? How are you doing this? And that this mindset is based in empathy, openness, collaboration, experimentation, and above all, diversity. Everything you do gets stronger when you have a very diverse team. Okay, you guys just went through the design thinking workshop with IBM, which was awesome, meaning that you guys are probably going to have an awesome time with this next little exercise that I'm putting before you, so that we can start practicing what I'm preaching here. Does everyone have access to Post-its? If not, I brought some more in the back, and there are some pens over there. If you need it, you're going to need 2 Post-its in all. You good? Good. Awesome. Okay. So, I have a challenge for you guys. In the next 2 minutes, I would like you to design a garbage can. Go. Have
I've
fun.
always wanted to do that.
There is method to my madness.
This is real design.
Design a garbage can. Got nothing?
I don't think I have enough information. So.
Got about 45 seconds. You got 5 seconds. Finish up whatever you are scribbling. Okay, and stop. What did you think of that challenge? Yes, I am looking for answers.
They.
Mm-hmm.
More complicated when it sounds so simple.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty complicated.
Did you guys need that full 2 minutes?
Yes.
Nope.
You had something else to say?
I was gonna say, yeah, it was more complicated. The more time passed, you realize there are a lot more factors involved.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I thought it was enough time.
Okay, how come?
I
I guess because I had thought of it before.
Okay. Look at you, studying ahead. The academic in me loves you. Okay, now I've got another design challenge for you, so grab your second Post-it. Okay, for the next 2 minutes, design a way to reduce littering. Go.
That's a little harder. Oh, I've got one.
Okay, sketch it out. You can use more Post-its if you need them. You guys have 1 minute left. You got 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Yes. You have a thought?
Okay, so it's just a like sign that shows like dirty water with like dirty, you know, like all the trash, and say, you see that black stuff? If you don't litter, you can stop this happening. You can stop this happening, and remember, this could be the water that you're drinking.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How is that different than the garbage can?
I don't know. I mean, I think garbage can was just like, it was just, you know, like throw it away. Whereas this sign that I'm talking about right now it gives like more visual idea, almost like some of the like quit smoking
It's reflective.
advertisements. It's like very visual. Like you can kind of see, you know, the consequence of littering. You know what I mean? Whereas just garbage can is like, hey, there, throw it away. So
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Who else? Got someone over there.
I see people often trying to find out where is the garbage can, and they end up frustrated and throwing wherever they might. But if we have a portable something that can be collapsed and put it into a backpack or something like that, and it has got the rolled garbage covers, they can just attach a couple of them to the they unroll, put everything stuff in there. When they get opportunity, they throw it out, they fold it back and put it in the bag.
It's more like a collapsible garbage can that you can take with you.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
My idea was to create a like a thermos-sized portable trash compactor that you can put in your backpack. Because most of the stuff people litter is like wrappers or bottles, and if that could just get compacted, the reason why I throw it out is because I don't want to hold it. And if I could just compact it and put it in my bag, then I'd throw it out at a spot that has a trash can.
Okay. Got time for one more, then we'll move on to you.
Oh, I thought about finding a way to calculate recycled trash and get tax deductions for it. That would really motivate the grown-ups to start, not only.
Interesting. Okay. You have
on your question that you asked them, I think this is more goal oriented, as opposed to like, I don't even know how to describe, like design a trash can.
Mhm.
It's just not a goal that we're trying to strive for. So it's hard to find an approach for it.
I'm actually really glad that you brought that up, because that's my next point. Thank you. Perfect segue. That first design challenge that I gave you a solution. I was being prescriptive. I was telling you what to do by focusing my attention on what already exists. But in that second round, I was being descriptive. You guys already said that. I was giving you a problem. I was giving you a situation to think about. And that completely shifted your gaze away from what exists to what could exist. We have a portable trash compactor. We have a collapsible trash can. We have a sign that tries to focus in on helping people understand what the effects of their actions are. We have tax benefits for people who don't litter, giving a major incentive to people to change their behavior. That is exactly what design thinking, as you guys already know, as well as user experience design, is focused on. We're not so much interested in what already exists, or trying to define a problem right off the bat, or define a solution right off the bat. Woo, sorry. But rather, in thinking about what are the problems that we are facing, and starting from there, and working incrementally upon what we are thinking, upon what's been built, in order to make something that's actually solving the problem at hand, rather than just making something that we assume could solve the problem. And this starts to bring us into process. Because the thing is that talking about user experience design as a mindset, that is all great and wonderful, and if you have design thinking in your hands and in your head, that is great. But how do you connect the two? What does it mean to act on a mindset? What is this? That's the question. Well, there are a few different ways of starting to cultivate that mindset within yourself. One of those ways is design thinking, as you guys have all already been introduced. But the thing is that when I was first introduced to design thinking, it didn't click. And my suspicion is that there are a lot of people in this room who, even though they might not admit it, when they were going through design thinking, they were kind of sitting there like, why am I doing this? I don't understand. Why am I doing this? And that's why there are a few maxims that you can use to start cultivating your own approach into user experience design and into the process that we use to actually solve everyday problems for the person experiencing them. That first maxim, you guys might already know, thinking in terms of problems, not deliverables. We've already seen an example of that in the exercise that we just did, but I'm going to share another one with you. Actually comes from my family. So I come from a big family. I'm the youngest of 6. Again, big family. And one of my sisters has a few children. One of those children, my nephew, is neurodiverse. One way to describe his diversity is to say that he's quote unquote on the spectrum, but to me, it makes a lot more sense to say that he's neurodiverse because there's no such thing as a normal brain. One day when I was visiting my sister and her children, my nephew, Simon, was working on a puzzle. He really loves puzzles. He likes putting things into order with clearly defined borders. And Simon was about 5 years old at this point. And his younger brother, Max, 3 years old, ran right up and just kicked that puzzle to pieces, just laughing, screaming, ran off. And Simon was just left there like, my life, my world, it is crumbling in front of me. And he just broke down. It was really bad. My first gut reaction was to go after Max and be like, what the hell were you thinking? Except not using hell because he's 3. But my sister actually had a completely different reaction. She turned her back on Max. That's all she did. Thing is that my sister had been around these two long enough to be able to see through the superficial things that they were doing and really understand what they were trying to communicate underneath those superficial things. She was learning how to understand what problems might arise between Simon and Max and what was the cause of those problems. The cause that she had figured out was that Max is 3. At 3 years old, kids do not have empathy yet. Like seriously, their brains cannot comprehend it, but they can comprehend love and attention. And because Simon needs more attention just every day, Max regularly got pissed at Simon because he was getting all the attention and love. So the way that Max tried to solve that problem was by just ruining Simon's day. But what Katie had to do to solve this problem wasn't necessarily to throw more attention at Max in the form of chiding him and scolding him, because that would reinforce that behavior. That would tell him that if he wants more attention, he should cause trouble. Instead, she turned her back. She, in a non-vocal way, said, "I know what you want. This is not the way to get that. Try again." It only took about 30 seconds of Max getting this nope treatment for him to start crying, and then come over to Simon and give him a hug. And then they sat down and they started putting the puzzle back together, both of them. That is why it's so important to think in terms of problems and not deliverables. Because if you're thinking about what can you deliver to solve this problem before you've even tried to understand what's going on, you're more likely to create a situation where that problem is going to come right back and bite even harder the next time around. The next maxim that might help you out a little bit is thinking in terms of users, not stakeholders. For those of you who are still in college, if you have a job on the side, one, that's really tough. I've done it, not easy. For those of you who don't have a job on the side, you know what? Sometimes you can do that, and that's awesome. But that also means that you might not have experience with dealing with stakeholders. If you get into the agency world, the power of stakeholders becomes very, very obvious very quickly. Here's the thing about stakeholders, these people who want to make the final decision on anything and everything that gets designed and done. They're kind of like a grocer. Say that you just moved into Austin. It's this great brand new city. You're like, okay, awesome. I'm going to meet all the people. I'm going to do all the things. This is going to be great. But I'm hungry as crap because I just moved in all my stuff. I need food. So you go to the grocery store. You walk in, you meet a grocer who hands you bags and demands money. What? This person does not know your tastes. They don't know your dietary restrictions. They don't know what you have in your refrigerator. They don't even know if you have a refrigerator. Why are they giving you food when they don't know what food you need? This is the problem that arises with stakeholders. When you are practicing user experience design, your focus needs to be on understanding what the needs and goals of your users are, so that one, you don't turn into that grocer that is trying to shove their food on you, but also two, so that the stakeholder that you are working with doesn't do that either. Because the thing is, that stakeholder, that grocer, they're not a horrible person. They really want to do well at their job. They want to be a good person. They want to lead a great team. But they also have to make money. While we can focus on users and put ROI and business goals in a secondary considerate position, that stakeholder can't. That is the only way they will be measured in terms of whether they deserve their job or not. And we need to be compassionate to that. One of the ways that we can help make a system-wide transition to focusing more on users as opposed to who's making the final decision is to understand what kind of constraints our stakeholders are working under, and then speak to those needs. So for example, earlier when I was talking about ROI, the return on investment, that those other two companies working on those glasses focused on instead of users. One conversation that could have been brought up was to go to those companies and be like, look, I have two kinds of company data right in front of me. One of them is data from companies where the final decisions were made by the users, not the stakeholders. And you can see it skyrocketing. By the way, this chart really exists. Long reasons why I couldn't bring it up. This other line of data is an aggregate of companies where a single person inside the company was making this decision. User experience design, design thinking, not involved at all. Look at that difference. It's a huge difference over time. If you let us do just a little bit of user research this time around, or just do a little bit of testing, we can prove to you how powerful this shift is. By thinking in terms of what language and what constraints stakeholders are working in, and then building on that to bring them into user experience design, we will be much more likely to be able to collectively focus on our users rather than who has power. The third of 5 maxims, by the way, is focusing on the why, not the what. I have this whole thing about why do you make cake? But frankly, I think that that little allegory of mine needs to bake a little bit more. Thank you. There we go, there we go. If you get to know me, you will know that I love my puns. But I think that there's someone else who does a better job of explaining why this maxim is so important. Let's look him up. Oh, does someone know this? Does someone know this? I don't know. Okay. Do we have volume? I don't know. Do we have volume? We do have volume.
As it turns out, there's a pattern. As it turns out, all the great and inspiring leaders and organizations in the world, whether it's Apple or Martin Luther King or the Wright brothers, they all think, act, and communicate the exact same way, and it's the complete opposite to everyone else. All I did was codify it. And it's probably the world's simplest idea. I call it the golden circle. Why, how, what? This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do, 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done, and that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we're better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers with the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one?
Do you? A lot of you already have. Complex conversation, I know. Okay. That is the essence of focusing on the why rather than the what. Instead of thinking about, oh, how can I make this cake really good? Try to understand, why are you making this cake? Why do you do what you do? Like really deep down, what are you trying to achieve? Just make money? What are you going to do with that money? There's this technique in user experience design called the 5 whys. You guys might have heard of it. It's that when you are given an answer like make money, you respond with why 5 times. That usually gets you down to that deep why that you can't quite understand until you dig. Our second to last little maxim is called duh, not perfection. Here's the thing about perfection. It doesn't exist. Yes, I know that Beyonce exists, but that's not the same, not the same. Very close, but not the same. The thing about perfection is that this concept gets in our way all the time. We focus on being perfect, getting straight A's, earning as much money as possible, being the most well-known celebrity the world has ever known. Take a selfie. But it's never enough. No matter what you do, you can never be on top. You can never be perfect because it doesn't exist. It's not a useful metric for us to use in our own lives or in the work that we do. But instead, you can use duh, which stands for delightful, useful, and usable. Here's what I mean. This next thing that I'm going to show you, perfectly usable, perfectly useful. Is that delightful?
No.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gay, and I have a lot of gay male friends who would be, yeah. But I know a lot of straight guys who would be like, no. This is, yeah, thank you. So this is why delight is a very important thing to consider in what you're doing and what you're making.
I'm sorry, what was the other U? Deliverable? Oh,
Delightful.
sorry, delightful, useful, and what?
Usable. I'm about to go over those two. No
It's
worries.
definitely not useful.
It's usable.
If you're brave.
It's, there we go. See? That's why. Is this useful?
Oh yeah, very useful.
It's very usable. I mean, it even has a hand railing. And I mean, it's very artfully curved. But yeah.
It has steps.
Yeah. Exactly. When we're asking, is this useful, we're asking, does this solve the problem? And for the person in the wheelchair, no, it doesn't. And lastly, is that usable? But it locks the door. But it's such a sleek design. That person, ooh, they had an interesting day if they did that. This is why when we're doing user experience design, we need to think about duh, not perfection. We need to think about whether what we're doing yields something that's delightful, useful, and usable. And lastly, test today, not in a year. Think back to when Barbara's team was working on those glasses. Did they wait a year to figure out whether their battery idea could work? No. They took the insight that was right in front of them and asked, how can we test this today? So someone grabbed a USB cord, stuck it onto the glasses that they had, and were like, will this work? I don't know, let's test it out. It makes a lot more sense to fail faster with something that is small and cheap that you can learn from when it fails and understand why it fails and how you can make it go farther than it does to try to test something, those same goals in mind, that took a lot of time, money, and effort to make. If you're going to test an airplane, Test a paper airplane first, not the Boeing 7. What? Not the Boeing 747. You guys might be familiar with this particular process that's right up in front of you. Those 5 maxims that I just talked about, they're all entry points into acting on this process. Thing is, this process is very similar to design thinking. As a matter of fact, it is design thinking. Design thinking, while usually introduced through the individual methods that you do during design thinking, like, is that empathy mapping? Geez, I need those glasses. Yes, that is an empathy map. Yes, excellent. Oh yeah, there's another one over there. Okay, yeah. Empathy mapping is a prime example of work that is done right in between this research and build phase. Thing about user experience design and design thinking is that it's always iterative. You are always thinking about, okay, what can we do this time round? What is the small test that we're going to focus on this time? Because like I mentioned earlier, in this work, we're not trying to solve a problem perfectly in the largest scale possible. We break it down into small iterations where we try to learn what the problem is, come up with something that could fix it, but something that we can test and then learn from. So we can take that data, build something else, test it again. Take that data, build something else, test it again. See the iteration? Yeah, that's how this works. And I'm going to finish up with a story. A story about 3 kids in Australia that wound up winning an award at the UX Awards in 2015. This group of students was given an ask for a problem. Design a way to reduce littering. Sound familiar? Well, they went through this entire process, research, build, test, as part of continuous iteration. They went into the streets of Sydney and they asked people, what do you think of littering? What comes to mind when I say this word? While someone else was in the background observing people in a park that was known for all of the trash that was just lying around everywhere, in order to observe what people's behavior was, especially after that person asked them a question. After all that research, these 3 kids learned a lot of really interesting things. For example, it wasn't that the people who were littering didn't care about the environment or didn't realize that their littering was affecting the environment in a bad way. And it wasn't that they had no interest whatsoever in improving their civic world. Really, there were 2 issues at hand. There were 2 problems that people in the streets were solving by just throwing litter right there in the street. One of them, they had no idea where trash cans were in the city. There wasn't a system in place to put trash cans in regular, convenient places in Sydney. How did they know where they were? They didn't. And 2, throwing stuff away is gross. It's really gross, especially when that litter on the ground did not come from you. You have no idea what all has been up on the wrapper. So they designed a few ideas. They mocked them up, tested them out, threw out the ones that weren't working, and then tested the ones that were, again, a few more times. And the end result, their final test, at least in 2015, was the Tetra bin. Let's show you the video.
You're gamifying it.
Bingo. That's the kind of work that happens when you focus all of your attention on working from a mindset based in user experience design. That's something that you guys have learned today. You've learned the two main pillars to user experience design. It's not necessarily each of these individual different tactics that you guys learned earlier or each of those exercises, but rather what is the mindset that you are using to approach this situation? Is it based in empathy? Openness? Are you collaborating? Are you experimenting? And who is missing from your team? Is this a diverse team? There are a lot of different ways that you can start making this happen in your everyday life. That's why I gave you guys each of those different maxims. Each one of them was focusing on a slightly different angle or a slightly different point of entry into user experience design. It doesn't matter if you didn't pick up on all of them, you just need to remember one. Because once you have that point of entry, really there's no going back. And as you guys learned both earlier and then learned again a few minutes ago, whenever you are really trying to solve a problem in that mindset, you need to iterate. And you iterate by researching the people that are experiencing this problem, coming up with a few potential ways to solve that problem, then testing it out. And then doing it again, doing it again, doing it again. And that is the process for user experience design. You guys have learned the two main pillars. Whoa, wrong direction. There we go. All right. We do have Q&A now. I'm gonna take your question real quick. But then after that, we're gonna have to start clearing out because I think there's something else going on at 12. And here are some resources. Yes, sir.
So, what is the difference between UX design and either ergonomics or like engineering psychology? Like why is it called something different? Because those other two things seem to be the coalescence of this. I don't know if they're just calling it something different.
It's a little bit of that. Ergonomics is actually kind of developed into user experience design on a regular basis. The thing is, though, at least as far as I understand it, ergonomics is much more focused on understanding just what user behavior is. It's based in behavioralist psychology. The thing about user experience design, though, is that it includes behavioralist psychology and several other theories. That's the thing about UX. It's more about a mindset of all the different things you're bringing to the table as opposed to just focusing on how. It's opposed to just focusing on one particular approach to understanding the information.
So you're saying it's more overarching?
Yeah.
Actually, another very context question. What's the difference between UX and UI? Because I'm in marketing, so I hear those a lot, but I never know like what the difference is.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad you brought that up because that is, I think, the most common question that I ever hear time. So, UI stands for user interfaces. Basically, the boxes that are on your screen, the things that you are specifically interacting with, the colors, the animations, all of that falls under UI. And that is really important to make sure that something is delightful, that it is usable, that it is useful. But the thing is that UI alone can't necessarily guarantee you that you have a solution that is useful at the end of the day. It can probably be usable, you can be really, really delightful, but unless you really understand what problem you're trying to solve, throwing a UI solution onto that problem won't necessarily do the trick. So UI is a big part of user experience design, but it's not the same.
So UX is bigger picture, whereas UI is more like details, right? Okay, thanks.
And there are a lot of other fields in user. There are a lot of other specialties in user experience design. Design research is one. There's also information architecture, there's front-end development, it goes all over.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, yes.
Who generally are more suitable for the UX design career? Is it someone who has background in psychology or some kind of arts?
So, what kind of background do people usually have they move into user experience design, right?
Yeah.
Frankly, it's all over the place. It's really common to see people with a design background moving into user experience design, primarily because they tend to be the folks who are already trained in design thinking. Moreover, they tend to be the folks who are trained in user interface design. And if you already know user interface design, it's really easy to then either shift into UX design or, to be frank, bullshit your way into UX design. I've seen that one a lot. Front-end development is also another common starting point. But the thing is that if you are working with a team that understands what user experience design is, how it works, why it's important, they won't just be looking for designers, nor will they just be looking for the developers. They'll be looking for people in backgrounds in psychology, anthropology, history, sociology, in my case, politics. Granted, that's a really weird one. Oh, awesome! High five.
So let's pretend, you're working on a team of 5 to 10 individuals. How many people, what's the ratio normally for UX designers to developers, or what does the team structure look like?
Okay. It depends a little bit on what you guys are working on and what company you're working at. For example, in my very first agency job, I was the only UX designer. And there were 2 front-end developers, there was a visual designer, and then I was pretty regularly working with an interaction designer. So that's kind of common makeup. It's also kind of a frustrating makeup from my perspective, but at IBM, they tend to balance it out as usually 2 to 3 designers to 1 developer, primarily because if you're practicing user experience design, you need more than 1 person really focusing on the problem and trying to understand it.
Is that what you were talking about when you said there's some people who are visual, some people who are research, okay.
Bingo.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then it really just, again, depends on the work that you're doing. If you are working on this brand new type of product that's never seen the face of day before, you are going to need a lot more people doing research, a lot more people designing it than necessarily people who are building it, unless it's a super complex thing. Then, different story. Yeah, so you guys are going to learn pretty quickly that the most common answer in UX is, it depends. Sorry, the world is complex, that's how it goes.
JP. How do you become how can you be an effective designer if, or when you have timelines and deadlines in a business?
That's a great question. Did everyone hear that? Yes? See people in the back nodding, so that's a good sign. So, in that particular case, that's when I would recommend 2 things. One of them is the lean methodology, and the second one is the agile project management method. That's kind of jargony, so let me break that down a little bit. Instead of really focusing on that big final project that I was talking about earlier, my recommendation there would be to focus instead on a series of MVPs, or minimum viable products. Things that, if you take out one more piece, that system, that product will not solve the problem at hand. If you can get to that Jenga-esque level of a product, 1, that's going to be a lot easier to understand and build and then iterate on. And 2, once you actually have that starting point, it's going to be much, much easier to add on to it and to get to that final place that you need to be at a certain deadline. And there are a few different methods that you can use to discover what that MVP is and then work from there. I've literally done it in 2 hours, easy peasy. I will go into that after the QA session. And this is trying to be obnoxious. Stop, there we go. Any other questions? Yes, no, maybe so? Okay, if you guys do think of anything else, You can send me an email, or you can just come up and talk to me later, or, I don't know, if you see me on the street, just like grab my hair or something. Okay, let's go get some food.
Okay, so we're breaking for lunch. We've got sandwiches in the other room. We're also going to be doing sign-ups for teams. So if you have questions about that, ask Holly. And yeah, and we'll have a workshop later this afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock. So I think 1 o'clock. Thank you guys so much.
Get a picture or write me down or whatever you want. Sorry.
Project where someone has said, what's the features or functions of mechanics that absolutely have to
Hey, there you go. I know.
They're already starting from is that you can plot those features, functions, selling points, whatever, where over here, more or less. There are a few different ways to try to qualify necessity.
Hey, Nadia.
Yeah, well,
Hey, Nadia.
sorry. Concepts are easy to talk about, but they're hard to so the idea with the MVP is that you can break it up into these 4 quadrants. This is your MVP. That's what you're focusing on first. That's what you're going to go. Your second build is on this stuff. Your third build is on this stuff. And if you have extra time, this is your future. Ignore this shit.
That's great. Thank you.
And there are also a lot of examples of that online a lot. So this is red rock. Red rock. I know! I really wish I had known that.
Yeah, I never really it was like happy faces.
Okay, well, there were 2 reasons why I made the leap from political academia into the world of UX. After I learned about the story and I did some research on UX, it's actually really great. And it also made me realize that in a lot of my day-to-day research, I was getting so focused on researching this problem, but never actually trying to make a solution that
Using provider direct partnerships.
So that was part 1. That was one of the motivating factors I brought in UX. The second motivating factor was when I got my PhD candidacy, I looked at what is my potential salary. $20,000 a year for the rest of my life. Let's go to the UX circle.
Yeah.
There are important people in my life that I would also like to be able to support, so ship me out over here. Well, there were, again, like 2 reasons that, or there are 2 ways that I wanted to learn about UX. One of them was that story that I mentioned earlier, and then the fact that I'm a ridiculously curious person meant that I had to go and spend like 5 hours researching it and learning everything I could. But also, the year before that, I had actually taken a class
Right, yeah, so I didn't
The
design
Politics of
a way
Design.
to handle like this.
And we had started practicing a lot of these things before, and that's where I did a lot of my original ethnographic research. And that's how I realized that, oh, wait a minute, like not only is it important for designers to know about the society that we're trying to make social commentary on, but it's also really important for people who are studying society to then activate that information for people who really need it, for the people who are really, really good at turning that information into something that helps us all. So, like that said, there are a lot of other resources that you can turn to get a better idea of user experience design. One of them would be a book called Think by Stephen Crook. Nodding your head, you know this book. Yeah, it is beautifully readable, and you just suck into information immediately. And there are a lot of other books, there are a lot of other magazines, like UX Magazine online, and there are also courses. In my case, I wound up taking a 12-week intensive course at General Assembly. That said, if you're going to try to move into user experience design, do not skimp on your education. Learn as much as you can ahead of time, and maybe even ask to be a mentee of someone. Like I have a mentor, I'm also mentoring someone else. And also offer to do user experience projects for friends or family, or things that you're just really interested in on your own to start getting your hands wet. Because I think, hands wet? Answered.
Your feet wet.
Yes, there we go, thank you. You knew what I was doing. It's called a spoonism, actually. When you mix those words together, it's called a spoonism. Anyway, because the thing is that getting that education from a place like General Assembly or Iron Yard or University of Texas is really important. But the people who will hire you won't give a crap. They want to see what have you done. They want to look at your portfolio. They want
I guarantee you they will use
really, when they're looking at the portfolio or your portfolio, they're not so much looking at what you've done, they're looking at how much you made your portfolio. What information do you think is important? Have you done your research on the people who will be looking at your portfolio? Have you made this site ADA compliant? Does it pass WCAG 2.0? These are a lot of different things that I can help you guys kind of like figure out, either like another time, through email, or read through other resources.
Okay, so
I
already found you on Twitter.
Okay, that's a good start. I also have these.
Yay!
Yeah, cards.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm Anastasia.
Nice to meet you, Anastasia.
Thank you.
I wanted to follow up with you because I found your resume, and as it turns out, we actually have an incredibly similar background.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, well. Oh, okay. I have to have a geek out moment for a second. What did you think about international relations?
So actually, I'm still an undergrad. I'm a college senior. I go to school in Boston, taking a semester off to intern here in San Antonio, and actually to reflect specifically on user experience and what I want my career to look like, because I might want to pursue a PhD in design. But I noticed that you studied IR, construction design, in Southeast Asia, and that's actually my field of concentration. And I've done a lot of research in Southeast Asia, and I just got back this summer from an actual field research mission in Thailand. Where I
I have the money to do that.
well, it's like at the institution. I just got really lucky. At the institution, I had time on the kind of support they were able to give me. But I actually do research at MIT's D-Lab. And a lot of my mentors, actually one of my mentors just left D-Lab to go to Stanford D School. So and I saw that you went to the new school, and I was like, wait, that's one of the places I'm considering applying to programs at.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. I've never met anyone else. The new school?
University in New York. There's a woman who works there. Her name is Vicky Hatta.
How does what is her last name?
Hatta. Her entire focus is the politics of design. It's not going to be called that. It's going to be called affect, because that's how designers are. Affect. Yes. That's the person that you want to work with. Okay. You guys have questions, and people are coming in, so I need to cover your questions.
Okay. Well, my background, I guess. You know, well, I could earn gigs or just whatever. So it's the French with my design skills and other more. But I also have already been to a lot of schools. You know, well, it's the time to also financial sort of burnt out say, you know?
Yeah.
So, wooden guys for, I mean, the general was how to treat that. I mean, I can look that up later, but 12 weeks
Yeah,
is
okay.
enough or?
Okay, so the skinny on General Assembly. Sorry,
Because
my
I was
body's
thinking
really.
galvanized, I've also been like,
Going back and forth.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you the skinny on General Assembly, then I will give you some information on other things, and then I'll try to figure out how to turn that into actionable advice at the end.
okay, but before you do that,
Yes.
just real quickly, is there a way for a designer, someone with a design background, to start working right away at one of these companies using my design knowledge? The process you were going through is I mean, it's very similar for, you look at a problem, the problem is the character, space, the script. Are there any companies that are in that, or do I actually need to learn more than those?
So, I guess I'm gonna change this whole structure right out here, make it better.
Because I can look up general.
Yeah, exactly. There are a few companies hiring like that here in Austin, but not a lot. And that's mainly because, as you guys have learned, not a lot of people understand what user experience design is or how it works. IBM is the biggest hirer in the Austin and really even Central Texas area that recognizes that great design can come from anywhere. So absolutely look at IBM. They will be interested. As
But
Apple
my
moves-
website is like, my portfolio is all about stuff, and all that, it's not ADA. You know,
compliant.
I have looked a little bit at accessibility on that, and my website is not that. What was the other thing you said after that?
WCAG.
WCAG.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, oh, okay, that's fine. So, WCAG is the web content accessibility guidelines. That's basically ADA for the
Great, I'll look that up.
Yeah, and it's a really long list. There are also a lot of tools that you can use to evaluate a website to see if it's
Free, right?
Yes, yes, bingo.
Consortium?
Yeah, it's where you run your website through it to make sure that all your tags and that was through Meetup. One Meetup with who taught us that. And I didn't know what he was talking about, but I'm like, so I was like, okay, I need to do this, but I just don't have the time. I mean, it's just getting my portfolio, so yeah.
I'd also say that in the next few years, one, user experience design is going to become more common knowledge, and two, the Austin and Central Texas area is going to continue attracting larger firms that have a better understanding of what UX is. Atlassian has moved in, Apple is moving in, Microsoft is most likely going to be opening another even larger office. We've got Google coming. I think that aside from the more expensive educational options that we were talking about, one of the best things that you can do is, one, find a mentor, and two, with that mentor, come up with projects that you can work on for spans of 3 months to start getting your hands dirty, showing that you can do this not only to other people but also to yourself. Because one of the things that all of these companies will be looking for is someone who does exactly that. That, like, I kid you not, they can specifically look for people who come up with their own projects, who see problems in everyday life and go out to solve them. That will make you incredibly attractive to anyone who's hiring. That said, it took me about 6 months to come up with some of those projects and then actually make them happen. There were a few different ways. My first mentor was actually one of my original instructors at General Assembly. And then my current mentor, though I have like actually two, one of them I met when I just took a free class at WeWork that was basically trying to show you how to do the front-end development for your And then afterwards, I was like, you know shit. Can I learn shit from you? She was like, sure. And actually, I also volunteered at something called Austin's Council, which is basically like General Assembly, except for high school students. And I was just coming one day, sit on a panel, and critique the work that had been done. I asked good questions, and the person who was organizing this entire thing was like, you ask good questions. I want to mentor you. Also, I work at IBM. You should apply. And then I didn't let me get a job.
Thank you. This was actually, this was really inspiring. It was very exciting.
And if you have any more questions or curiosities,
Oh, thank
please just
you.
email me. I will
Thank you.
So she asked one of my questions for. But one thing that I wanted to.
I can teach somebody how to do this style of drawing in like 2 hours.
Researching and doing like information interviews and all that kind of stuff with UX designers back in June and July. And one of them actually told me she'd gone through the UT program for UXD. Like I just graduated last year with like a group of 15 people, and like only 2 out of 15 have gotten jobs. She's like, coding is actually much more needed, so maybe you should go in through front end dev. And with her, that was kind of advice that I'd gotten scattered through different people. But I know that you said that transition can sometimes be like bullshit.
Yeah.
How do I make that transition but not be bullshit?
Okay. I've got 2 pieces of information there.
Okay.
One, the person who gave you that advice is not wrong.
Okay.
One of the really frustrating things.
Thank you for saying that. That's really encouraging.
Yeah.
I didn't follow the wrong advice.
No.
Okay.
She's helping you.
Whew.
Okay.
All right.
She has a head in the game.
Yeah.
The thing about the UX market, especially in Austin right now, is that there is incredibly high demand for user experience design, and there is like next to no one who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
And that includes a lot of recruiters and HR people who are
Okay,
like, oh, we need HR. I don't know what this means.
Okay.
I copy paste from someone else and just throw it up there and hope we get
And this overlaps with all these other things. We'll just put them all together and turn this. Yeah.
Exactly. And it also doesn't help when these poor folks who are just trying to do their job really well get bad information from someone else who is like, oh, UX is just front-end development. No, it's not.
Yeah.
So when a friend was telling you that front-end development is the more reliable way to move into UX, they were lying. That actually is one of the best ways to move into user experience design. The other really strong way to do that is through user interface design. That said, if you move into UX through user interface design, you are going to be facing a lot more roadblocks because there are so many ways that people can say, oh, that's just visual design, let's just make it pretty, just make it pop. And it's hard to counteract that. But the advantage with front-end development is that there are a lot of people who don't know how that works.
Yes. Okay.
You know, it's so simple. Once you it's like you just have to get some basics, and then you're like, oh, I can make shit.
Yeah.
So the way that you can move forward with front-end development into UX while avoiding that bullshit is basically call it out.
Yeah.
If someone says like, oh, you're a front-end developer, but you want to move into UX, you can respond to that by saying, yes, and that being said, I recognize that UX and front-end development are not the same thing. UX focuses specifically on a mindset that you use to approach problems and problem solve. And it goes with research, build, test. You use that to iterate and build something great. That will impress the recruiters and the people that you are talking to because it shows that you know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
I shit you not.
Just call it out.
Yeah, like there have been maybe 4 or 5 interviews that I've had where that question came up because my background is in politics of all things, and people are like, how could you possibly know about UX and design research? And I'm like, well, let me tell you. And in each of those situations, immediately afterwards, they said, wow, you actually do know your stuff. That's amazing. I didn't think that was going to be the case. And in 3 out of 4 of those interviews, I was offered a job afterwards.
Cool.
No joke.
Cool.
So seriously, they will appreciate it if you recognize the disparity and call out the bullshit.
Okay, cool. The other thing too was you said when you're kind of thinking of ideas, take the problems that like you run into and be like, not is it universal, but are other people experiencing this? Like, so part of our project for like the coding hackathon thing is I don't know if anybody else has experienced this in Austin, but I walk a lot, and so sometimes you're walking down a sidewalk and it just randomly ends in the middle of a block.
Or your bike lane.
Or your bike lane, and so I'm thinking like, okay, what if I were in a wheelchair? Or what if I were like a mom with a toddler who now has to cross the street in traffic? Like that kind of thing. Is that kind of where you're starting with like how to put yourself in that position with empathy and like build on that to actually create a solution with the users coming first as an example?
Yeah, that's actually a really good way to start.
Okay.
Another way to potentially start off that process is if you recognize so I'm going to back up a second.
Okay.
I also spend a lot of my time researching video game design because I'm weird.
That's not weird. That's pretty cool.
Virtual reality.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a long conversation. We can talk about that later. But one of the key frameworks that gets used in video game design to understand what you're doing and how you're doing it is to think about things in terms of mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics. In other words, what are the rules and systems at play? What is the behavior that is influenced or forced by those systems? And what does it look like and feel like to interact with those systems? So in that situation, it sounds like to me that you've caught on to both a dynamic and a mechanic. The mechanic being that these sidewalks are ending in the middle of like fucking nowhere.
Yeah. And all over the place for some reason. Yeah.
Municipality, jurisdiction, that's always why. That's that.
Easements.
Yep.
Eminent domain.
And you were catching on to the dynamics, the kinds of behavior that's getting influenced by this. Another way to start this is to ask, who walks everywhere? One of the answers might be, well, people who just want to walk because they live nearby. Another answer is like, people who don't have the money to walk or to drive everywhere.
People don't own a car or don't own a bike yet.
Exactly. There are lots of different reasons for people. Yeah.
Workers in the area.
Exactly. And if you can use that as your starting point, you can start generating a lot of different potential user groups that all share this one behavior that they're getting start from there. That said,
Never boring PowerPoint ever.
I wouldn't recommend trying to think of every single possible type of person that's going to be encountering this situation, because one, you're never going to find them all. And two, can you test that theory today? If you're thinking about all these different people and every single edge case, no, you can't. You're going to learn what those edge cases are if you go out and start testing, if you go out and start observing, if you look into previous research. So my overall recommendation there is do what you're doing right now, but then cut it off.
Yeah.
After maybe doing something for trying to come up with ideas for longer than an hour, then you're doing it wrong.
My follow-up to that would be that you started a blog, either on a WordPress. Is that, am I killing you?
No, I'm just, no, I'm dying for other reasons.
Was that a bad idea? That's a great idea.
Oh my god, she said blog.
I like a WordPress. Like make sure, like that's what I'm actually trying to start right now because I really care about design, but and I care as a woman of color, right? Like I have a lot of experiences, especially like well, first generation, right? Like I have a lot of unique. I guess I have a lot of unique insight into how the world works, and because I go to such elite institutions, I'm constantly confronted by a lot of issues. So I really want to have a space to talk about that and make that actionable. And I think that's the component that was sort of missing from what you said. That it's one thing to identify and to transform yourself in your own thinking, but that also has to be productive in some way, shape, or form, and to have a deliverable affordable, like a blog, where you can start sharing that information. I think is really powerful. I think the most, the platform that I'm going to start using is Tumblr. I do have a Huffington Post blogger account, which are fairly easy to achieve. So it just depends on who your audience is, right? And I feel like on Huffington Post, because it's more publicly searchable, if you want to be someone who is sort of recognized as a design thinker, like writ large as an intellectual, then I think that's a great opportunity. But if you, like myself, are just sort of interested in like doing this for your own, like for your own personal development, but also having it accessible to people, I would really consider trying a Tumblr. I don't know if you have any follow-ups to that, but I'm really just starting that process now. Because I think that there's a lot of interesting perspectives that are really missing in design, and there's, you know, certainly lots of opportunities to continue developing that, and especially the guy, I don't know if you've heard of this, Seymour Papert. He's basically like the founder of Constructionism. He was a professor at MIT. He unfortunately just passed away. And so we're kind of like at a direction in the design community for people who have a voice and who are really interested in innovating and who have something interesting and unique to say. And we're in a really, really unique space right now, especially being a part of Texas and its development, because as we sort of become increasingly more global, I just saw Congressman Castro pop up on the screen. As we become a force more, not only within the country, but within the world at large for our technological prowess, a lot of those perspectives are going to be necessary for people who really understand community-oriented design.
You know, and I think that speaks a lot too also about like creative confidence. Have you read that book or anything like that? So I think it was made by the guy who made Ivy's brother. So yeah,
Creative confidence, you say?
Yeah, creative confidence. And like understanding that like you're like kind of deciding that you do have a voice that's worth sharing, or that you do have a problem that's worth solving to share with people. Where do you start with that? I mean, have you ever like had that self-doubt creep in where you're like, my idea's not good enough? I mean, when I even proposed the sidewalk idea, I was like, I'm supposed to go over this, like, no show, but I'm gonna say the show, you know? And then they got it, and it's actually like a big issue. There's like a lot of pedestrian deaths in Austin, and I had no idea about it. You know, there's databases on it and stuff. So like, where do you start off with that?
With that process of trying to like cultivate the confidence?
Yeah.
That's a neat question. Okay.
Well, I'll speak on my experience.
Okay.
Because I'm 22, I'm a college student. I go to Wellesley, which is nice liberal arts college. I'm a political science major. Thank you. And I actually take all of my design classes at MIT. And I'm, you know, obviously surrounded by the most brilliant up-and-coming engineers and designers in all of the engineering faculties, right? And the people that I've worked with are like award winners and, you know, like neuroscience. Yeah, exactly. And the people who I'm working under are Nobel laureates, right? Like one of my advisors who I do research for, like came up with like one of the design thinking books in like the 1980s and 90s.
Cool.
And so it's like, and these are the people who are like telling me what to do and what to say, but they're coming from a very different perspective than I am, right? And so sometimes I just have to take a step back and ask myself like, whoa, does what they're saying even apply to me in the world that I live in the spaces that I operate, the resources that I have available to me? Like, one, I'm not fully an MIT student, but I can take advantage of some of those resources. Two, I'm not an engineer. I've taken a number of mechanical engineering classes, but I'm not an engineer make.
Yeah.
And three, like, I'm a woman and I'm low income and I'm Latina, and that means a lot of things in those spaces. And so oftentimes I'm just like, hey, y'all, like, and I have a disability, right? And so all the time I'm like saying, like, hey, did you think about this issue? Or like, hey, did you think about this? And people are like, who is this girl? Like, why is she calling out all our issues, right? And so I'm kind of at a point in my career, and that's why I actually took the semester off to be at home, and I'm actually volunteering at a Catholic girls' high school and teaching a design thinking camp. That I want to gain that confidence in myself and who I am and what my story is, because I know that my perspective at the end of the day is necessary, because there's so many people whose voices are not represented. Exactly. But I also, I guess the other thing that I do, or that I am very cognizant of, is that I am but one person with that experience, and I am but one woman and one Latina and one low-income person, right? And I also have to recognize the difference, I guess, between confidence and making assumptions. And I think what's really critical in being a designer is particularly that component of empathy and making sure that it does not extend to sympathy, right? Because there's, in religious studies, as I saw with your background, there's actually a hierarchy about empathizing, right? So at the top, or rather, let's start with the bottom. At the bottom is sympathy, which is feeling for another person. Yeah. And sometimes, exactly. And that's a corollary that a lot of people make, right? And then the second one would be So it's, what is it? So it's sympathy, compassion, and then empathy.
Right.
And so compassion is like feeling with another person. And that's like saying like, oh dude, I'm so sorry that's happening. And then empathy is like feeling alongside that person, feeling with that person. And I think the designers really try to achieve that third and final level of empathizing with another person and understanding where it truly is that they're coming from and understanding what it is that they're feeling, but also recognizing that you are not this person.
Yeah.
Right? And you come with your own biases and subjectivities, and then it's important not to project that onto other people. And so that's, I think, what's really going to be critical, as you mentioned, as we move forward in the design process and as UX becomes more important for people, becoming more technological, that designers just sort of take a step back and don't take on this sort of God complex, because they think that, oh, I can empathize, intellectually with another person, but recognize that in our hearts we're just one person, and we're just trying to do the best that we can to serve them. And that, I think, is going to be the orientation of public service as we move forward in the next 20 to 50 years, which is why UX designers is going to be so important moving forward, but certainly developing that kind of confidence, and keeping it at a confidence, right?
Yeah.
Is going to be really important.
So, I have at least my own,
Yeah.
You're so well.
Well done.
I'm blown
Well
away.
done.
You covered all the points, all the bases, multiple home runs.
Grand slams.
Yes. I have two thoughts that might also help you make that jump into what's called creative confidence. Okay. The first thought is going to kind of touch on that difference that you were just mentioning between empathy, compassion, and sympathy. In that, I'm a Buddhist. I've been practicing Buddhism. Yeah, it's my stuff. I'll grab it here in a second.
Okay, no, you're not on the way, just me. I don't wanna like,
Move it. Like, I'm touching other people's stuff.
we're stealing the ticket.
You don't want this.
If you did that, I'd be like, okay.
I have to replace it now, don't worry.
Fine. One is that I am a Theravada Buddhist. I've been practicing since I was. And one of the things that I approach the world with is the idea that if something exists, it doesn't matter if it's a person, if it's a thing, or exactly. If you exist, you have a voice. No one or nothing has the right to take it away. That is like my starting point. The second thing, again, to be honest, not so much from design graphs or like that, but again from my practices of Buddhism. And that is if you find yourself struggling with something, then the way to move past or move through that thing is to understand what it is that you're facing. So, in the situation that you guys were talking about where, Estefania, you were mentioning that bringing up all these points that other folks in academia were missing, and yet then they were responding with, who does this person think they are? When you mentioned that and then made the connection to this absence of creative confidence, that's actually not where my mind went to. My mind went to they are pushing you into patriarchy. They're pushing you into Eurocentricity. They're pushing you into all of these things.
The kind of conformity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're pushing you into these hierarchical social systems that are meant only to privilege their voice, not you. They're not challenging your ideas. Your ideas are sound. That's why they're challenging your presence.
Yeah.
And that sorry, I'm gonna finish that.
Yeah.
And that situation here isn't so much a matter, at least in my head, of quote unquote cultivating creative confidence to fight that battle, but rather understand what's going on around you, so then you can interact with the core thing going on and just ignore that. Which, granted, is really easy for me to say as someone who's white skinned and is bi-sex male. But there have still been situations where, actually no, I've got a really good example. Okay. Huh? Okay. So there is a book that is called something of the time being. I'm reading it right now. I don't know why the title isn't coming to me, but regardless, there is. It is by. Tales of the Time Being, that's the name of it. Look it up here in a second. And there is a specific section that A Tale for the Time Being by Ruth Ozeki. Okay, I was close. And in one of the scenes of that book, this young high school girl and her great-grandmother, they're both in Japan, they're Japanese, the great-grandmother is actually a Buddhist nun. They are going into a small store to just get some chocolate because they're going to go to the beach. And there is a biker right outside the door that throws curses at them, that spits at them as they're going in, basically just makes their day crap. And the girl is really, really scared to go back out because they just went into the store. They have to leave. They go out, the biker gang starts getting pissed again, spitting, cursing, actually approaching them. And this is the first time that Chico, the grandmother, actually responds to them. She turns to them very slowly, and she bows. Because in that situation, exactly, because in that situation, these bikers, who are a female biker, this is almost the epitome of what you're not supposed to do in Japan. And Chico understood that in that situation, they're not trying to kill you, they're not trying to harass you because they're evil. They feel insecure. They need respect in that moment before they can do anything else. And so Chico gave them what they actually needed. And pushed them the fuck out. As in, they were just sitting there like, what? I don't know. I think I'm supposed to bow back?
Does not compute.
Exactly. And then they all bowed back. I've actually done something similar to this. When I was actually just like way back in high school when I was doing this. I also went to public high school, and there were a lot of people who liked to beat up on me. This was also a period of time when I had just converted to Muslim, so I was really into these methods. There was one day that I was walking down the hall, and there was someone who generally didn't like me, and he kind of moved towards me threateningly, and I literally just turned and bowed. That's all I did, and he kind of looked at me like, what?
Yeah.
And then moved on. And so when I saw that in this book, I was like, oh, I'm not the only one who's experienced that.
Yeah.
Whoa. And so when it comes to using approaches like that in this situation of creative confidence, my recommendation is not so much like, be confident, so much as get in touch with what's actually happening. Because if you get in touch with what's actually happening around you, what you truly are, what this space is, what the situation is, you won't need confidence because you're based in reality. And reality is that confidence. That's my recommendation.
Cool. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Like, you don't have to move forward with that. That's just me saying, like, this is how I understand that situation, and this is what I would do. That won't necessarily work for everyone. I know some people that are very gung-ho, and they'd be like, no! Punch!
Yeah.
Okay? They can block,
To be
but-
disruptive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's just not my method. That's not my way of coming from. So,
Yeah, that's not how I like to coexist.
And John, I think the thing from my baby perspective is that it can be really hard to start something new. You know, like I think as women we're sort of taught to like go with the flow and like sort of jump onto things that like other people have created, and it can be really scary to like come up with something new or to fill in a need, whether exists. But I think the most valuable thing that so I was a congressional intern, and one of the things that we learned during the time is that, you don't have a seat on the table, you're on the menu. And one of the things that I learned to sort of combat that.
Damn.
That sounds like something Donald Trump would say.
That
sounds really Trump-esque.
dark. That came from one of the highest ranking women Democrats that we met.
Wow. I can
Fun
totally
fact.
understand why she would say that. Because when you're dealing with that world, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. And so someone, a few days later, maybe it was a few weeks later, told us, the greatest way that you can add value to the world is by creating organization out of chaos and filling a need where there is one. And that's how you bring value into the organization. So I would, follow up and say, that's a really incredible idea that you had for civic engagement for Boston. And I know that there's lots of even financial resources that can begin to back you. I mean, you don't have to go through VCs. I know a lot of people think that VCs are like the be-all end-all, but you could actually even start your own nonprofit. And there's a lot of organizations that are looking to fund private-public partnerships that interface with governments to help promote civic engagement. And a lot of people don't know that, but if you come from the nonprofit world, you know that because you're applying for those grants, but you don't. But a lot of people don't think to come up with new ideas to apply for those grants. So I would say, if you come up with this idea and if this is something that you really want to keep pursuing, don't limit yourself to the conventional model that's put out there by tech, because there's going to be a lot of VCs who are not going to see the value or the utility in what you're doing, but you know that it's valuable, so just keep looking for those funders and keep working on this and make sure that you have a plan after the hackathon for the sustainability of your idea, and then you keep in contact with the people who are interested and invested, and that you keep doing it, because you never know what this could lead to, and you could eventually become a part of an organization and you could be bought or subsumed. There's, I know, a really great organization out of San Antonio called City Flag. That's actually, it's sort of like role-playing, what is it, it's kind of like a virtual reality civic engagement game, but that makes you into an avatar that's a part of the government, and they've gotten a ton of money, and they won a competition, like a national competition for civic engagement apps, and now they're super touted by the government. They got invited to the White House. These kinds of things are super valuable. But if you don't meet the kinds of people who are going to tell you the information that I'm telling you now, you're never going to think about it.
I was just going to ask for your email.
Can I have your contact?
We can make Facebook friends. I think email is lame. I don't know. Well, not lame and a lame.
I don't actually have a Facebook.
That's okay. You can also have my phone number.
Okay.
I just mean I hate it when people try to set up structures between you and them. Here's my card. Let's just be Facebook friends.
Okay, sure. When I was back in
That's TEF.
back when I was in academia,
And I live in San Antonio, so if you're ever down there, thank you.
Back when I was in academia, I was working for something. If someone wanted to actually have spectrum with me, then you do it over phone, because that's what easy for me to keep in contact with someone. Then I made this transition into this entirely different that
I like what you can say with your eyes.
Communicates a lot more quickly than it works. Was that that's not the norm. People have very strict divides between what is workspace, what is professional space, and what is personal space.
Yes.
I don't really have that divide, but I do need to respect that divide in other people.
Yes.
So that's why I always say use your email. In part because I recognize that's a lot easier for people who are already in this field, and also because for people who are moving into this field, I want you guys to learn that this is how everybody else is doing it, and while collectively we can make this shift eventually, I also have to recognize where we're starting from. This is where we're starting from.
But I think also, you kind of have to gauge the situation, right? I wouldn't tell everyone just stop being on Facebook.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Certainly, I think it's contextual.
And I think there's an appropriate medium for whatever you're trying to accomplish. For instance, I think it's a lot more valuable for you to just have Twitter. Facebook for me is not. It's not doing anything for me other than just this is what I'm eating for lunch. You know, I don't get a lot of value from following everything that people are doing.
And like the thing is that like people use these different tools to solve different problems.
Yes.
Like I've got a lot of friends over the freaking days.
Yeah.
I can't keep all day email.
No, yeah, absolutely.
I only use it for events.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a really
Shows.
If I didn't, because they're not going to text everybody in the group.
Absolutely.
If it wasn't for events, I wouldn't have it either.
Absolutely.
I totally hear you. That's the only reason I have it.
I'm gonna go get some lunch, but it was so nice to talk to you.
Y'all were delightful.
If I had any more questions about mentoring or anything like that, you said you don't have a problem with us emailing you or anything.
Thanks for the awesome work. I'm a mosaic artist. I haven't really nothing with it, but it's good, great to hear this side of the world.
Well, I mean, if you're here to learn, then
I am.
you have business to be here.
Oh, there you go. Well said. Not the experience, but the desire. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Can I walk you out like downstairs or
I'm just gonna grab some of my stuff over here, and then I'm gonna find the side.
This is a chart for the MVP. It was red.
Okay. So you can teach your
Thank you. I thank you very much.
I work on it. It's so simple. So it's so
You take it out of the if I do this on Monday, I can unpeel it on Wednesday.
Just making sure I just came and I just like, here's some material. So, okay, cool.
They'll introduce you.
What's that?
They'll introduce you.
Oh, really? Okay. They'll like be over there? Or?
Sarah has red cereal.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, she's come and introduce you.
Okay, awesome.
Does she know you're here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're good.
All right, awesome.
It's been doing that.
It's just large. They're not, the teams are in there.
USA Bowl. USA Bowl. It's like the best
I didn't catch it. I didn't until after I sent that text, and I was like, oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was learning a lot of it.
We were kind of behind and under.
Oh, yeah.
This program was really interesting.
I'll probably get my hard collar one day.
I put it down as one of my jobs.
The way that they talk about it.
Okay, awesome, there you go, so, yeah. I sent
But somebody from the state.
Okay, all right. I have evidence, I have the email.
So, I'm curious, what you're gonna talk about here.
Firebase and Heroku. And I was just gonna.
I'll probably come, because I don't really know how to do it.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
I'll be the head guard in the back.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh, you can just be like, be like Firebase. What is it?
Yeah, I kind of really enjoying it.
Any more information?
Not only.
That might be salary.
I feel like if I kind of I would have been like, you can buy my car for $5, but I'm like, I feel like I'm buying.
Now I can write some interesting questions.
Well, there's so many things you can do with it. If you have I also love like there's not a whole lot
So you're running your Ubuntu virtualized or is it on the
Yeah, I haven't run Windows since like 2005. I don't even know how to Sometimes people, you know, like they're like I go visit my family and my folks, and then my like, oh, I got this computer problem.
I have no idea.
Actually, I don't know Windows. Sorry.
You've legitimately insulated yourself from social media there.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I have to help them anyway. You know, I get this. I know you. Okay.
Like your approach.
Yeah. I tried.
Is that the exact same one? It looks like the exact same one I have.
I think the screen is a little wider, but it's, yeah, they're both aces, I think. Is he?
Let's see, mine is 15.4, yours is 17.
That one is, I don't know the inches, but it's like the 1080p one. About it like, it's like $350.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Mine
Such a
was a
deal.
lot more than that.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, you probably have like better hardware. I was just going for the cheapest, you know, because I run Linux, so I don't need a lot of, compute power. I just need something cheap with a good screen. It has a 1080p screen.
It has a great screen and great battery life.
Yeah.
I can run it all day, no problems whatsoever.
Yeah. Yours probably has better battery life than mine, but it's pretty good for, it's better than the last one I had. You know, I had like an old ancient ThinkPad that was just, you know, it would just run out of battery like in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. So this works. You know, I have issues with Linux and Wi-Fi. That's why I have to use this thing to get Wi-Fi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's like driver issues in the version of Linux I'm using.
Yeah, I want to learn Linux. I haven't yet, but
Yeah. Maybe
that's my plan. My next plan.
Yeah. You know, I'm doing this cloud computing stuff, but seeing the other, then I looked at all the other panel discussions. Maybe I should have just done like a Linux one. So I don't have like, I think I have an hour. So if people are interested, I could do that a little bit. You know, show you some stuff.
It might be.
I'll keep it open. I'll,
Okay.
I'll keep it open. I'll pull the room and see what they want to hear about.
Maybe you can do half and half.
I can't probably, because this presentation isn't that long.
Well, I'm just saying that because, you know, we were talking about intro to Git and things like that.
Did you have an intro to Git?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So a lot of those commands are, it tells you some commands too. So
Yeah.
and it'll kind of make sense how that stuff is working when you take it to the command line.
Command. It's like, you know, the command line's just, you know, you're used to going to the UI or to Finder or to whatever. It's just instead of doing it visually with graphics, you just do it with commands. This directory, that directory. So it's, you know. And then beyond that, the command line is interesting because it's also like a programming language. Yeah, so you can take those commands and put it in a file, and then it's like a program. And it's a language, and you can add files. You know, things like that. So all kinds of stuff.
And yeah, like, you should know that too. If you learn how to navigate command line, and if anything breaks, you're probably gonna be.
Sometimes, yeah, a lot of times, but sometimes stuff really breaks. Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Hey.
You're gonna do your little intro, right? All right. Hey, everyone. I think you're gonna get started. So this is my friend Eddie, who is great. He has a meetup here in town, the Hispanic Hackers. They meet at the Capitol Factory also. Super nice. Also, he's an entrepreneur, used to work at IBM. He knows all kinds of fancy stuff. And so he's gonna be doing an introduction to cloud computing, which sounds really fancy because it is. So I'm so excited for y'all. I'm glad that you guys are here, and I'm gonna let Eddie take it away. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so as Sarah said, my name is Eddie Reyes. You know what? This is the slide where I'm supposed to convince you I'm qualified to give a talk about whatever. I'm the founder of a company called Tasker. It's a little company, and I help companies that are working on software more easily adopt DevOps practices. What that means is that for their product and for their code, it becomes very easy to ship it and to fix it and to test it, and I help them do that. So that's what my product does. As Sarah mentioned, I'm also the organizer of the Austin Hispanic Hackers. And we meet here at Capitol Factory every second Wednesday evening of the month. And we do all kinds of cool stuff. You know, we talk about technology. Sometimes we talk about diversity, entrepreneurship. We had we had a special meeting this month to bring people to talk about this hackathon so they can, like, you know, get ahead of the curve and cheat and form teams ahead of time so they can beat you up. So, but I don't know if that works good. So before I get going into the cloud computing stuff, I think I'm slotted for like an hour, and we're going to talk about cloud computing, you know, in general, and what, you know, sounds like a fancy term, but I'll bring it down to earth a little bit. But if you guys have like anything else you also want to talk about, I'm sort of here to serve you. So some people mentioned like Linux command line, and, you know, I can talk a little bit about that. So I'm going to go through this presentation, and then I'll just kind of open the floor, and you guys can ask about whatever. Think of it like an ask me anything, you know. I don't know. And my personal background, besides these two things, I did work at IBM for a while. I used to basically work on the operating systems team for the AIX operating system at IBM. I've also worked at Lifesize. They used to have a bunch of Lifesize stuff here at Capitol Factory, but they got rid of it already. I worked at Lifesize at some point when they were very popular. You know, they had their stuff everywhere. They do like video conferencing stuff, and I worked on like Linux device drivers and programming cameras, camera motors, and mic pods. I did that for a while. I've also worked at a security startup called Click Security, where we had a product that tried to catch hackers just by watching your network, and, you know, it was kind of whiz-bang stuff. It was fun. They're gone now, but you know, it happens with startups sometimes. So just keep that in mind. You know, if you're inspired to like say like, oh, this is interesting, I want to learn about X thing also after you're done, like, you know, just let me know. Just keep that in mind. I'm open to whatever. So what's cloud computing? So before there was cloud computing, you know, you all here working in teams building some software, right? And back in the days, like in the 90s and the early 2000s, when people got together to do what you're doing in your teams right now, you had to have a back room running computers, and some of them looked like this when they got kind of complex. This is a horrifyingly bad room. And that's what companies did, you know, like there was everybody's heard of eBay. eBay is kind of an early internet company. And those early internet companies like Amazon and eBay in the 90s, they were really like winging it and figuring out as they go along, because they were the first people doing stuff on the internet. And the story for eBay goes that they had a server, and then their company grew and they got more users, and the server like got maxed out and they couldn't handle the capacity. And they're like, wow, that's crazy, we need a bigger server. So they get a bigger server, and then a couple months pass, and then that server gets maxed out. They're like, okay, we need a bigger server. We get a bigger server. And they finally got like the biggest server they could find, and it wasn't enough. They're like, okay, we need to approach this differently. We need to, we need to have a way to like bring up many servers, and we need to be smart about it because it costs a lot of money to have 50 servers. So wouldn't it be nice if we use like some sort of virtualization where we could split up servers and have like virtual servers start and go, and that's the basic idea that started out, you know, cloud computing. And then cloud as we know it today, sort of started, you know, it started as we know it. I think it was 2007. Amazon had built out, you know, this crazy technology. Like, and it was really crazy. It looked like that room in the back there. You know, there's a really good interview with employee number 1 of Amazon. He was a really smart guy. He's like network tech and programmer, and he was like jack of all trades. And he told the stories of how he built out Amazon, and it was crazy. He spent his day like running wires and, you know, doing stuff like that. You know, who here's running wires to finish your project? And yeah. So, to build Amazon, which is just like a website with a store, that's what they had to do. You know? So they built out this amazing system, and Amazon had like tons and tons of users. And Amazon's like, this is an interesting business. What if we turn around and just sort of sell access to our infrastructure? And that was, the cloud was born, right? So what cloud means? I mean, cloud is like you know, it's you know, when you watch the news, they say stuff in the cloud, but like if you access like Pandora, they you know, put Pandora or so whatever service you use, anything that's on the internet is also called cloud, I guess. But to us programmers, cloud is kind of a specific thing. Cloud is the servers and the technology that your code runs on. You know, so nobody here has, you know, you're using laptops to, you know, to write your code and to surf the internet or whatever, but when you actually run your stuff and you put it somewhere so that people can access it over the internet, that's when you use a cloud service of some sort. So, 2007, that was the case. In 2016, I only fit 4 logos in here, but you know, there's a ton. There's like a ton of cloud services out there. There's a ton of choices. And it's really, this is really a field of technology that's kind of in the early stages still. Not so early, like in 2007 when there was nothing, but now people are trying to just, you know, come up with lots of different technologies. Like, what if you did this in the cloud or that in the cloud, or here's, you know, and then these companies here are kind of like core cloud providers. Amazon by far is the biggest, most common one. I think they own like 70% of the market or something like that. But you know, you have Google Cloud is growing fast, Microsoft Azure is growing fast, DigitalOcean is a really cool one, and they all cater to kind of different kinds of use cases and users. So there's a lot of cloud technologies out there, and also in today, while these things are super powerful and they're very geared toward teams and companies that have like a lot of users, and they have, you know, when you have a site or an application that has like millions of users and you need it to stay up all the time, it's actually a pretty, it can be a pretty challenging thing to do. And all these companies are really good at giving you the tools to help you stay up and help you be scalable. The downside, you know, the trade-off to this is that these tools end up being pretty difficult to use. You're in a hackathon and you're coding stuff as fast as you can. You're not going to go, unless you already know, like, I know exactly how to set up a scalable infrastructure on Amazon or on Google. You're not going to be doing that today. So I'm going to gear this discussion toward cloud technologies, which there's a lot of new ones out there that can probably help you finish your project faster. That's what we're going to talk about mostly. So, yeah, I went ahead of myself. I guess that's what this slide is, right? How can you get, you know, you're running stuff on your laptop. You have to go demo something tomorrow, right? Is everybody demoing here? Is that kind of how this works? Yeah? Okay. Hopefully you're going to go and show something. Well, you know, you can show it on your laptop or you can host it somewhere. So there's a couple of choices, a couple of services out there. I'm going to talk about 2 of them. The first one I'm going to talk about is Firebase. Firebase is, they started out as a company, they got bought out by Google now, so they're part of Google. And Firebase is what they call a backend as a service. So what that means is, I'm sure a lot of you people like know JavaScript, right? Does everybody here know JavaScript? Okay. Okay, are you learning? Learning is fine. You know, if you're learning it, you're like, yes, I know JavaScript. You know, that's what you're supposed to do. That's how this works, you know, in case you didn't know. But yeah, so you're using JavaScript to program a browser app. Your browser application calls like a server somewhere. You know, like there's a web server sitting somewhere, and this web server maybe has some dynamic content that it could serve. Firebase is like, go ahead, write your UI, write your JavaScript app in Angular or whatever, React or whatever technology you like, but don't worry about servers and databases. We'll do all that for you. And that's how Firebase works. So Firebase has a few, it started out as just, mainly it was a database, and it allowed you to set up user accounts. So if you imagine that you're creating an application, let's imagine that you're creating GitHub, right? And as you're creating GitHub, you need users to log in, and you need to, so as you build this, how do I build a flow to have users log in? You need to have account information somewhere. You need to have passwords somewhere. Well, Firebase has a service where they just do that for you, and it's free to start. You don't have to pay anything to use these services. So if you need a database, like Firebase has a database for you, and they have a JavaScript API that you can just use to call into the database. If you're creating mobile applications, they've just released some new functionality that allows you to do like push notifications for your mobile applications, and they have a full Android and iOS API. So if you're just doing a pure web service in the browser and maybe mobile applications, Firebase is an interesting alternative. And let's look at another service. This is Heroku, and I'm going to do a quick demo of Heroku for you guys today. So Heroku is a little bit different. Heroku is a service for creating server applications. So you have your browser, you have your mobile application, but most of the time people don't use something like Firebase. People are starting to now, because Firebase is getting more popular. But a lot of times people learn Python, or they learn Node.js, or they learn Ruby on Rails or something like that, and they write a server-side application that talks to your web client and all that stuff. So this gets more into like traditional cloud. Where do I run this application? Let's go rent a server in Amazon or something like that. Heroku makes that process super simple. Heroku figures out servers for you. All you got to do is say git push to Heroku, and Heroku runs servers for you. It's kind of nifty, and it's free to start out with. So it's a pretty simple. It's very simple to use. It has some trade-offs. With all the trade-offs come in when you start to do more complicated things. So you may wonder, why does anybody ever use Amazon if you have these easy tools out there? The reason is that Amazon is, if you have a real application that has a lot of users, something like Heroku and Firebase might start to get a little bit brittle. Like Firebase, I actually use Firebase in my startup Tasker as partially my backend. I'm doing something a little bit crazy, but I'm using them as like my database and as my user authentication mechanism. When you're running like a real production application with real users, like you never want it to like go down, because when it goes down, then you don't work and people are calling you like, hey, what so that's the problem with Firebase. Sometimes they go down and you can't really do much about it. You just have to kind of wait around for them. So.
AWS went down a few times and
yes,
made a lot of people very angry.
Yeah, well, when AWS goes down, like you can say, hey, AWS went down, half the internet doesn't work. Hey, don't, but Firebase goes, it's like, who the hell is Firebase? So, at least I have excuses, Or yesterday there was a huge, I don't know, I'm sure you all heard that. Yeah, there was a huge DOS against one of the central like DNS servers, and GitHub went down, and at that point I just threw it's like, hey,
It's my day off.
Yeah, no, it's not my day off. But it's like, hey, they brought down the internet. What can I do, So yeah, that's still, if you can avoid it, of course, great. But that's really the difference. AWS is a lot more production grade. Yes, you're right. They still do go down, but it's super rare. But when it does happen, it's so core to like everything that everybody hears about it.
Yep.
So AWS, at least for the couple things I have running on it, has been like amazingly robust. I mean, I've used a couple others. I have customers on Google Cloud. I have customers on Azure. I have, the AWS just doesn't break. I mean, it's ugly and it's really hard to use, and then that's why people gravitate towards some of these other solutions. And in a setting like this, it's a hackathon, or in a setting like a startup where you just need to build something and you don't know if you're going to keep it or throw it away, and you need to build it as fast as possible, that's when these other technologies become really useful. Maybe one day you graduate from them and you have to switch to something else. So, comparing these two services to each other, Firebase, Firebase does a lot of stuff for you, but the biggest trade-off is that you have to write your code for Firebase. You have to use the Firebase API in your code. They don't have servers and none of that stuff, and they give you databases and everything, but you have code that has to talk to the database, so you have to use a Firebase API, right? If you ever decide that you want to leave Firebase, you have to rewrite your code. So, that's kind of the problem with that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Heroku, on the other hand, Heroku, you write your program like if it was going to run on whatever server. You know, like your code doesn't care what server it's running on. You could just write your Ruby on Rails application. You just write your Python Flask application. You could write whatever. And Heroku deploys it for you on like a traditional server. It's just the server's kind of hidden from you. But if you ever want to move off of Heroku, you don't have to rewrite your code. You have to like think about other things, but your code is fine. You don't have to mess with your code. And you know, deployment is pretty easy, as we'll see in a second. So let's deploy a sample project to Heroku. I would imagine Heroku might be most appealing to, you know, it might be like a pretty appealing thing to most of you. So I'll show you how to set it up. This is on a Linux box. If you have a Mac, you should go to the Heroku tutorial and follow their steps to install it. Since I'm actually running on a Linux system right now, you know, I'll do the Linux steps. So I saved my steps here. So installing Heroku basically involves downloading a script and running it. So I'm going to do that. I've never installed Heroku on this system. So once wants to do something as administrator, can everybody read that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm like standing in the way here. Let me see if I can. This thing's like flimsy. I actually like broke it a minute ago.
And you're pulling some, hang on, you're pulling some stuff from that side.
Oh yeah. There we go. This is gonna fall in. Alright, let's try this. Is that a little better? Or is that worse for some of you now? Or is that I don't know. Okay. So yeah, while I've been moving around, it's still installing Heroku anyway. So while that's going, does anybody have any questions so far about what I've talked about?
Can you
Yeah.
only use JavaScript then with Firebase?
No, you can use other languages. However, JavaScript by far is the most common. So they have a lot of APIs for JavaScript. If you want to use other languages with Firebase, you have to go and find somebody's library. So actually, it's funny you mentioned that. So has anybody here heard of the Go programming language? So I have a, I'm not going to say popular, but I have a sort of widely used library for Firebase for Go. It's on my GitHub. It's eRayis01. So if you're writing Go code and you want to talk with Firebase and you want to have a nice language specific API, I wrote one for that. There's a Python one. It's mostly maintained by the community. The Firebase folks like do JavaScript, and I forget, maybe they do like Ruby. I don't know. They do like one other language, and then the rest it's like the community has to pony up and do it because they don't do it. By and large, like their customers are mostly JavaScript programmers. All right, so Heroku installed. So I have a GitHub project that I gave. It was for a presentation I gave at the Python user group about test-driven development. So this project is a Python application, and it uses the Flask framework. So we don't have to like look at we don't have to go into the code in any detail, but just quick poll, like how many people here know Python? Okay.
No, like, what's no?
Okay. Just say yes. Yes, you know Python. Yes, you know Python. Yeah. And how many people have used Flask? Okay. Dabble. Okay. Yeah. Flask is it's a Python library that helps you write web applications, server side, and APIs and things like that. So I won't get into it too much, but basically all you got to know is that this application it creates a web server that allows you to say /hello and it'll return hello world, and then it will do something a little fancier. It'll call out to the Hacker News website and it'll try to take out one of the HTTP headers from its reply. Yeah.
Any chance you can make the code bigger?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Is that better? Yeah.
It's better.
Yeah. So this is the application, and there's like a test, and I gave a presentation about test-driven development. So I wrote this application as I was writing tests, for the test-driven development for the Python user group. So, but we're going to take this application, we're going to clone it, we're going to git clone it into my laptop, and we're going to deploy it to Heroku. Sounds like a plan? All right, and it'll be accessible on the internet. So I'm gonna git clone it. Here's the command for that. So yeah, that directory works. Git clone. All right, so we git cloned it. Another thing I have to do is I have to log into Heroku from the command line, because Heroku, you use Heroku through the command line. Just like, as you're using Git, you also use Heroku like that. So I have an account that I already created for Heroku. If you're gonna use Heroku, you'd have to go and create an account on their website. But once you do that, and you install the CLI, you say Heroku login. Then it's gonna like go, this is the first time I run it, so it's like, oh, I need to install more stuff. So it'll take a second. It's just 20 megs, so it shouldn't be too bad. There we go. So I'll give my spam email address like I do when I don't want to really see anything that anybody ever sends to me. And my password, and we're good, so we're logged in. So I just cloned this project into this directory right here. So this is my Python project. So let's go quickly through the steps. So first time you set up Heroku on a project, you just run a simple command, Heroku create. And that's it. So now your project is set up with Heroku. So you guys took a Git tutorial, right? How many people took a Git tutorial? There was like a tutorial here. All right. Do you, bless you. Are you guys familiar with the concept of Git remotes? Or is it, no? I won't get into that. So there's some magic that Heroku uses. It integrates into Git, and it lets you Git push into Heroku. So you'll see how that works in a second. So that's what Heroku create does. It basically sets up an application. Like Heroku now knows about your repository on the server, and now on the command line, you have something you could push to called Heroku. You've probably seen this origin business, right? Like when you push to origin, well, now you can push to Heroku. Normally origin represents GitHub. So anyway, so before we push to Heroku, we're gonna take a look at a file. Normally for Heroku, you don't have to do anything. Like if your application is pretty simple, you don't have to add any files. But if you're doing something a little fancy, there's a special file that Heroku recognizes called the proc file. So this right here is the proc file, and there's only one line. And let me see if I can make this bigger somehow. Hold on. Find replace. This is like Vim, so I don't know. I don't know if this has like a zoom in feature. Let me see. All right, let's do this. Let's just, I think I can do it this way. Oops. Ooh. If I just cat the file. Now let's see. Yeah, there we go. So the proc file only has a single line. So this is like a special file that Heroku knows how to read, and this is telling Heroku how to run my application. Since we're not going to deep dive into Python, I'm not going to get too much into the details of what this is doing. But basically, this is it's giving Heroku a command saying if you want to run this Python application, it's a Flask Python application. It's not like a normal Python application. So this is how you run it, in a production environment. So once we got that, if you ever want to test your application locally, you can just say Heroku local, and it'll. Oh, I'm forgetting one important piece. This is all very Python specific stuff. I'm going to create something called a virtual env. And so virtual env is basically it's like a Python environment that has all of the dependencies for your code. And this is kind of getting too far into Python stuff, but it's necessary in order for this to work. So there we go. So now I'm inside of my virtual env, and I can come back. Whoops. Code. So this is the Python command that installs all my dependencies. So it'll install it into this virtual env that I created, rather than in my root system, because I don't want to mess with my actual Linux installation. So that's going to run for like a minute. There we go. Oh, it's done. So now that we have our Python environment set up and our Python environment can run our application, now we can say Heroku local. And and it's going to say, all right, your application is listening at the local host on port 5000. So if I go to my browser and I say, show me localhost port 5000 / hello, there I'll see hello world. Hey, my application. Yeah. So it's running locally on my laptop, and this is useful for like testing and stuff like that. So let's say this is ready. You know, and I just exited it, so I just killed the Heroku local. So let's say this is ready, and we're like ready to throw this out on the internet. You know, our tests pass, which you can see actually passing. You know, everything passes. We're ready to go. So we're just, the way you send your code to Heroku is just git push Heroku master. We're pushing the master branch to Heroku, and normally you send this to GitHub, but in this case you're sending it to Heroku, and as you can see, it's doing a lot of different stuff than what you see when you push to GitHub. It's actually taking your code and it's figuring out, how do I run it, how do I build it. There it goes, it's like build. You see it's doing the pip install over on the Heroku side, and when that finishes, it's going to be it's going to give you a URL. It's going to say, okay, here's your application, like public on the internet. Yep, deployed to Heroku, there we go. Verify and deploy. So this is the address of my application. It's out on the internet, it's publicly accessible.
What is that address?
It is, it's kind of a crazy address. I'll leave it there for a second. So, Aqueous Lowlands. It's a they just generate random names. They find random words, and, you know, so.
That's kind of cool though.
Yeah, it's called Aqueous Lowlands 65886.herokuapp.com. If you just hit that URL by itself, it's going to give you a 404, because my application, you gotta say /hello, right? So
Can you repeat the address again?
it is. Let me. Can you read this?
Yeah, just wait a moment.
Yeah.
65886.
6588628. Yeah.
.herokuapp.com. What is it?
Yes. /hello. Yeah, so you can see the hello world. Works? Yeah, there you go. I'm telling you, no lie, it's on the internet. It's live. It's live.
It's gotta be real.
It's in the cloud, man. It's up in the cloud. Yeah. So another cool thing, if you look at this address, it's HTTPS. They do that for you, so that's nice. When you, there's a lot of little things about putting your application live in a real environment aside from coding, right? You know, the coding is cool, and that's mostly, as programmers, what we focus on. But then, you know, what about encryption? You know, HTTPS, like how do you set this up? Where do I set up a server? You know, that's where all the cloudy stuff comes in, I guess, right? So HTTPS, are you all familiar with what that is? Yeah, is anybody not familiar with what that is? And no embarrassment, I'll just explain. Okay, so it basically encrypts, you know, your traffic, so that hackers, like if I was a hacker and I can actually, there's a very simple program I can install on my laptop that can actually watch all of your Wi-Fi traffic. I can just log it.
Do it.
Well, it might take me a little more than 20 minutes to set up, but it's possible. It's yeah, there's just Google this. There's a ton of, there's something called Metasploit. If you're like into, you know, doing semi-illegal things with your computer, you know. Yeah.
But you can install that on your local and then see if somebody's watching you too, right?
No, you can't do that if the thing is encrypted with EPA2 or whatever.
Yeah, what you have to do if you don't want people to see your traffic is to access HTTPS websites, because they can't see it because it's encrypted. Or if you log into a VPN, a VPN is like a it stands for Virtual Private Network. If you're already in the internet and you know, you can log into this other server, and what it does is any traffic that ever comes out of your computer doesn't go to like the normal internet. It gets tunneled through this other server, and it's all encrypted all the time. And then the hacker's gonna be really frustrated. I can't see your stuff.
Unless they hack the VPN.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's always an arms race, you know. You can yeah, somebody brought down one of the core DNS servers yesterday, so it's
Everything's possible.
Yeah. A lot of stuff is possible. So So that was the basic demo for Heroku that I had. Does anybody have any questions about the cloud stuff? Or is so who here? How? Let's whoever wants to speak up. What's your? Tell me about your project, or tell the room about your project, and tell us how you're going to demo it. Who wants to volunteer? I'm just going to pick on somebody if somebody doesn't volunteer.
Some people who are attending workshops, like myself, we can't be part of the team because we're attending so many of the sessions.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Interesting. So you have kind of like two options. You can just attend a bunch of workshops, or you can work in the hackathon.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah.
Okay. Who here's working in a team for hackathon? All right. Max, what are you working on? I'll pick on you.
It's a dating app.
A dating app. Okay. So your dating app, you're working on the code for your dating app?
We are, yeah.
Okay. Where are you going to run this code?
Credit score one? Credit score, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Max, this is good marketing for your thing, man. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, everybody knows about it now. That's cool. So, so you're working on this code, or how are you testing it?
We're testing it on. So the final presentation is a PDF, so you make sure that the PDF displays properly.
I see. So are you going to live demo the code that you're working on?
No.
No. Okay. Nobody would. Okay, I see. Well, I should have helped these people get set up with Heroku. It's free. Anyway, because usually, it took me. How long does this take me? Like a couple minutes. I have my thing running, so it's,
I think they've just had problems in the past with the apps or anything not running when they're trying to run it live. They decided to go with this PDF.
Okay. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure you've all seen a Steve Jobs demo, right? Like Steve Jobs goes in there and look at the new iPhone, and here's the and it all just works smooth. Well, every little thing is so heavily choreographed, because doing something live with technology doesn't mix. It's
I just wanted to ask a question. Can you show us how to create a PDF?
How to create a PDF? Yeah, it's really easy. You can just go to anything really and say if I want to create a PDF of this hello world printout, I typically just say print, if I'm printing to a printer, but instead I just say change my printer and save it as a PDF. Woohoo! So seriously, so do it in Word, Microsoft Word, or do it in Google Docs, and all of those programs have this option. So that's really not that. Yeah, it's not fancy. But you thought I was going to do something on the command line, didn't you?
So we're all ready for the presentations now.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I was expecting the Python script to.
Yeah, me too.
Script some stuff, and then.
I used to be that way when I was younger and learning stuff, and then now I just like for things to work easily if I don't. Yeah, I try to avoid the hard stuff. I sleep better now. So, cool. So Max, let's go through this mental exercise though. So how are you testing your application? Okay. So you save it all in GitHub. You test it out on your laptop, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our other guy is actually on the back end. He's running it back outside. He's not in here. So
somebody's working on the back end of your application, and then and you have a front end. So you're doing back end, front end.
Yeah.
Okay. And all right, cool. So once your back end is done, you need to run it somewhere, right? What's your back end written in?
That's a good question. I think he's doing Node.
Node.js? Okay. Yeah, cool. So there's if you go to the Heroku website.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's doing Node.
Yeah. So if you go to Heroku tutorial, just Google for it, getting started on Heroku, you pick your language, and one of them is Node, the first one, Node.js. If you're interested in that. And all these steps that I just did, they actually walk you through it. They're go ahead and set up an account, blah, blah, I'm ready to start. Install Heroku, so what's my OS, you install it. And then you basically go through the same steps I just did. Heroku login, make sure Node is set up on your system, npm, make sure Git is installed. So it's yeah, I'm good. prepare the app, so you clone it, you know, and they give you the Node.js specific steps, which is very similar, right? Heroku create, get pushed to Heroku, done. You got it running. Your app is open. So, cool.
So wait, what was that? It's Heroku what?
Just go to just follow the Heroku tutorial.
Okay.
For Node.js. That's what I would recommend. And just have your repository there, like ready, and just do it on your code. Yeah. So that's what I would recommend if you want to try out Heroku. Heroku's free up to a certain point, and then if you get like, I think you can run like 1 or 2 applications for like a month. You know, they don't charge you beyond a certain level, but if you get like a lot of users, they start charging you and charging you and charging you. And it actually goes like this in price if you become like pretty big. So yeah.
I'm sort of agree with you with that. How would that work for like Electron apps?
Electron?
The Electron apps?
Electron apps.
Yeah.
So
They go together with Node and
so Electron is like a library in Node?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably if you need to do special stuff to run your application in Heroku, you need to give it a proc file. Whoops, proc cat. Yeah, this guy. I gave one, you see, I had a special step because I wrote a Flask application. So you probably have to create this file and give, you know, whatever, if you have a special command to run your Node program, you put it in the proc file, and then Heroku just follows whatever you tell it. Yeah, so you'd have to read like an additional tutorial to learn about the proc file a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, or if you just search like, because I'm sure a lot of people have done it. Most people, you know, or almost everything you work on has already been done by like 100 other people. So you just Google, you know, Electron and Heroku, you'll find a very precise, like, you put this in your proc file. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, try it out. Cool. So any other questions about cloud stuff? Yeah.
How do you access the database when you deploy to something like Heroku?
Good question. So Heroku does not give you a ton of control over your environment. Heroku has a couple of databases that it supports. Like it'll support MySQL, Postgres, and this and that. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to read the documentation for the proc file, and you have to specify it in your proc file. If your application needs a database that's Postgres, you have to say, give me a Postgres database, or give me a this and that. But beyond that, you don't have a ton of control. Like if you use something like exotic that Heroku doesn't support, like you probably, you know, can't easily do it. So Heroku is good for like applications that use very common configurations. You know, that a lot of people already use. There's like, they have these things called Heroku build packs. That it's like a preset proc files that you can download, and they have already like a full configuration for like lots of stuff, and you just.
Can you SSH into it though, and like pass?
Nope, not in Heroku.
You can't?
Yeah. Nope. Heroku hides everything from you. Yeah, so that's the price of being easy.
Yeah.
You know, you also don't have a lot of control. So if you want to SSH into things and you want to have that level of control, AWS, Amazon, yeah, that becomes, you have to use that or Google Cloud or something like that. Yeah. Any other questions about cloud stuff? All right, so we have a little bit of time. Does anybody, like, is there a topic that you didn't hear about in these workshops that you wish you heard about? Yeah.
Just so you can relate it to what the class might be interested in.
Yeah.
Something I'm interested in that I want you to convert to common interest. I know a lot of the video game guys now are doing to take the computing power off the PlayStation or the Xbox, and to do a lot of the work in the cloud. For like if you're playing a war game and there's 100 soldiers that need artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
They'll do all that AI in the cloud and then stream it back down to the box.
Yeah.
Where does that all happen at? In the Azure cloud or AWS?
It could be any of them, really. I mean, I'm not sure about the specifics of the AI that you're talking about. There's a very popular AI framework now from Google. It's called TensorFlow. And TensorFlow, you use it in Python, but the Python is a very thin layer. What it does is it uses your graphics card. So on your computer, you have your regular processor, and then you have a different kind of processor inside your graphics card, which, you know, you normally use your graphics card to play, like, you know, Unreal Tournament or 3D shooting games or whatever. But your graphics card has a special ability that your regular processor doesn't have of making very fast floating point operations. I don't know if I might be getting a little too low level for most people here, but those kinds of operations are especially useful for AI applications, especially for things like neural networks. So today you can go on Amazon, and in fact, let's do it right now. So Amazon has a lot of services, and there's a lot of things beyond just servers that you can use these cloud services for. But Amazon has a service called EC2, which is EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud, or EC squared, but people say EC2. And you can see, you can ask EC2 for whatever kind of server that you need. They happen to have a server type that has these big beefy graphics processors, GPUs. And so it's possible that if they're offloading this to the cloud, they have, maybe they have some Amazon EC2 servers with these graphics cards attached to them. They're pretty expensive to use this stuff. So EC2 pricing, on demand, yeah, let's look at on demand, see on demand pricing. As you can see, like Amazon EC2 gets pretty complicated. This is not simple like Heroku. It's just like, oh, git push Heroku. No, you have to SSH into everything. You have to set up your own. You have to bring your own. You have to bring your own crew to like run your stuff on Amazon. Amazon just gives you bits and pieces. So they charge you like per hour. Some cents per hour, some number of cents. But they have. Let's see if we can find it. EBS optimized. And also Amazon terminology is really like cryptic. Like, what the hell is EBS? It turns out EBS is disks. Who would have thought, right? High CPU, memory optimized, GPU instances. Here we go. It costs a whopping 5 cents per hour, which, it's cheap, right? But if you multiply it times 24 hours times 1 month, it's, I don't know. I can't do that math in my head right now, but the price can add up. And you probably don't need one. If it's a big popular video game, they probably need hundreds. So it gets very expensive. But yeah, more or less, that's how they would do something like that. They would probably use one of these services, not something so easy like Heroku. Because Heroku doesn't, most people don't do AI on Heroku. They just run their web application. But
thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. What else? What else? Ask me anything. What do you want to know about? Yeah.
What about databases? What's a good database to work with Heroku or with Amazon?
So Amazon has a specific database service called RDS, Relational Database Service. And while most of the time, you would imagine, how do I use a database? I set up a server, a Linux server, I install a database onto it. Amazon has like a prepackaged server that has a database already, ready to go. And if you're on Amazon, you can use those. So RDS has a couple that they support. They support MySQL, they support Postgres, and they support a different one that's not as common. I forget what it's called right now. If you want to use MongoDB, there's no Amazon support for MongoDB, but there is a different cloud service dedicated for databases called Compose.io. And Compose.io has hosted MongoDB. In fact, that's on their homepage. And they have a free tier. So if you want to experiment with something in MongoDB in your application, and you don't want to configure MongoDB, trust me, you don't. It's a nightmare. It's not, it's easy to start with like an easy thing, but then as you scale it out and you use it in a real environment, it gets, like you want to replicate in MongoDB, you want to shard, it gets complicated. They do that stuff for you. You don't have to worry about it. You got to pay them though. But they have a free tier. They have there you go, and they have cloud hosted all sorts of stuff, like Elasticsearch if you want to support like a search box for like a lot of data, like do text search. They have a lot of different databases. I really like RethinkDB. RethinkDB is one of my favorite databases. But, Redis, if you want to do Redis, they just PostgreSQL, all that stuff. So this is a nice service for different databases in the cloud. Database configuration and maintenance is typically a difficult thing to do. You need like a pro in a big company. Like there's usually like the ops guy, the DevOps people that maintain the database. So. Any other questions? Yeah.
So I guess like for a specific example, it's like probably like reverse engineering a website. When you're looking at, I guess you go and view the page source, but then really being able to like pick it apart, I guess potentially like recreate a local.
So yes and no, it depends. So if you just write code like without thinking about how it gets delivered, Yeah, probably. They could do view source, especially if it's on the browser, like if it's, you know, JavaScript embedded in the HTML. If you do view source, you could see. For JavaScript, there's a process that you can do on the code called minification. And minification is a weird word, but it's like minimizing the code. So what it does is it scrambles all the variable names and turns it into like one letter or one character, and it just smushes all the lines together. And there's a couple reasons for that. The main reason is that it reduces the amount of data that you have to send to, you know, your browser from the web server to show you the page. And that's the primary motivation. But one of the side effects is that it becomes really hard to read. You know, but it's not impossible to reverse engineer, because if you're really determined, you can like piece it apart and, you know, think about it for days. And, you know, if you really need to reverse engineer this code because you really want to steal it or something, I don't know, whatever, like you can kind of figure out. It's not easy, but it's possible. So, that answer your question? Who here, so I heard before I started talking, a couple people expressed interest in Linux command line. Who here is interested in learning about Linux command line stuff? Anybody else? Are you all gonna be like bored? What I talk about? Yeah. Any other questions, or what, you know, what topics do you wanna like learn about? Ask me.
I had another quick question. I was wondering, since I'm a newbie coder,
yeah,
and I'm trying to get like my environment in just the right spot, so that way I'm not ruining any dependencies, I'm not missing out on any modules, I'm not making a mess of my environment, you know.
Okay.
I was thinking of having my development environment virtualized. So have like a virtual box and or VMware, and have Ubuntu running inside that, and then for each program or each language, I'd have its own dedicated.
Okay.
Box, right. Is there a way to have my own little personal cloud?
Yeah.
All of my.
Totally. Yeah.
Does that make sense to anyone, or is that like?
Well, so you're, you know, so if I may rephrase your question, is it possible to create like a personal server for whatever I want to use it for in the cloud? Yeah, totally.
It would be like my development server.
Yeah, let's do it right now. Let's do it in Amazon. Right, so the Amazon UI is going to get pretty ugly, but let's sign into the console. So actually, you know what? So you can do this on Amazon, but for what you said that you wanted to do, like I just want my little pet server that I can, you know, like do stuff on it. Amazon is kind of difficult. It's kind of like hard to navigate and clunky and ugly, and it looks like something that was written in the 90s, because it kind of was. But there's a service called DigitalOcean, and I would suggest that you use DigitalOcean.
Yeah, I've been through there a few times.
Yeah, and DigitalOcean is really cool. So I have a server for my own personal use on DigitalOcean. I pay $5 a month for it, and that server I use it as my VPN server. So if I'm ever like in a public Wi-Fi place like this and I want to like work on stuff or do whatever, I don't want people to see what I'm doing, I configured a VPN server that runs on DigitalOcean that I log into. Configured my
For $5 a month?
Yes, $5 a month. Yeah, this stuff's cheap. It's not expensive. It's not a very powerful server, but it's, you know. So let's create one. And the cool thing is, like, if I create one right now, like it'll charge me, but it's just going to charge me pennies because I'm just going to destroy it right after we're done here. And so let's log in. Let's see, what email address am I using? I think I'm using this one. Yeah, this is my spam. Oh, you all know my spam email address. I've sent it a couple times. Invalid email. Uh-oh, now you're going to see my personal email. Maybe it's this one. I don't mind showing you guys my personal email.
That's your first.
You're all friends.
Too small.
It's too small?
Yeah,
or actually, I think.
It's safe, you're good.
Yeah, we're good? Okay. Let's try, whoops, why did I put caps lock on? Let's try this one. Yay. I just had the wrong password. So DigitalOcean, they call their servers droplets. It's cute, I guess.
Oh, another thing I wanted to ask you was, does this offer like sort of snapshotting?
Yes,
you know, like,
they do, yeah.
So if I break something and it's completely...
Yeah, let's play with all that stuff now. Yeah, let's create a droplet. And creating a droplet's like creating a server that lives somewhere in the cloud. So let's use, so these are your options for operating systems. You can only use Linux, or FreeBSD, so let's stick to Ubuntu. And Amazon, you can run Windows. You can run Windows on a little server. I think you can have it for as low as like $10 or $8 a month or $10 a month. You can have a little Windows box. So let's see. So we're going to 64-bit. Choose a size. So you see the different sizes, and you can get like a huge monster server with 64 gigabytes of RAM, 20 CPUs. But we're not going to do that. We're going to do this one. $5 a month, 0.7 cents per hour. You can choose where do you want the server to live. So let's, default is New York. You have 3 regions in New York. Additional options, I don't care about any of these, IPv6. You can have backups, auto backups, weekly backups. Yep. SSH keys, I have that one. Maybe that's the same one. This is a public key, so this is not, I can show you this.
Because we're gonna write that down right now.
Right, by all means, go for it. Let me see. What is my SSH key?
Can you still get the public keys from GitHub for every user, for any user?
Yeah, any public key you want, you can use it wherever. If you're like paranoid, you might want to use different keys for different things. But
Yes.
I'm not that paranoid. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. All right, let's see if this one works. So it's my laptop key. All right. So I've got my laptop key. How many droplets? 1. So you can also create like a bunch of them at once. All right. So the create. Pretty simple, right? Just go through the thing. Yeah. There you go. It's building my server. And when that's done, it's going to give you an IP address, and you can SSH into it. And you go to town. Yeah. So it takes it like a minute. Yeah, it's not super fast. All these things, when you do stuff in the cloud, it always takes a while because it's like going off and creating virtual instances and stuff. Yeah. It's using some sort of virtualization. All right, so there you go. It even tells you happy coding. So copy the IP address. So let's SSH into what are they? I think you SSH is root actually. At least Amazon gives you a user called Ubuntu. Yes, SSH. There you go. We're in your server now. So go to town. So let's snapshot it the way it is now. Let's see how we do that. Resize, enable backups. Let's see how do I snapshot it. Now show me some snapshots. Take a live snapshot. Done. Let's go. There you go. You just DigitalOcean is super nifty because it's like if you just want to like have a couple of servers, like for you to mess with, it's like super easy. Like if I were to have gone through the same steps in Amazon, you wouldn't have had nearly as much fun watching me. So it would all looked like ugly screens. This thing's like nicely built. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. You can restore from a snapshot. So you can keep your old one and say, I want another one at this snapshot. You can do whatever you want.
Do various iterations on it. Do various iterations on it.
You can, yeah.
I like it.
If you want to do that with servers and dev environments, you should really look into Docker.
Docker.
Yeah. Docker is the hotness for that stuff. So Docker, you can do all that stuff on your local laptop, and it's easy to transfer to other servers. And Docker is like a micro virtual machine, though under the covers is not really a virtual machine. But yeah, Docker, I think I'll lose a lot of people here if I get into Docker. But yeah, Docker's very useful for that, for throwaway development environments. They're very easy to recreate. That's what I'd suggest you play with. Yeah. What do y'all think of cloud computing? Does this suck? This is cool.
I like it.
Yeah, you like it? All right. Any other questions? Let's see.
Have enough time to go through the Linux command line?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do a little bit. I'm sort of. So let's do it on your DigitalOcean instance. All right. So what is the command line, right? So you're all used to using your computer through if you're on a Mac, you go to Finder. and you like look at your files, and you know, so the command line is really just a way to do that, but instead of through graphics, you do it through commands. You know, it's sort of the best way to look at it. So let's think about the file system. So on Linux, it's important to understand what the file system looks like. So on Windows, you're used to this, right? You're used to looking in My Computer, and you have C drive, right? You have a bunch of stuff on their C drive. Your CD drive in Windows might be your D drive, you know. In Linux, it doesn't work that way. In Linux, you have a top level folder. It's called slash, and then you have folders under that. Maybe one called user. These are just names. You know, they're like special, semi-special in actual Linux, but you know, Eddie. It could be whatever. You know, and then under Eddie you can have another one. So it looks a lot like the folders like that you're used to navigating through graphically in Windows. But instead of drive letters, Linux has something called mount points. And mount points are like special folders that represent other disks or other devices that you might access like a file system, including like your DVD drive. Nobody has DVD drives anymore, so that's I'm showing my age, I guess. So if I want to go to slash, the command in Linux to do that, and this is the thing, right? You can't see all your folders at once. You have to go to a folder, and then you can ask the command line, show me the contents of a folder. And I say folder because maybe people are used to saying folders, but really they're called directories. It's the actual name of them. So the CD command. So I say CD, that stands for change directory. Let's go to slash. And now we're in slash, right? So if I want to see what's inside of slash and just navigate the file system, I do this command called ls. That stands for list. And I can see what's inside of slash, right? So most of these are other folders. So if I say ls slash opt, there's nothing in there. Let's look at a more interesting one. Slash ls slash user, there's more stuff in it, right? So you can go into those, and so let's go into slash, so cd slash user slash bin. And ls inside of here, and we have a bunch of stuff. And actually, slash user slash bin has a bunch of other commands that you can run, which is maybe a useful place if you want to see like what are all my, you know, what kind of Linux commands do I have that I can also run. So you can browse through in here and see stuff. So when you run a command is actually a file that lives in a folder somewhere, and most of the time, you know, there's exceptions to everything because the command line can be kind of weird sometimes. But what you're doing is you're giving the file name of another program that then runs, and that's what you're doing when you're typing commands in the command line. So there's a command called what's an interesting command that we can run in here without. I'm sure there's a command in here called curl. Yeah. What does curl do? Have you ever, anybody here ever heard curl? Yeah, some people, yeah. So you never heard it, but what's curl do? Curl is like a text browser of sorts. So if I do curl http://www.google.com, I get back a bunch of crap. Your browser knows how to display this as a pretty graphic thing, but this is the contents of google.com. This is what actually gets transmitted over the internet. Somebody asked me about JavaScript code in the back. This is what minified JavaScript code looks like. Yeah, so yeah, it's hard to decipher. So it's typically good practice to minify your JavaScript code so that it's just smaller. You have less data to transmit. So that's curl. So I ran this curl command. It lives inside of user bin, but notice I just typed curl, right? You know, so how does it know that it lives inside of user bin, right? So it turns out there's something in the command line, in the Linux command line, called environment variables, right? And environment variables, they're just like special values that are saved that have information, you know, that you could save whatever information you want in it, right? So environment variables are typically accessed by $ and the name of the environment variable. So in this case, well, my typing's lagging because my internet's getting slow. So in this case, I have an environment variable called path, right? And if I want to print to the terminal, you know, to the command line, what is the contents of this value? There's a command called echo. And wow, really laggy. So if you see here, this is like a list of directories. They're separated by a colon, right? So when I type curl, you know, you know, and I don't tell it where it is. I don't say /user/bin/curl. What the terminal will do is it will look in the path and it will try each of these directories, right? Ooh, I'm gonna break the screen. And as you can see, here's user bin, right? /user/bin, and that's how it knows that, oh, that's where curl lives. There's another command that you could type called. I'm gonna exit this.
Hey, I'm sorry, but I think that's actually, we're gonna have to wrap up because we
Okay.
have another presenter coming. So
Awesome.
if we can, you're available to hang out in the lobby if people have questions. Is that cool?
Yeah.
And then let's take a little break so we can go potty. Does that sound good for everybody? And if you want more refreshments and stuff. But let's give Eddie a huge round of applause. So let's take a little break, and we can get Mateo, our next presenter, set up. He's gonna have an awesome presentation about open data, and he also runs a really cool meetup I'll tell you about. And we'll be back here in just a few moments, yeah? Great.
Thanks, folks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Is there anything that you need or that I can get for you?
Other than this, thanks for having me.
Thank you. These, the skeletons, actually, I love that.
You just go to meetup.com.
Oh my gosh, Etsy girl.
Seriously, like you just know so far. She's interesting.
Oh my
You
gosh.
go to meetup.com and
I know, it's like funny, I was
you just search for us.
all this stuff, but you know, it's just good. It's not real.
Oh, hell yeah.
Isn't that hilarious?
Oh, cool, you're ready from Hispanic Hackers. Cool, I'm Mateo.
Hey, Mateo, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Are you Mateo Clark?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, cool, I've heard of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I was talking a couple months back with Vicky.
Yeah.
About, you know, like just learning about you guys, what events you guys got going.
Yeah.
For some reason, the search didn't find it. That's kind of troubling. That's 5 miles of us. That should be it. So let's.
Man,
What's up, sir?
it's so beautiful
In
outside.
fact,
Oh my god. I'm
First thing I'm gonna do is
if you say
make fun of all these people for not being
Hackers
outside.
That's hilarious.
Actually, I got these ones. I guess I got them.
So what's going on?
Anyway,
Everything chill?
in meetup.
Everything going good?
Yeah, you just joined.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm already.
life's complex, you know. So some things are going great, other things are going suboptimal. But hey, you just gotta count your blessings.
Yeah. I hear you.
Me and my wife Laura are trying to buy a house.
Man.
And it's like
Yeah, I hear you. I live actually
so many
near
things.
Cedar Park.
It's like being an adult for real.
Seriously.
And
Well, you know, hopefully.
and then we get all
Find a
heartbroken
ride or
when
something. Hopefully we get an Uber back soon.
we don't get a bid, or we get a house and then we do inspections and then we learn it's like in the floodplain and we're like, oh shit, there's no flood insurance.
Okay, nice.
And then I'm like, Laura, it's okay because like she gets so upset and I'm like, Laura, like you can't have a pity party because there's like, you know, people that like live in trailers that are immigrants that like can't afford a home and like if you're struggling to like pay the bus fare to get in town to work. So it's like you can't complain too much. Like it's okay to grieve for a day, but we gotta move on because
That's what I've heard about buying a house this time. It's such an emotional thing because you either get outbid or.
It's hard, you know. Like everything's either like already flipped and like already kind of like nice or whatever, or it's just like these places that have been rented out for the past like 40 years and like just basically like, you know, yeah, they need to be kind of torn down and rebuilt because they're not in good condition. And I don't want to be that person who's like tearing down houses, and that's not my, I don't want to be a developer, like a house flipper, but I want to find a place that's like in the middle where we can spend a reasonable amount of money to increase the value, make it our own and choose, you know, what style we want or whatever. It's a whole thing, and so I'm just trying to like compartmentalize that whole stuff that's going on with all the like beautiful weather. And like, I had a good weekend, like or a good Friday night, hang out with a friend, drinking too much. So things are good. I love your fingernails.
Oh, thank you.
Damn, did you do those yourself?
I did.
Like with Sharpie or like with their
No, with nail polish. Hey, Eddie, can you like move it out into the hallway? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I found a tutorial online, and you paint them white, and then you do the, it's like playing with negative space. I don't know, someone told me this, but apparently that's what it is.
That's
So,
awesome.
but yeah, I feel you. I'm like right there myself, so you'll see it. I'll be doing that next year too, and it's like,
Yeah, well, you know,
yeah,
are you
Gonna have
for,
like
jobs?
even like, do you want to look at something like
Okay.
Like, no, I don't.
No, and that's the thing, like,
for jobs and things like
yeah,
that.
living out in the suburbs, you get a lot more, but you have to commute, you know? Like, I was talking to a girl in my office who lives out in Maryland. She drives like 45 minutes every day, and she's got a lot of like yard, and it's nice, but like, she wants to do anything in town.
So actually,
You're here.
It's a whole situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
I don't know if it's
Yeah,
gonna
I mean, like,
November,
I like
December,
South Austin, so like
we're
area.
going to have
So the
a
houses
like
are
large
always,
code.
like,
Yeah, there's
reasonable.
Yeah, so it's gonna be
So,
somebody called he's called
sorry, so there's that.
So he actually
But still, I'm sure, like, once you start getting those inspections and everything, it's gonna
So he's gonna give like a special session.
Is this
stable? HTML or web programming,
good enough.
something like that. So
Cool.
yeah.
Hey, yeah, question.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah, thank you, Sada.
Yes, sir. Hey, everyone. So that was Eddie. Great. He's awesome. His awesome Hispanic hackers. If you're interested in his meetup, I've been. Real nice folks. They talk. Yeah, they talk about a lot of cool different things, and like I said, they meet here in the Capital Factory. So just want to remind you, we are doing teams and hacking in the other room. There's also food and snacks. We're going to be putting out snacks about 3. We have coffee, we have Red Bull, and refreshments. This is Mateo Clark. He is all kinds of fancy things, but he works with a meetup called Open Austin. And they basically work with open data. And they do a lot of cool, data projects and public service projects. And so he's going to give like a super duper cool presentation about all that kind of stuff. Or are you going to just do the
I gotta log
airplay?
in. Yeah, well, first I have to get in.
So that's what Mateo's about. And yeah, anybody have any questions? Anything? Doing good? All right, cool.
One thing that I wanted to start off with is introductions. Like, I don't know if there was a time, maybe last night or earlier today, where you got to learn people's names. I know these name tags help. But yeah, while I pull up slides, maybe, and also to give me an idea of what y'all are interested in, why don't we introduce ourselves? So I can give you an example of how that works, right? I'm Mateo Clark. Like Sada said, I'm the brigade captain of Open Austin. I'm also really involved with kind of technology stuff at the city. I'm on like a citizen commission called the Community Tech and Telecom Commission. I always have to think about it. So I was appointed by my council member to sit in a boardroom and talk about stuff, and it isn't very productive, but that's okay, that's my problem. So yeah, that's kind of who I am and what I do. I'm also, that's all kind of my volunteer hat work. I'm also a software developer, I'm a front-end engineer. I'm at a company called Academic Works. It's basically like a financial aid kind of software system that universities and foundations use. So I'm an engineer on that team. And that's kind of who I am. So if y'all want to go around the room and we can kind of snake through and just, what's your name? If you're working on a project this weekend, I'd love to hear the concept in a tweet. Or if you're not working on any projects and you're interested or there's something you've learned, I'd love to hear about that. My presentation is going to be kind of a showcase of some of the projects that we've got going on, and also I'm going to hopefully share some resources for accessing data when it comes to like open government data. So I'm going to try to get my internet working, but if y'all want to start it this way and snake through.
Me? Oh, okay. I'm
What's your name?
Nadia.
Nadia.
What else we say? I have a journalism background, and I'm interested in open data
Awesome.
or journalism.
Awesome.
And I'm on Emma's team for the hackathon.
What are y'all working on?
Actually, we're using some open data for building an app that can take you through like the city on like walkable routes where sidewalks
fun.
don't
Yeah.
end.
Okay.
Because there's like there's like this database that shows you like how many pedestrian deaths there are, and we're trying to like
Yeah.
make it like a more walkable city kind of thing.
Awesome.
So that's what we're doing.
Cool.
I'm Emma. Nice to meet you.
Next.
I'm Giovanna. I'm a forever learning. I want to learn everything that I can. I am on the Better Beehive project.
Cool.
But I don't think I'm really participating because I'm doing all the workshops.
Cool. Is that, I feel like I've heard this project idea kicked around like a smart, like kind of a Internet of Things beehive, or like a
Beehive.
to help like beehive keepers to maintain the
No,
level of
it's
health?
more of a for mental health
Oh,
families.
that's different.
Families with mental health.
Okay, cool.
Mentally challenged children.
Equally awesome, yeah, if not more important. Very cool. Yeah, keep going on.
My name is Kayla. I am a student at Texas State, getting my computer science degree.
Awesome.
And I am not working on at the Hackathon. I just wanted to come to the workshops, which I'm loving so far. So
Uh-oh.
I'm happy about that.
Who's next?
My name's Jason. I'm a student at CTC, and I'm really new to this coding concept. I'm not working on any projects either because, honestly, as a newbie, it's kind of overwhelming when you have all these people with all this knowledge.
For
so.
sure.
And it kind of backfired me on well because I'm also a graphic designer, and I had no idea they needed graphic designers, but it's kind of give or take a little bit late because I still want to do with all these workshops because I want to get into more into coding rather back to graphic design. And what else? That's about it.
Great, thanks.
Hey, I'm Sebastian. I'm actually in the same class as him for computer stuff. I'm pretty much just here to learn what I can about coding. I would try joining a project, but I know very minimal about coding, so I'm pretty sure I have to wear everyone down. So I'm here.
Cool.
My name's Kay Anderson. I'm a graphic recording.
I've been seeing your tweets,
facilitator.
right?
Yeah,
Awesome.
thanks. I'm doing content capture.
Oh,
on
gosh.
workshops to kind of keep my skills sharp. I usually go into corporations and do problem solving and team building through visual learning. So this is just kind of, and I know nothing about technology. I can like make my phone work sometimes. So, this has been it's been really cool. I've been getting a lot of really good information from this area. The brains in these rooms are kind of blowing me away. It's a different type of thinking than I normally do.
Awesome. I'm still struggling with this, y'all. My presentation's in a Google Drive account, but I have like several.
Do you get an internet?
No, the internet's good now. It's
okay.
it's the Google problem. I have too many authentications. Anyways, I have still time, so let's keep going.
My name is Brandon. I make mosaics with granite and wrought iron, and I'm just here as a volunteer and to learn.
Awesome.
Malika Boyd. I'm a coder and 3D artist, and I'm on the Pokebay team.
Tell them what that is.
Yeah, include me in on this joke. It sounds good.
Tell them what that is.
It's sort of gamifying dating.
Oh, okay. All right.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Oh gosh. It's like an STD prevention. Think about the
That's a
consequences.
feature you can click on.
Cool. Who's next?
My name's Patrick. I do corporate software care, hardware care, asset care, basically.
Cool.
I produce music in my spare time and using open source software. I like open source things.
Nice.
I heard this thing and said I have to come see it. Trying to teach myself how to code all the free stuff out there. I don't know how good it's going. Maybe the next one I'll find out. All right.
My name is Kevin Glenn. Me and a friend of mine are working on a social enterprise where basically we're going to be creating like a marketplace app that tracks the effectiveness of products that are donated to like beneficiaries and nonprofits.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're doing, and I'm here basically to learn. So I'm more like on the business side of it, and I need to communicate with my buddy and anybody else who
joined it, so I'm
Awesome.
just trying to absorb as much information as possible.
Great. Can we get everyone on this side of the room? No. Okay.
Hi, I'm Helen. I'm actually don't work. I'm just studying developing. So
Awesome.
for me, it's interesting information.
Cool. All right, let's keep going. You want to start us off on the
my
left
name
side?
is Rebecca. I have an ACC web development certification. I have a dessert blog, and I came here to learn,
Cool.
and also to work on ideas for designing a portfolio.
Great, nice.
What's your dessert blog?
Pardon, what is it? It's www. Peppermint Love.
Peppermint Love. Is it recipes?
It is combination of info, and I don't actually have the whole. I have some recipes in there, but not for every single
Awesome.
dessert.
Cool, thank you.
Sweet tooth website.
So, yeah.
Oh, my name is Phil. I do product support for Facebook, and I'm trying. My background is in psychology and cognitive science, but I'm trying to transition into a full stack web development.
Nice.
I am a set designer, an art director in theater and film, and I've been looking into coding to transition my design skills there because of the lack of gigs.
Interesting. Wow.
So.
My name is Walter. I'm a full stack web developer. I am attending all the classes, but I am still looking to be a part of a team so that we can put together an app. So if anyone needs a developer, pretty glad to talk with you.
Walter, I think I've got a guy. I know a guy.
Oh, we'll start over here. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm Anastasia. I have recently decided to change from government degree at UT to computer information technology in BYU, Idaho. So I decided to start attending and just getting myself into anything and everything computer related.
Awesome.
My name is Renata. I recently got my bachelor's in international relations from UT, and I'm here because I need some more skills so I can get a job in Austin.
Perfect.
Hi everyone, my name's Andy. I'm here because my husband is a self-proclaimed IT nerd. I'm in policy school for grad school at UT, so
Oh, cool. The LBJ
maybe
school.
it could be connected in some way, but
Yes.
I'm more of an artistic hippie, so I don't see
Awesome.
it. We'll see what happens today.
My name is Alhaji, and I work as a systems engineer for a software company that's based in Vermont. So I spend most of my time at home, and I decided to drag my wife here today. So we are very new into Austin, so
Oh, welcome.
I like everything tech,
Cool.
the cloud, and everything like that. So
Awesome.
it's good to be here.
Cool.
Welcome.
My name is Walter. Just recently finished Maker Square.
Oh, cool.
Which is a coding bootcamp. And I'm working on a project. It's a dating app too. And this one matches users based on credit score.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Hi, my name is Laurie. I sew on a sewing machine. That's what I do for work.
Nice.
I do none of this. About 16 years ago, I took a job and had to kind of delve into graphic design. I took the job, and 3 weeks later, they had me doing something else. And it was working with Adobe, and then in the process of it, the company, I worked for a country club, they wanted to start a website. They didn't have a website. And I worked with the people that were helping to develop the website, and then I learned HTML. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. So back then, I really knew it. Like, I had it down. And I just started, delving into it and how I could change things around and make things red or blue or bigger or change fonts.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was cool. And since then, I've had other jobs in life insurance, and I've always been interested in medicine. And my whole family, my cousin, he's the IT director in Harvard, and my cousin has a IT software company, and
Yeah.
This is all over my head, but I'm here.
Cool. Perfect. Thank you.
We'll see what happens.
Hi, my name is Chia Berry. I am doing a career change from the film industry, and I'm here trying to learn more about the workshops.
Awesome. Great.
My name's Derek. Right now I'm a part-time martial arts instructor, but I'm a current Texas State student going for computer information systems. So I'm just trying to get as much free knowledge as I can.
Yeah. Amen.
I'm Rochelle. I work in real estate. I study political science, and I want to learn more about statistics and computer science so that I can help establish a global resource-based economy.
Whoa. Cool.
So my name is Kenneth, wrapping up at the University of Texas, computer science. I think just gaining knowledge, I guess, meet people, as well as like iron out my workflow as well too.
Awesome.
And I DJ, so passionate about music.
Nice. Cool. Did everyone get a chance to introduce themselves? Cool.
Can I do a quick follow-up? I just wanted to do a shout out real quick to any of the newbie coders or developers. I have an idea in mind that it's this workflow that everything is self-contained, and I think the full stack developer would agree with me that when you're starting to self-learn things and you're starting to pull things from different avenues, it may be a little bit overwhelming and sometimes really messy.
Yeah.
So I have a few ideas in mind to kind of clean up the mess and organize things into bigger chunks. So if you want to talk to me about it, I'd be willing to share.
That would be awesome. I've been in the mess for 3 months.
Okay, yeah, I can totally share some of my trials and tribulations with any of the newbie coders or developers.
Cool. All right. Thanks everyone for spending a second to introduce yourself. That really helps me. What I'm hearing is there's a lot of people that got dragged here by spouses. There's a lot of students. There's a lot of coding newbies. There's also a handful of folks that would self-identify as like full stack developers or something along those lines, front-end developers, and folks that have credentials like Maker Square ACC but relatively new. That's great. That's really helping me to think about how to give you this information. Okay, cool. So there's this thing called civic hacking and this word called civic tech. What does it mean? So yeah, I already introduced myself. And I have too many slides. I'm not going to get through them all. So this is going to go quick. Okay, so here's the question that I have for everybody, especially Monday. We're all going to go vote early. We're going to vote for the candidates we care about and we believe in. Who's excited for the next president? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. But either way, we're gonna go out and vote. But you know, kind of to the point of my joke is like, is that the best thing we can do? Is that all we can do to be involved in our local society or in our local governments? And then how can we, aside from just going and voting and getting a cool little I voted sticker, what else can we do to make government work better from the outside in? And so that's kind of where Open Austin comes in. We are a civic tech brigade, so that means we're project-oriented, we're all volunteers, we learn things together, a lot of that's done online in places like GitHub and Slack, and we're also an advocacy group. This is where we really started our mission, was to advocate for the city to change the way it does things in terms of its digital services and the data it publishes. So those are kind of 3 tenets of our organization. And then like this idea of civic tech, what is it? Well, I define it as the use of technology, design, which is very important, and open data for the public good. Okay, so there's a national organization called Code for America you may have heard of. We're kind of a local affiliate of them. We basically get donations through them. If your business is interested in sponsoring our hackathon, I would say, hey, go to this donation form, and then it would come to me through Code for America. That's kind of our relationship. But there's also other brigades like us all throughout the country that are working on projects, interfacing with their local governments, and trying to change this big, ugly mess of a government we have, especially at the local level, like person by person, and kind of role by role. So Open Austin started in 2009. I think I kind of alluded to this, but basically the city wanted a new website. It was 2009. Their URL was like, what was it? www.ci.co.austintexas.com.gov or something ridiculous like that. And they're like, we need to fix things. We need a better web presence because more and more of our citizens, that's the first place they come to look for, like, where do I pay my utility bill, right? And this was a really messy process. The city had never really done this effectively before. And they basically, whenever they want to build it, whenever they're requesting new software, they do an RFP, a request for proposal, right? And they send this out to every vendor in the space, and the vendors come back and say, this is what we have to offer you. And then the city evaluates which one's best. This process went through like 5 times, and they couldn't get the right, basically, deal done. The vendors couldn't meet all the requirements. The city was asking the wrong questions of the vendors, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's where this group of volunteers got together and started advocating for the city to rethink these processes and to consider an open source system to manage the city's online content. So this Austin Chronicle article back in 2009 that I kind of think of as our genesis moment. So yeah, 2009, the city chose to, instead of outsourcing this project to a firm in California, they brought it back in-house. They hired local developers. Think about this. This is 2009, the middle of the Great Recession. People are losing jobs, talented people. And so the city thought, well, we can manage this project ourselves. We can bring in local talent to do it, and let's build on an open source system so that we can benefit from the community around it. So they chose Drupal. Then 2 years later, the city council adopted an open government resolution, kind of laying down their kind of guiding principles for what open governance means in the digital age. And a bunch of stuff has happened. Now we have monthly, or actually like bi-weekly events. So a few of them are Open Government Civic Tech meetups. We do these at the Terrasas Library, which is on for Cesar Chavez and like right just east of I-35. So we invite a speaker to come in and talk about something. This last week we had 5 different presentations about elections. So people talking about like voter engagement, how we like people that don't vote, we call them lazy, but really the system's broken, not these people's behavior. So different talks like that is kind of what we're interested in. And then we also have hack nights and hack Saturdays, where it's basically like a mini hackathon. We get together and work on projects. The key difference between these events and a hackathon is in a hackathon there's an expectation that you have something tangible at the end to like present. We don't really have that expectation, which is good and bad, I guess, but yeah, it's really just a place to come and learn and hack on things. Whether it's something productive in the end or not, that's not really a big deal. That's kind of what that looks like. We also do a lot of stuff around like design thinking and problem framing, kind of thinking about before we attack or build a solution, we make sure we understand the problem we're trying to solve first. So these ladies are doing an exercise on that. And then there's the ATX Hack for Change, which if you're enjoying this weekend, a similar event is the ATX Hack for Change with St. Edward's host every June, usually it's like the first weekend in June. So put that on your calendar. We've been involved with kind of helping to plan that event. Okay, so Open Austin is a bunch of software developers, obviously. GIS specialists, everyone knows GIS is like mapping technology, so there's a lot of rich data and maps, and there's a lot of folks that come to work and collaborate on. And then a lot of the data that governments publish has a geospatial element to it. Designers, you're important too. Policy wonks, so people that go to the LBJ policy school, right? And that are what you could call subject matter experts in a certain thing. And I think, in college or even in high school, people kind of get excited about their one kind of issue, right? And they're willing to go like protest in front of the dean's office about this issue. And I think those people kind of fit into this category too. People that have a deep understanding of the complexities of a social issue. Urban planners, nonprofit and community leaders have come and worked with us. Students like y'all, researchers, statisticians. There's a lot of, when we're talking about data and how to create analysis out of that data, statisticians are very important. Journalists come too. Civil servants, so the people that work inside city government. Probably if we want to change the system and make local government more effective, these are probably some of the most important and influential people to reach out to because they're kind of, that's their job. So people are important. And the thing that kind of unites them all is this tag of civic hackers. So, great. You know what civic tech is now. You show up to an event and you're just bombarded with jargon you don't understand. Like that's probably happened already today. So people might ask, why are they talking about jewelry and snakes? What is a node? This is a newer thing. So these are, as most of you know, are programming languages, or Node is kind of like I guess, a library upon a language for JavaScript. And the important thing is don't get too freaked out by the code part, because in all honesty, for a successful project that's volunteer driven, and really the most important thing is to have people that understand this problem from the perspective of designers, of project managers, just people that are organized, people that have experience within government, people that work within nonprofits, people that are policy experts, or just being a citizen. So these are kind of the same kind of roles that I talked about earlier. But the key point is you don't have to know how to code to be a civic hacker. But data is really important. And I mean, everyone knows how to put data into a Google spreadsheet or an Excel spreadsheet and start to draw conclusions from data. And I think that's kind of the foundational thing. So we say data is fuel for civic innovation. City of Austin has a data portal, which is really exciting. A lot of cities these days have a data portal. Austin was pretty early to this, and it's really beneficial. And this is what it looks like. So this is, I'm sorry, it's kind of small, but the URL is data.austintexas.gov, and this is Austin's data portal. You can click in the search box and search for anything, and there's also some categories to direct you. So we'll jump back into this here in a second. So yeah, oops, I always do that. Okay, great. So the example I want to look at is 311. So there's so much going on in this data set. 311 Unified is, I think there's a couple 311 data sets, but the Unified one is the one that's always being updated, like on an hourly basis or something. So everyone knows what 311 is, right? It's like non-emergency 911. What's really cool about 311 data is it basically represents every transactional relationship a citizen will have with different government departments. For example, dead animal collection. Whenever there's a dead rodent or what have you, people need to call 311 and have that animal removed. Loose dogs, wildfire concern, missed recycling, debris in the street, sick animal, lots of animal-related stuff. Pavement failure. That sounds awful. But anyways, this is a data set. All these SR descriptions are service request descriptions, and you can within the city's system, which sometimes I'll call Socrata, because Socrata is the company that the city licensed. Like, this is their product basically. But the city's data portal, or Socrata, you can click on a service description. You can filter by, say, we want to just find where animal bites are occurring. We would see kind of the unique codes behind them. We would see the department that's responsible. We would see the method that someone requested. This is one where it's going to be like all phone, but there's other ones that let's see, what's a common? I think the animal one. Filter. I'm getting frustrated. Okay, filter by animal. Oh, dead animal is what I wanted to look for. This is hard to search through. Oh, there we go. So phone, the 311 interface, that's kind of their API. There's also, they can receive these through the web. They have a website. You can see when it was closed. You can see also the location. SR location gives you an address of where this happened, and then an XY. So you could throw this onto a map if you had kind of basic understanding of how to plot geospatial information. So that's an example of a really rich data set. There's a bunch of really interesting interactions here. You can think about how does this, how quickly does the city respond to a dog bite on the east side versus the west side? You could answer that question with this data set. So another example, sticking on the theme of pets, there was a hackathon project a couple years ago that basically the idea is the city posted a pretty great data set. I have the old one linked here. I need to update it. But basically of animal intakes. So imagine you've lost a dog. It's a male dog. You lost it yesterday. What do? First, you probably print out flyers and you go give them to all your neighbors. Hey, have you seen Fido? That doesn't work. So then what do? Well, you go down to the animal center and you say, hey, have you seen Fido? And they'll say, well, we receive a lot of animals. We don't have one that matches your description. We don't necessarily, maybe we don't have male dogs. So then you're like, okay, what do I do now? Well, you call the next day, and then you call the next day. And there's no like passive way to, basically for the animal center to say, hey, we found Fido, come and get him. That doesn't really exist. But they have this data set of all of the animals they've taken in. They have like what condition it's in, what sex it is, whether it's neutered or spayed or not, intact is what they call that, how old it is, all these great things. So this data exists. And so kind of when you're thinking about a civic hack project, like one, do I have an idea that addresses some problem that other folks in the city have? Second, do some research about like why isn't this animal services department able, like maybe what's going on with them behind the desk when they're inputting this data, like understanding the different pieces in the system. Then once the data is published, using that data and then building something. So this example is basically just using that same intake data. It's just a better search for it. And then there was a project in the past. So let's say animal is a dog, and it's a male, intact, because that's weird. And so yeah, and then you can start to see actual pictures of these animals as they are taken in, and now you have kind of a proactive way to see if your animal's been recovered. So this is like, I think, an example that's pretty easy for people to understand. Like animals are great, but there's other things we can do because the city has a ton of data, not just animal data. So Socrata, I kind of mentioned that. That's basically the name of the product that data.austintexas.gov works on. Let me see. I think this is a link to documentation. It sounds like most of the folks in the room probably haven't worked with an API before, or might not know what I mean there. So let me explain. Basically, a lot of these data sets, for example, 3-in-1, that data is getting updated on like at least a daily basis, sometimes more frequently like on an hourly basis. And say if I wanted to just dump all this, like grab all this data, I could download it as a CSV, I could download it as, here, I'll show you. So I'm here on the 3-in-1 data. I can go to export, and I can download it as a CSV, as a JSON, as an RDF, which I don't know what that is, an RSS, an XML. There used to be, you could download it as a PDF, which is awful. Because why would you do that with data? Why would you lock it up in a PDF? But anyways, they also have a thing called an API, and there's documentation for it. But basically what it is a URL with an endpoint. And if you, from your kind of, I think Eddie was kind of showing you at the end of his presentation, how with the curl command, he could call Google and get back a bunch of information. Well, imagine if you said curl, but instead of saying that Google URL, you said this data.austix.gov/resource/8-digit number letter thing .json. Then you start getting a bunch of data back that's really just this spreadsheet in a way that your program can start to parse and consume and present the data. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So if you're interested in Socrata's API, there's documentation for it, or come ask me if there's a data set that you're interested in and you're having trouble exporting it or what have you. Then, how much do I want to talk about this slide? I'm not going to talk about this slide. Okay, so there's more data sets. So we talked about data.austintexas.gov. There's data.texas.gov, which is quite similar. I think some of the interesting data sets here are like, there's a data, like, so if you want to run a child care center, you have to have a license to do that. The state issues that license. The state publishes that data. So you could create a map of like child care centers. And not on top of that, not only do they do the licensing, but they also keep, they go and do inspections every now and then to make sure that there's not safety risk, there's no kids that are going missing or whatever. And so you can kind of map created like a service which would say, hey, like a Yelp for childcare, basically. So that's the state level. And then there's also data.gov, which was a key kind of website that started this whole kind of open data movement. This happened about 8 years ago when Obama took office. I guess one of his kind of campaign promises was transparency, and this was kind of one of the main features of that. So if you're interested in climate data, I think you would see NOAA data here, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency or something like that. So there's a lot of data sets here. Some other data sets. There's a new company in town y'all might have heard of called data.world. They have interesting data. Data about opioid overdose deaths, which is super depressing. But that's the first thing they have up here. The TSA's dangerous items list. That's kind of random. But I guess this is a database of all the different weapons that God, that's also terrifying and depressing. But anyways, this is a good place to come and find some data. Open Austin has begun publishing some of our data here. For example, there's certain data sets that we've obtained through government agencies that cost money. Like they'll charge you a fee for this data set, and there's no reason for them to do that, so we basically just give it away. Okay. And then there's another, this is a really good resource. If you Google GitHub awesome public data sets, this person, Caesar, has put together a list of a ton of awesome public data sets, and they cover things like education, energy, finance, government, healthcare, museums, physics. So it's basically an index of other data sets. Sports. So this is not necessarily related to like government data, but just open, free data to go play around with. Okay, we use GitHub a lot. I don't want to dive too deep in this here, but I'm going to talk a little bit about how Open Austin uses GitHub to organize our projects. If you're learning how to code, which it sounds like a lot of y'all are, GitHub is, like honestly for me, it's been the most beneficial thing for my career is being able to navigate GitHub, find projects, look at pull requests that people have created, and then start to see the changes they made in their code. And then starting to understand other people's code really helps you understand your own. Yeah.
So I've kind of gotten into GitHub a little bit, and I'm really confused by it. I probably
Sure.
need to take a class on
You
GitHub
should,
and
yeah.
just how to navigate it. For some reason I find it just difficult for me.
I understand. Okay, so there's this tutorial here I would recommend. It's called like their Hello World, which is kind of like that very first step in how you use GitHub. I recommend that. It's in their GitHub guides. What I'll do is show you now how we use GitHub as kind of like a place to get onboarded with some of our projects. So if we go to github.com/openaustin/project ideas, this is where we point to like people when they first come to Open Austin. Hey, do you have an idea? Propose an idea, or browse existing ideas. So if you click, and this front page is called a README. It's basically like a wiki page, if you will, where you can post information for people that would help them get started on whatever coding project you're working on. In this case, it's basically working as a landing page for us. If I go to Browse and Discuss, you'll see this Issues tab is highlighted. On a project, you can create an issue if there's things that you features you want to add. If there's bugs that people find, they can create a new issue on your code base and say, hey, I found this. Just want to make it something for you to work on. Or like if you just have a question, like, hey, I'm having a hard time getting this set up on my system. Is my computer broken? You'll see a lot of issues like that on open source projects. For us, we're using issues basically as like an idea, or kind of like new idea tickets, if you will. So I showed you that listing of animal images that started with this issue. So Lukman says, what problem are we trying to solve? There's an awesome data set, but the UI sucks. Who's going to benefit? And then a bunch of links, and then that's how kind of a project gets started. Another one that was interesting, I'm going to look for prison. Yes. So there's a nonprofit in town called Texas Appleseed, and they do a lot of volunteer work, or not volunteer work. They're a nonprofit that does a lot of work for youth. So they have all these different issues they work on. They've done stuff around like fostering and adoption, and they come to us with a project because they had gathered a bunch of data from the Texas Education Agency about school disciplines. So you might have heard this term on the radio or on TV or whatever, the school to prison pipeline. Basically, teachers or administrators having a bias against certain sections of our youth, which reinforces this bad cycle of folks ending up in prison. So they had gathered all this data from TEA about how different school districts are either kicking kids out of classrooms, if they're expelling them. I always want to say expulsing them, but that's not the right word. Expelling them, sending them to like an alternative campus, or like if they're kicking them out of classroom for days. So they came to us with a bunch of this data, and there was a long conversation about it. This is where GitHub is really valuable. Where starting with a new issue, people are commenting and giving ideas, asking questions, and pushing kind of this idea further. So finally, like you can see there's a ton of comments. We now have this map, which is its own GitHub repo that Texas Appleseed manages. And it's kind of it holds the HTML and CSS for this map, which is hard to see because there we go. So yeah, this shows alternative school placements pre-K through 12th grade for 2013, and I'm not sure if these work yet. Yeah, so by different demographics, what school districts. So the worst would be like Friona ISD, which only has three placements. Yeah. So this is an example of like a nonprofit kind of creating a project idea, and then how it kind of matures through our system. So if you wanted to create your own idea here, kind of as an example in GitHub, you could create a new title. We've created this template for you, which really is just this issues MD. MD is a markdown file. So markdown is like a version of HTML that's like a little easier to read, and it gets compiled down into HTML. So this issue template that we've made is basically going to be put into every new issue that gets started.
Is it always viewable for everybody to see?
On GitHub?
Are there ever times that you can like make it private?
Yes.
And temporarily?
Yeah, I think you might have to pay GitHub to have a private repo, or maybe they give you like one. But yeah, you can use other services. GitHub isn't the only thing that exists. I think Bitbucket is what people use a lot of times if they don't want to pay and they want private repos. So that's just an example of how we use GitHub, not necessarily even to like store code, but just to like keep track of different people's ideas and have like a comment board. I'm gonna skip through this stuff. Sorry. Cool. So I figured I would talk a little bit more about projects. Yeah, I feel like that might be the most helpful thing. Do y'all have any questions at this point? We have like 10 minutes left or so. Do you have questions about what you've seen? Is there anything you'd like me to focus on? Would it be helpful for me to go kind of go through more project ideas that we've done?
Sure. I'd like to see projects.
Yeah?
Yeah, see some projects.
Okay, cool. So this is a project that I worked on a lot. It's called Austin Park Equity. So the city publishes the shape files, or kind of the shapes of the parks throughout the city. They also have data about the amenities of each park. And with that information on one side, and then with like information, like just basically demographic information that comes from the census about each of the 10 political districts in our city, we can start to like make a case about where we should prioritize park spending. What communities are in the most need, or where are there what you might call like park deserts. So like the thing that's hard about parks is the places that where parks get built is oftentimes, or get built first, is as like a conservation issue, and you need to conserve like pretty land and places that are likely to be developed, right? So right downtown we have a ton of great parks, but they're only serving part of the community, right? People also need parks in other parts around town, and it gets underfunded. And so this is an actual picture from Barton Springs on one side, and then this other park, which I'm going to talk about here in the next slide. So there's this kid, Nathaniel Sanders. For those of y'all that have lived in Austin for a while, I mean, this isn't a new thing, but it's happening all over the country. You know, this kid was, I think, 16 years old, and he was sleeping in his car, and he got shot by the cops, like outside his apartment complex. And it's like a big traumatic thing for this community. So you had this one guy, Don Shepard, on the left, who like he literally goes out to this land of this plot of land the city owns, but they don't maintain because they don't have enough money to, or haven't prioritized. And he mows it himself because when the grass gets too high, then like gangs come and hang out there. And so like keeping the grass low makes it a safer place. Eva is an immigrant from Honduras, and she's talking about this incident where Nathaniel Sanders got shot in their community, and talking about how kids just need a place to play to like get past the trauma and lift their own self-esteems. So this is that park that I was pointing at. I'm blanking on the name of it. I think it's called Georgian Acres. That's it, Georgian Acres Park. It's in District 4, so if you know where Runberg is, if you know, like if you go on Lamar and you keep going past like 183, eventually hit Runberg, it's like right over there. And in District 10 or in District 4, you have very little park acres. We were able to kind of like rank each district by the amount of parks they have, what percentage of their district is covered in parkland, how many parks there are, and then starting to look at some of that demographic information about like how many kids live here, how many people live in apartment complexes and don't have like front or backyards to play in, what's the poverty rate, health insurance. We know health and public space and like park spaces go hand in hand. Starting to look at, kind of match these together, and we were able to identify this one plot of land the city already maintains that could serve a whole community that doesn't have access to a park right now. And so yeah, that's available if you go to austinparkequity.com. What was really exciting about this is, you know, city council policymakers make decisions based on who comes out and like who lobbies, like what community activists are doing work around different communities. Like those are the voices they hear first, and that's important to have kind of like anecdotal or kind of emotional arguments. But then imagine if you also have like data and compelling visuals, then it becomes a really easy one-two punch to make strong arguments about how cities should change. So that's kind of what I wanted to show off in this project, is kind of as a policy advocacy tool. And we expect to, in the near future, the city will probably have like a bond package to fund more parks, because the park department doesn't get enough money in the annual budget to basically build more parks. So we want to use this as like a policy tool to help illustrate to people that there is need for more parks and hopefully get funding for that. There's a bunch of projects. This one's similar. Used a lot of the same data that we were able to like pull out a bunch of data through this park equity project that we're like, well, like let's do something that's a little more lighthearted. Let's like just create an app that is that lets you look up amenities at parks. So say so city has this existing thing. I call it a thing because it's really hard to navigate. There's on the left side here, this you can like click on these things, but it works if you're used to like GIS layers and stuff, but it's not very simple. So we knew all this data lives somewhere. So if you pressed, y'all probably know this, but if you do like Command-Shift-I on your keyboard in a browser, you can see this console. Here we pulled up the network tab, so you can basically see all of the requests that this website was making to whatever server that's getting it that data back. So you're able to see these couple URLs. The ones that were the most interesting, I think, were the REST service, those two at the bottom. So this was that query, and kind of the same way I showed you
I wonder if this works. Yes. Same way I showed you like the Socrata piece about extracting data. I'm not going to be able to. I'm just going to rely on the slides. Basically, we were able to find an endpoint that had all of this data the city wasn't publishing at that time. Where's the present button? There it is. So there's this endpoint. We were able to see that by inspecting the traffic that the GIS program was making to some server. We were able to kind of fill out that form and start to get data back about all of these amenities. So now you can search like soccer and get back all the parks that have a soccer field, or at least have it in the data. And now that we've done this, we took it back to the city and said, hey, why don't you just publish this data from the start instead of having it hidden in some geo service that you're paying for. And so it's an iPhone app now. And whenever you do something like this, you're going to government websites, kind of sniffing out like what websites, what internal services they're using, and then grabbing that data yourself. There's a little bit of risk there because there's a bunch of like laws that like frankly old white men wrote at a national level that can put scrutiny on you as like a hacker, like the Digital Information Act. Y'all might have heard about that stuff. So you have to be careful. Like it's good to do this stuff, and there's nothing wrong, obviously, in the intent to do this. But if you really want to kind of cover your ass, the best thing to do is make sure that you have the appropriate license for using the data. And when that license doesn't exist, you go to the city folks and say, hey, there's no license for this. There needs to be, there should be. Can we use this, right? So that's what we did. And they created a terms of use policy for open data, and that's a good thing because now you don't have to worry about that. There's a ton more projects. I don't know, how much time should I, is there another, how much time do I left?
Yeah, you guys can keep going because this our next workshop is the last one, Intro to JavaScript. So if you go a few minutes over it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let me skip through a couple and I'll tie a bow on this thing. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm going to talk about two more things that we've done. Construction permits. And this is kind of telling a story about how the city's websites are like a little behind and not very good. That's not a new idea. But there's this website, which is really hard to find, where you can find, basically you can query for construction permit request for up to 7 days at a time. That's like what I highlighted here, which isn't very much, right? But the good thing about computers and about the programs that you guys will write one day is they can do repetitive tasks very simply for you. So you could basically write a program that goes to this website, puts in a date range, gets the data back, and does it all over again. So some of our folks did that, and we're able, the thing that sucks is even if you like go through the city's process to get this data, it comes back as an Excel file with like HTML embedded in it, which is awful. Like, why would they do that? Like, either make it an Excel file or make it like HTML, like not one or the other. So anyways, people had to parse through this data, and they were able to publish it to GitHub as its own repo. And I'll actually go here for you because it's really interesting. So if you go to Open Austin Construction Permits, that program I was telling you about that goes to that website, pulls out a date range, and just collects that data. Someone's created that script in Python. So if I look at this folder, this is kind of a more traditional GitHub repo. So we'll have like data processing, which I believe might have the Python file. Yes, here's a Python file that goes through and parses all this data out. So you can kind of like just go through this directory and see the code that people have written, maybe suggest improvements. I think maybe this permits one. Yeah, here we go. So permits.py is importing a bunch of libraries that are needed by Python to run this program. I don't know Python, so I'm kind of guessing it. Here it has a method that's fetching permits. Here it's parsing HTML. You can kind of see how it's doing that.
looks like it's using a library called HTML to CSV. And then at the end of all of this, it's probably going to spit it all out. So you can just kind of start to like read through people's code and see how they organize things, or like, you know, and it's helpful and nice to ask them, hey, like, I saw this line of code, and link to that line of code and say, why did you do things that way? And hopefully people will respond to that. But anyways, they have this program that's going and getting this data back over time, back to 1980, and publishing it in directories. So if we wanted to go back to 1980, actually, here's what I'll do. You can use GitHub to search this whole repository. So I'll like search my block, 1500 Alguno Road. And here are 279 different places where this address, or at least part of my search results. Here, maybe I need to do, let me just do this, 1500 Alguno. So this is the one place in 2013 when someone did some kind of construction on 1500 Alguno. They repaired existing windows, and it was a conventional remodel. And so you can kind of go through here. This has data about demolitions. Yeah, it's really interesting. You could imagine kind of imagine like a map, like, and over time you could kind of like run a scrubber and like see where development is happening, where things are being torn down. So that's kind of the potential with this data. I wish I had more time to explain kind of like how you would grab this data or how you would start to play with that. But that's a whole different talk, just like going deep with GitHub is its own talk. This is really, we're like, hey, this is what people have done with open data. This is why we advocate for the city to publish more of it. And that's kind of it. That's us. So I had one slide in here that I'll try to find that has our contact info. And I'll leave that up while I answer a question or two, or however. Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, since you're doing this, there is, I read recently that Austin got a big up from the federal government for actually publishing their crime statistics, or their crime fighting statistics.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was wondering if you guys have been doing anything with that.
We've had a couple volunteers come to our hack nights that have been looking at like incident report data, and another guy was looking at they started like a racial profiling data set, but they basically, I think they have to report incidents of when they've profiled. I'm not exactly sure what that data set does. We haven't really published anything specific. One thing that we're focused on this year from the advocacy side, not necessarily like the data analysis side, was around body cams. So the city was going to buy body cams to put on a bunch of officers, and they're going to roll this program out over time. And the way APD went about it was like, let's run an evaluation, let's look at a couple vendors, and let's bring them in, let's start put them on people. But whenever you start filming people, there's a lot of questions about, like, there's a lot of procedures and policies that should be in place about, like, how long do you store that data for? Who has access to that? Did the police get, like, if it's used as evidence in court, do the cops get to watch the video before they make comments or testimony? Does the citizen get to do the same thing? There's a lot of this legislation's right at state level, but there's certain things that we can do in our own city to kind of make the law a little more fair. And like the other thing is there's so many cops at schools nowadays, kind of like the school to prison pipeline thing I was talking about. Are these cops going to have cameras on them too? Like kids, there's a bunch of privacy laws around basically protecting kids under 13. Like we can't just how do we anonymize these student faces if all of these photos were to be released? So there's all these questions, and the APD didn't even really create a procedure for that incident. So that's been part of what we've been doing, is saying, kind of like trying to add, before they sign off on giving a bunch of money to a software vendor or like a body cam seller, getting them to like adopt or start to discuss some procedures about what they would do with that body cam information. So that's there's a lot of social justice activity and a lot of like the whole police, the White House crime, what's it called? Police Data Initiative or something like that. There's a bunch of cities. I think that's what you're referring to. There's the APD has published more data because of that. So I encourage you to go see what's there and start to ask some questions and get help answering your questions with analyzing that data. Yeah.
I'm so surprised I like this. It's like I can. But one of my
Wow.
questions is, for example, I'm in a class where we're looking at complaints and housing violations.
Yeah.
We're using that 311 server database.
Yeah.
And the complaint will be just a complaint. It won't say, mold
Right.
or anything like that. And so
Right.
I don't know, does Open Austin have a relationship where you can say this data, potentially for police, for example, they could just say arrest. And
Right,
it's kind
right.
of concerning that
They do that.
Austin cares more about dogs than black people.
Right,
or
right,
white people.
right.
Like you can know the gender, if
Right.
it's neutered, and like, but when we have someone having mold, we have no data.
No, you're true, yeah.
So how, is there a way that this could you could leverage that and say
Yeah.
you need specific data?
Right. Well, people say like the devil's in the details. Like it's great that the Austin Police Department's publishing more data sets, but one kind of interesting analysis I saw was like it was looking at all the cities that had opted into that White House initiative, and instead of just like looking at the number of data sets that departments were putting out, it was looking at the number of columns. So and also like how many individual records exist, like how many arrests occurred that the police documented, but also how much details are they capturing about each event. And that's definitely one, it's like a nitty-gritty detail that most people aren't ever gonna like jump into that data set and like count how many columns there are. But yeah, that's kind of the type of advocacy that we're into is like, hey, how can we go department by department and ask them to increase the quality of their data or just like collect better data. Yeah. Last one, because I think, yeah.
Yeah, this is the last one. Also, are you okay if you
Yeah,
stick
yeah.
around in the hallway after?
For sure.
So yeah, so if you guys have specific questions, Mateo's awesome. He has a meetup. You can be hanging out with this guy all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
That's
and
right.
then we'll take a potty break, and then we'll be doing discussion of JavaScript.
Cool.
But yeah,
I'll
Okay,
yeah,
so
go
I,
ahead.
we can take a potty break now. I can just like follow him out if you want, but my question
Go ahead
was
and
gonna
ask
be, because I'm a beginner coder, whenever
Yeah.
I'm just getting into it, I haven't gotten too deep with it.
Yep.
Is there like some way to filter the projects where like a beginner can go in and see
Mhm.
like how I can contribute based on my level?
Right. There isn't a good way we're doing that right now. I like that idea. The thing that I would encourage is like, it's really more important for there to be a project that you're passionate and interested in
Okay.
versus a project that you can contribute to based on your skill set.
Okay.
Because there's always something that somebody can do to help out. And I think it's more important for you to like get interested in something and kind of push yourself to learn versus like be handed like a menial task that you can do as a beginner. I think it's more valuable for you to jump on a project that you're truly interested in, ask someone who's already working on it for help, follow along with what they're doing. A lot of what we do is just like shoulder surfing, pair programming, or getting involved like on a discussion on our Slack channel about a specific project, asking like, hey, I'm really interested in this, I'm brand new, is there something
That's perfect
easy?
because I was thinking
Yeah.
of more like because of the GitHub and all that kind of stuff, like doing it on my own.
Yeah.
Like if there's pair programming, that's perfect.
Yeah, both.
Okay,
Ask a question through GitHub, yeah, of course. Cool.
Right, thank you. Big round of
Thank you.
Mateo, what's your last name?
Clarke, Clarke. Thank you.
I was gonna get it. Do you want me to grab your charger?
I was talking about something, I guess I'll do it in the hall.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go out in the hall.
Okay.
But also, having it be like, certain things, this never gets old.
So if anyone's wondering where the potties are, they're out here. Right or left. Also, we have snacks and Red Bull and coffee with the job.
I got through the whole advanced course without knowing JavaScript. Yeah, it's recommended. You should know a lot.
Uh-oh, I think we forgot his phone. Oh, he's right there. Yeah. So this is it. You can connect directly, or doing the layering or the air or whatever.
Probably just use
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'll be right back. The check, okay?
Then it's like, how is this? It'd be good to know. It's like, oh yeah, this has had a mold problem since, 10 years ago.
You could always put it as part of some lesson within the one. Does that make sense?
But you should check your
Okay.
I just wanted to, you said you knew a guy or?
It's wobbly.
Yeah.
I don't think it will
No,
break
okay,
in your
I-
computer and everything, but it is wobbly.
Well, let's test it.
Shane.
Okay.
Yeah. You wanna look at the computer? Why don't we sit at your computer? It sounds like you probably just need to screw it righty tight, right?
Yeah.
Is that working? Oh, I guess it's just built this way. Oh, no, this one. Cool.
Still a little wobbly, but better.
Stripped. Yeah. All right, well, this one's a little solider. Are you cool with it?
What you said makes a lot of sense. So,
Right.
This one, I should probably move it a little bit. It's not,
Oh, you wanna move it over?
It seemed like almost
so that both screens are.
Visible?
finding resources to complete that.
We can move this too.
Test, right?
Does that work?
This is not a good design. Sure, this wasn't an exhibit in design.
I know, right? That's hilarious. Okay, cool. Well, let me, before,
Can I introduce you to him?
oh my God, oops. Did I accidentally take something to my work? No, I didn't. Okay. Oopsie. Okay, so what is your Twitter? Do you have a Twitter?
I do. I do probably. It's MISHA.
M-I-N.
MISHA.
Sounds like actually all these resources.
Oh, no N.
I was tempted to just get an associates and just hop them straight over to you guys. So it seems like they have really good programs.
Yep. Cool. All right. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, I guess everyone will fill
In
all.
a few minutes, right?
Yeah. Great.
5
Thank
minutes.
you.
Yeah, I'll probably look into the iOS stuff.
Alright. Yeah. Okay, great.
Hello. Will you be covering, just curious, Shane by the way.
Lunchtime.
Will you be covering anything related to Node.js or AngularJS?
Not today, it's mostly beginner, but what I have is for people who already have covered beginner stuff, I have some code puzzles to do. But they're logic puzzles using languages, more interesting features.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you.
So December, code 24, is it, oh, we got a little coding sticker in there, and I was looking at it, like, up on that.
Yeah, I did that too. I'm trying to make sure I know everything that I'm getting, so. You're gonna need Java for. Sorry? JavaScript.
I'm like a fourth.
Yeah, like, I always have to reference that, like, wait, like, when I tell people where my family's from, they're like, oh, what is that? Yeah, it's actually, it's like in between
Thank you.
Yeah, I was interested, you took the test and you couldn't find resources to fit, or you didn't?
No, I was just taking several of the Codecademy tutorials,
Oh, yeah,
I was doing well, and then I got one, and then I took one. I never forgot your well, I thought it was kind of overheard your
We can go ahead and get started now. I think some people might trickle in after. I just like you know what this is?
Hey everybody, thank you so much for coming. I think we're gonna have a few more folks trickle in, but this is Manisha. She so graciously agreed to give us an introduction to JavaScript, which some of us may know, some of us may be learning. It is a really important language that is more traditionally used in the browser, but increasingly used on the server side. You can use it to make mobile apps. It does everything. It will also ruin your life, I can from experience. But it's a really powerful language once you kind of get the basics of it down. So this is a great class. It's something I wish I'd had when I was a baby coder. And so, let's give it up for Manisha and Maker Square for being to teach us. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, everybody. I hope everyone has a laptop. If you don't, I would encourage you to pair up with somebody who does, because we'll be doing a lot of exercises as we go. Yeah? Okay, cool. So I've been a programmer for a year and a half, and I started my journey with JavaScript. Before that, I did a little bit of SQL and worked on databases, but this was my first language where I got to work on the whole stack, so starting with the website, server, database. Today, I will be covering mostly what you know as front end, but mostly what is logic, using a programming language to solve logical puzzles. Now, this workshop is divided into two parts. In the first one, we'll go over the basic language concepts and constructs, and then we'll do some exercises, hands-on exercises to practice some of those concepts. Hopefully, it'll take an hour, but it's flexible. We might go over. But as soon as we get done with the basics, what I'm really excited about is the second part, which is puzzles and code challenges. So those are things that you can solve by hand, but when you think about how to make a computer solve it, you have to use language in very interesting ways. And I think you will enjoy it. So let's get started with part one. So what is JavaScript? We'll quickly go over this. First, I want to know how many attended yesterday's workshop. Okay, so can one of you tell me what was covered so that I don't duplicate it, but also there are a lot of people who didn't attend it, so we might go over that.
Mainly it was the basics of using variables and explain the 7 different data types you can use.
Okay, cool. We will go over that again because we'll be needing that for our exercises. Let's see. So what is JavaScript? It's a programming language used in computers. It is normally run in web browsers. That's the JavaScript that most of us are familiar with. It's run in every browser to increase the interactivity of every website. And it is also used on the back end to make some other things like databases and video games. Lately, I have come across examples of JavaScript being used along with hardware. I'm still exploring that. It's kind of amazing. It's everywhere. Now, it's used for animations. That's something you can start doing very early on with JavaScript when you use libraries like jQuery or just native JavaScript. And you can do event handling for your websites. That's one of the first things people do when they learn web development. Make a static web page and then add JavaScript to it to make it more dynamic. Styling and visualizations using CSS. And then handling forms and simple user data, and a lot more. Okay, now just a few things to keep in mind about this language and most programming languages. Now, web browser is basically our compiler. You can think of it as the entity that is reading our language and providing instructions to the next level, which is the computer, to do something. Now, web browsers read JavaScript code just like us, top to bottom, left to right. And there is a specific syntax that we need to follow in order to communicate with the compiler. And we call this syntax. And it is a simple input-output system. You provide a certain input and expect a certain output, and you design the black box in between. That is your program. All right. Now I'm going to start with the language constructs, and I'll slow down now. And I want it to be interactive, so I first of all would like to ask you to open up your dev consoles, either your dev consoles or REPL, REPL.it. It's an in-browser shell that you can use to run JavaScript. So let me know when everybody has it.
What is it again?
REPL.it. Does everybody have it? Okay. Now, the first thing we need to learn in a language, and JavaScript specifically here, is type, data type. What is it? It's a category that we use to represent a type of data. For example, here we have a string Austin and a number 22. Now we know that Austin is a string because we put quotes around it. If we put quotes around 22, that will become a string and not be a number. All right, and variables. Now, we cannot provide all the values that we want to program to use beforehand. There will be some interactivity, so that means some of the values will be coming into the system later on, and you want to store them to use them. So how do you store them? That's the concept of a variable. That's a container for storing data. Now this is how we declare a variable. We have a keyword, var, and after that it expects the name of the variable, and then an assignment operator, and on the right side of the assignment operator is always the value. This is another example. So 2016 is a number type of variable. Okay, now variable names usually have some constraints so that a program is able to recognize that you're providing a variable and not giving an instruction or a keyword. Now, when I say keyword, I mean things like var. It's an instruction. It recognizes that as a special instruction, after which it will expect a user-defined variable. So for that, we have some constraints. It should start with a letter. It shouldn't have spaces. It is case sensitive. And letters and numbers only, so no special characters here. And uniqueness is important to make sure that within your program you don't overwrite your own variables unless that is the intention. Okay, so these are some of the examples. All of these follow the constraints that JavaScript has. And these are some of the things that you shouldn't do. Now, convention is different than constraint. Convention is just to make sure that all JavaScript developers, they create code that is easily readable by others. That's what convention is about. So in JavaScript, the convention is to use camel casing. A lot of other programs also use that. So the first word has a small, all small letters, and after that it is camel case. Okay, referencing variables. Has anybody here been exposed to C or any lower level language? Yeah, okay, so you'll see some differences here when we talk about referencing variables. Let's take an example of two variables, x and y. So we have assigned number 15 to x, and then we say y is equal to the variable x. what will be the value of y? 15. And what happens if I change x's value? I say x is equal to 20. Then what happens? Y will equal to?
Y will be equal to 20.
Yes, in some programming languages, but not in JavaScript. Because in JavaScript, we always create a copy of the value, even though we're referencing it through a variable. So when we say y is equal to x, what JavaScript does is it creates a copy. It says, okay, we want this to also be equal to what the value of x is. X is equal to 15, so I'll assign y also to be equal to 15. For that reason, you change the assignment of x, but that doesn't affect y, which is different from a lot of lower level languages where the concept of pointers exist, where it points to the exact memory where that value is stored. So it always refers to it. It can be changed many times. So this will be important later on when you do exercises where you are reassigning your variables. Okay, referencing variables. Now, yes, this is the editor or shell that I would like you to use. And as I go through the slides and the examples, I'll slow down and try them out and ask me questions. I'm sure you'll discover a lot of things, and just ask me questions and we'll keep it interactive. So another basic thing that you start with any programming language is doing the math operations. So the basic ones, addition, subtraction. Go ahead and try these out in your editor. Multiplication, division. So assign some variables, reference them with other variables, and do some math operations on it. Did everybody try something?
How do you get it to return the value? No, when I enter, it's putting in the suggested.
I'm just backspacing.
Oh, I see that.
I
Did you-
keep doing that.
Okay.
Put in just a 4.
Is it the 12? Okay, cool. So space, run for actually running it. And also if you wanted to immediately return what you're inputting, then you can just use the right hand side. So that's the shell format. And here it's like a file. You can write your program and then run it afterwards. Yeah? Okay, try the same thing. Try the same thing over here. You'll see the difference.
Oh, you're
So
saying
on
I
the
need to do it on
right-hand
this side.
Both are useful. So here you can write a longer program and then run it, and it'll output on the right side. But there you can interact with
Well, those
the
are the ones
file.
you get before. So she got big ones.
And then write X, and then write X. I'm sorry, backspace. X, enter X, enter. Yeah. So now you're asking back what the value is, yeah? Okay, let me give you an example. I'll show you an example over here, but what's your question?
We keep getting undefined.
That's your JavaScript.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Alright, so this is the interface of Repel. When you write code which is more than one line, go ahead and write it on the left side, and you can have console log statements which will print out the value, and then you can run it. But if you want to write only a single line of code at a time, you can write it on the right hand side, which is a shell, and it will interact with you basically. You can, for example, if I say var a equal to 19, and then I say a, it gives back the value. Now your question, it returns undefined. Whenever you're giving an instruction to create a variable and assigning a value, it's not going to give you back a value immediately, and it's just a JavaScript behavior that in the shell it says undefined because it's not required to return anything. You're not asking anything back. But for example, when you ask for the value of a, it actually returns the value. So you will see that undefined in a lot of places where you are giving an instruction which doesn't return anything back immediately. Okay, so this is the shell that I'd like you to use. Again, if your code is more than one line, do it on the left side or try it directly on the right side. So now, for those of you who haven't tried it, create a few variables, numeric variables, make some arithmetic operations on it, try it out, get comfortable with the shell, and then we'll do something more advanced. Does anybody have questions on how to use the shell? Are you getting the results that you're looking for? Describe what problems you're having.
The shell is just the right side of the page?
Yeah, that's the right side of the page. Go ahead.
I'm not getting any of this, I'm not sure. I mean, like, it's not showing up on my.
Okay, I'll take a look.
I mean, I even have to like, it's not black.
Right, it doesn't look like it. And this is Did you actually sign up for this? Yeah. No, it showed me the public coding editor. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, if when you go to this, it doesn't automatically detect JavaScript, go ahead and select /languages/JavaScript to see this shell. You might be having a similar issue. Any other issues so far?
Yeah. So it's not working for
No, we shouldn't have a problem. So, let's draw.
I just don't know. It's just and then with this I just think I don't know is another variable.
Maybe it's not accepting the semicolons.
It's really odd. You ran it without the semicolons already, right?
Tiny bit that is.
Okay, I'll look into why that one's not working, but in here, type C. See if you get the value back. Okay. So instead of running it through console log on the left side, you can just directly whatever.
Okay.
Because the rest of it is actually compiled. It's not wrong, console log, that is the format, but every JavaScript engine is different, that's why different versions of browsers sometimes don't work on the web page, so, yeah, it could be just their bug.
And you don't have that problem?
That is weird.
I know. I wonder what version
Yeah, it's working on mine too, the console. Okay, let's move on to the. Let's do some other, learn some other concepts, and then I will give you guys enough time to try it out, and I'll try to work with all of you too. So, we looked at simple math operations. There is a rule of order of operations, just like when you do math by hand. I've already answered some of your questions. If you have any technical problems like with Repel, I'll come around and help you. But other than that, any questions about JavaScript, history of JavaScript, anything about the basics?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you mean by high? I think you said high level, low level. What is it? I don't think
Okay,
I've heard
so
that before. What's
languages, you can imagine them as working very close to the machine, which is the computer and the machine level code, or them being closer to the developer and there being multiple layers of compiling that's going on. So for example, when we write JavaScript, it has been designed to be more developer friendly, the language and the concepts. And then it gets compiled into C by the compiler, and that gets compiled into assembly, and then that's how it actually goes down to the machine level and works. So traditionally, higher level languages are the ones that are further away from machine code.
I see. Okay. Gotcha.
Closer to human language?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Okay, sir.
So, do you have any resources for someone brand new wanting to span out from JavaScript into things more specific like Angular, JS, Node.js?
Yeah, absolutely. So are you saying somebody who has completed the basics of JavaScript or wants to first solidify that? Because Angular is a framework, Express is a framework, and backend functionality of JavaScript. So you'll have to first complete the foundational work. I would say Eloquent JavaScript. And let's see. That's actually one of the best books, and it's free. Everything related to JavaScript is usually free.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the book's author.
Eloquent JavaScript. And you don't know JS.
You don't know the author?
I don't remember the name, sorry.
Okay, but you said the name was I Love JavaScript?
No, that was You Don't Know JS. 1 second.
That's the name of the book. That's the name of the book. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
You don't know JavaScript?
Yes.
That's the name of the book?
Yes.
Okay, I'm two more witnesses.
Actually,
I'm making sure I got this right.
it's actually You Don't Know JS. That's the name of the book. You Don't Know JS.
Oh my lord.
Instead of
I see what they did.
So,
oh boy.
You Don't Know JS, it has, I think, 6 books in the series, and it's the best book to understand everything about the language. And this is the book that you should start with because it covers all the basics. So, book number 1, and then series of books afterwards. You don't know JS.
This is scope and closures.
Oh, I just pulled up one. It's a series, yeah. It's here. All of these. Okay.
It's on GitHub?
It's on GitHub. Both are free, open source. You can even, when you master JavaScript, you can even contribute to it because it's open source. Okay, now let me introduce you to functions, and then we'll create some in Repel or another editor if Repel is being a problem. All right, so what are functions? Now, when we're writing programs, there is a lot of logic that you would want to reuse over and over again. So you will club it up into something that we call a function or a routine. All right, and the function has mainly two parts. It has the logic part where it's executing a routine, and then the second part is the input and the output. It takes the values that you give it and then returns the answer. Now, first you will write down the function's definition, write the function itself, and then learn how to invoke it and run it with different values or inputs. This is the function syntax. We have the same keyword that we used earlier, var, and the type, the data type for it, you can think of it as a data type, is function. It's on the right hand side, and here is the name of the function, just called my function over here, and then between the curly braces is where all your execution logic is going to be, and within that scope is where you will return the answer. Now, these curly braces, this is also called the function scope. This is defining a function scope. And that is very important. We'll talk about it later. Now, let me share an example of a function. Here, we're just making sevens. And we're not taking any inputs right now. We're just returning the value 6 plus 1. So anytime we call this function make 7, it will return us value 7. And we can, if we put the call to the function on the right hand side and we assign it to a variable, it will save that value. So calculation will always have the value returned by make 7 function. In this case, it's just the number 7. But what if we want it to be user interactive and we want to provide arguments, we want to provide input. That input is called arguments. There can be more than one. And all the arguments that the user provides to the function, within that function scope is where they will be available and not outside. So you have to think about what the function needs and that it is always available to it. So let's see an example of this now. Suppose we have multiple arguments. We'll see real examples later, it'll be clearer, but here we have 3 arguments and you need to use them in your function routine. So here we're using the first argument twice. We're just assigning it to a variable. In this example, we are multiplying 2 numbers. Now, if your function multiplies 2 numbers, it should accept 2 numbers as inputs. So number 1 and number 2 will be the arguments to the function, and the function just returns the product. So you will call this function and provide 2 and 4, and again, if you want to save it to a variable, you will need that second line. Sometimes you only want to run the function and get the value, but if you want to use it later, it needs to be saved in a variable. Okay, now we've done basic math operations, but for some of the more complex operations, we usually use libraries so that we don't rewrite something. And math library in JavaScript is the most commonly used one. Abstracts common mathematical functions. I have one example of that. Capital M is how we identify that it's a utility that we're using, math utility. And then random is the inbuilt function on it. And try to run it. It will generate a random number. So, random here, random and the parentheses, what is it? What is it an example of?
A function.
Right. It does not take any variables. Okay. Any questions on functions, how to create functions, anything you'd like to go over again? Okay, thumbs on, did you understand functions? Can you write a function, a simple addition or, yeah? I'll give you a couple of minutes to write down something of your own, generate anything you'd like using a function. It could be outputting a string or any math operation on two numbers. Try using two arguments, no arguments, anything. Just create something in Rebel. If anybody needs help, let me know. Yeah.
So it's not working.
So let's try, try running my function from there. So we have created it. It's not returning anything right now. So what happens when we do this? Let's write down my function and see if it returns something. Okay, so it's saying my function is a function. So, because that's the variable that we've defined and it's a function. Now, if you want to run it, we want to put the parentheses after it. That's called invoking a function. So let's try my function and then the parentheses.
On the side.
And the parentheses. Enter. Okay, so undefined. Now, in this case, when you are expecting something, but it says undefined, it's time to look at if everything here is complete. So undefined means that nothing is being returned. Here is the keyword for the outputs that we want to generate, yeah. So let's put return.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was asking, is like, I don't know how to write code, so.
Right, but that's,
Here, the code
yeah.
to be executed, right?
So let's write return, the keyword return.
And just for any impressions being able to see,
Yeah.
versus return, it's just saving the
Return
result
of whatever you want to send out,
to
because,
variable.
see, in a
So
function,
you have
we
to
might
call
have
the
50 lines of code, but we
So,
don't want to return
I
all
don't
those
know
lines,
why,
we want to
like,
return just the
why
final
it
answer.
wasn't
So the
working
keyword
at all.
return
So I did in
tells
that
us that.
But when it's not
Yeah,
working,
exactly. So you, and what you could have done is, what you could have also done is saved that product into a variable
okay,
and
so
then
you're-
returned that
wait,
variable.
so
So you
the
can go ahead
name
and
of
try
your
that.
function is called return.
Run the my function again and see if it
Alright.
returns now.
So what you wanna do is instead of console.
Right, it's not working because we haven't called the function.
Did you?
We declared the function and we told it
I did it
how
differently.
it's supposed to work, but we're not
So you don't-
calling it. If you
you
want
don't
to call
assign
it,
a value
you
to
have to
this
write
yet.
my function over
So
here.
you're gonna put like
Or you
one,
could
like what I did,
write it
like
in the shell
one,
directly.
and then two.
And
Yeah.
the parentheses.
And then down here you'll say return one,
Yeah,
whatever.
that's called invoking a function.
And then here, you're gonna say,
Okay, so
like
let's run
our
it now.
result equals my function, and then whatever you done inside it. So what I've done is first define the function and not.
Yeah.
And then
Because you might want to call it.
defining it does not call it.
No, because you'll define a lot of functions that you will use in multiple places in your program, and then you will
There you go.
call them in. And also try calling it directly from there in the shell.
Yeah, that's hard.
Okay.
Because you're almost anticipating that you have to put in the parameters you want.
So this is just setting up the equation, then I'm not sure you know the equation.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Because you're saying I
go
want, this
line
is
by
like,
line. So
this is
the
like
first two lines you're defining
when
the
you're
function.
doing the EJS
And
stuff,
you're telling it how it
this is like the
is.
structure, it's like the
And in the
model.
fourth line,
And
you're
then
saying,
this would be whatever the
new
input
variable
from
store
the user was.
the answer from this function. And you're invoking the function.
Mhm.
But we're not
No, it
telling the console that
it
I want to
does.
see the value of product. So you have to.
I understand.
Into console
I
log.
know.
In some
I understand.
versions of
Very
Rebel, console log
abstractly.
isn't working.
I
So you can just write product
I
over
would
there
not be able
in the
to
shell.
put that also the last one.
I have it.
Yeah, so you have to like.
I need to practice that a lot. And I doubt it too, or I've just been.
No problem. And also try invoke the function directly in the shell on the right hand side. Computer went to sleep. Anybody else who wants help on an example in Rebel? Sorry, this will take a minute to respond. Has everybody tried out an example? Yes?
I'm having some kind of issues.
Okay.
See, I'm just trying to make a basic equation of the Celsius and Fahrenheit. Something I can see.
Okay, in some of the Rebel, I think the console log is not working, so in that case, just go ahead and write the final variable that you want to see in the shell. So in this case, it's f. So we've stored everything. Let's put f in the shell and then see if it has the right value. F and sample.
Maybe it's, you don't have to have, maybe you just copy paste the result into the console log.
No, it's the console log, which is the cloud. So in some of the Rebel
And then 11 too.
versions that we have pulled up, seems like it's not available. So on the shell, on the right hand side, you would put just f, just the variable f, and enter.
Yeah, it did. So you don't have to save it to the console.
Oh, no, that wouldn't, but let's run it first. Let's run it on the left side.
This is
Now it has stored everything. Now let's in the shell say f.
very simple function.
Let's try it again.
Again,
And see.
function.
Okay.
And it becomes like something.
Okay, did we see, oh, so C and F,
I remember doing it.
Are those just
are not,
the
we
strings
don't
that?
have numbers yet, that's why, I mean, you don't have values to the degrees yet. So,
Oh, so I have to
you will
make-
have, you will have to either ask the user to give in the degrees
I
that
was
you want
doing
converting
something and I
in C
kept
and
getting
F.
an error and I keep
And you can create a function for that, have
closing
to,
curly bracket and
just take one value, either in C or in F, try that. Or just to test this equation, you can add the degrees directly.
For
You
that,
can add a
though,
degree
I
for
feel
C
like
and then
when
test
I-
out your F equation.
Yeah, so this one's over here for the variable
Well,
C
there is, there's
equals
JS
38.
link.
Oh,
I
it's
need to start
below,
using
that's
those
why, so
tools, so
you
then,
should
like,
move
when
the C
it's
first.
Oh,
Because
okay.
when it's
Just, like,
solving that
staring at
equation, at that
Because
time,
if you
it's
go
not
in there,
defined
it
at all.
tells you what all my
I did the same function.
But some of the stuff you have to tell it to ignore.
Okay, so here,
Because it'll do
define the
literally
function,
for everything.
and you have created a variable to store the value of that function, your function call, 2 and 4. But you're not asking, the computer to return that. So you're storing it in product, but you haven't asked it for it. Does that make sense? Like, well, okay, you have to explicitly ask that, hey, tell me what is stored in product. So,
Is there any different color?
it's going to store the value, but it's not going to tell you. It's just
So would you do like console log product?
either console log product, and if that doesn't work, you can write down product right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, just making it as easy as your equation, because the C was the equation's problem. So you can put C plus there.
Pretty much have to do that, like, sure.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, yeah. And try it on right side too, just to see if,
So everything's perfect, it's just the way the back is working.
okay. Alright, so,
It's not bad.
did you guys get that?
Yeah, we're figuring it out. It's just the whole bracket.
The bracket is a problem, so we
Yeah.
gotta figure out how
All the
to
apps
put
with
it
it.
correctly so it registers it.
Right, when in doubt, use more parentheses, that way you cannot leave, you don't have to leave anything on the order of operations, how it reads, but you can explicitly say first one this,
That's
then
good.
group this, and then group this.
Alright, so it's like
Thank you.
It's like the most useful thing I've ever done.
Thank you.
Seriously?
Oh
Okay, everybody got, yes.
I was just wondering what the purpose of the 2 and the 4 were.
Okay, so when you are using this function that you've created in multiple places in your program, you might want to run it with different values. So here, for that example, we're just using 2 and 4, but you might want to get a product of any 2 numbers, and you might want to leave it up to the user who is calling your program to provide those values. So if this were a math game for kids, and you had a little form that said multiply 2 numbers and see if the solution is right, the one that you're solving. The child will put in 2 numbers, and your function will take those 2 numbers and multiply it. So that'll be the real use case.
Okay, what's the purpose of saving the product? Because when I did that, I had to put in the 2 and the 4 myself after putting in all of that code.
After putting in the function definition?
And the saving it as the variable
As product, okay, so in this case, if you were, sorry, now if you were only running it once, then you could just call compute product with the values that the user is giving and just run it, and that value will be thrown out. But if you needed to use it later on, save that value for any 2 numbers that you provided at some point, save that and use it later on, you would have to put it in a variable. And then later on in another file, or later on in the program, you can say, what was the value of product 1 versus what was the value of product 2? That was called with a different version of.
So that's product 1. You
It's
would
just
call that up
your-
later. Are you gonna show us that later, how to call up a
We'll-
saved product or saved variable?
Yeah, we might have some examples where you call it multiple times, but like in your editor, we call the product from the shell, right, to see the value. And just like from the shell, you can call it downstream later in your file and use it elsewhere. For example, just displaying on your website. And
I guess I don't know how to call it, cause I tried and it
okay,
it didn't work.
calling it is just saying product, value of product. Or if, for example,
Well, I wrote down var product and then a semicolon.
just product, no var. Because that keyword is used to declare it. It's telling the compiler, I'm about to declare a variable and assign it a value. Or not assign it a value. Sometimes we create empty variables. But when you call it, you've already created that variable. It's in our dictionary. We know that product is a variable, so you can just say product, and it'll have that value.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
It
Okay.
works.
All right.
Thank you.
Any more questions for functions? No? Okay. We went over math library. Okay, we'll talk about strings for a bit, and after that we'll explore some other inbuilt functions like math random, and I'll give you the resources online to grab examples and try them out in Rebel. JavaScript string manipulation. Now, we talked about strings. It is one of the data types. We have worked on numbers, tried a few operations on them. But strings, even though they look very, very static and fixed, you can do a lot to manipulate them. You can play around with them quite a bit. So, for example, I'd like you to create a variable with a string value. Whatever you want to put in the string is fine. And then take that variable and get its length by using this inbuilt property .length. Thumbs up when you're done. And is the length correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did everybody create a string variable? Yes?
Is length a function, and why doesn't it need?
Good question. I'll get to that. Yeah, that's a good observation. Sometimes we call functions on our data types and they don't need an invocation brackets. But okay, everybody try it out an example? Yes? Okay, good. All right, now when we create my name and we assign it a string value, it becomes a data type string, and JavaScript by default, whenever a variable of a particular type is created, it allows you to use all inbuilt functions that it has for the data types on your variable directly, because your variable is an instance of that data type. So for your convenience, a method like length already exists on this data type, and you can call it directly on any instance of a string. So any variable that you declare as a string. And not all functions have the invocation parentheses, because what happens is sometimes a function is stored in a variable, so it can be referred to with just the name. And so here you're calling a function that is stored as a method on this data structure with the name length, and it does not it does not take any input. So yeah, you get the result right back. Okay, any other questions? No? Another example we're going to try is adding two strings together. So we have a string number 1 and 2, and if you want to concatenate them and put a space in between, this would be a way to do it. So this is the first kind of data manipulation you will do, adding multiple strings together. So here what happens is we have the plus operator, but because the type of our variable is not a number, it knows that it can't perform a numeric operation on it, and that's why it performs the concatenation. Now I want you to try concatenating a string with a number and see what happens. String with a number, number in the middle, anything, any combination you'd like. Did everybody try it with a space? Did anybody try with a number? Adding a number in a string. Anybody encountered something interesting? Something weird?
I thought it wasn't gonna work, but it returned my name and a number as a string.
Did you like that? Was that something you
That's not
expected?
what I expected.
Okay, so when you're adding a string to a number, it has two choices. Either try to convert a string into a number that makes sense and add it to the number, or just stringify the number and concatenate it. Since you can't really have an algorithm for intelligently converting any string into a number and performing the addition, JavaScript has that rule where it concatenates it.
I thought it was gonna say I can't do it.
Yeah, so this is better, right?
Yeah.
At least it didn't just give up. Okay, and that was in fact what I was going to show you. But yes, you can also do something like, so just having these empty quotes, and then adding something after it stringifies it. Because it can't think of anything else to do which can be useful. So it says, okay, I'll make it a string. Maybe that's what you wanted. All right, everybody tried an example with numbers and strings? Yeah? Okay. All right, let's try to uppercase and to lowercase. A lot of the times the data that we get is not consistent from our website or a database. So sometimes you have to use, a lot of times you have to use something like this, and so that you don't have to create it yourself. This is again an inbuilt function. Try it out on a string with mixed cases. And you can use it directly like this, like in this example. And then of course, go ahead and save that string in a variable and then run this function on that variable. I wish I had two screens. Okay, who tried a case transformation? Yeah? So we saw an example where on a variable we were calling .length, and here we're calling it directly on string. Does it make sense, or does it look unusual or look like it shouldn't work? Okay, everybody good on this example? Yeah? Okay,
Well, the quotes are changing to quotation marks or single.
Single to double? Okay, that's a good observation. My eyes have gotten adjusted to both, so I don't even notice when it's one or the other, but both are valid. And there are, in some cases, there is a preference of double quotes to single, and that's when you are nesting them, or you need to use quotes within quotes. So there is some preference on how to do it in terms of code style, what looks better, and some languages actually prohibit using double quotes within single quotes or vice versa. So.
Okay, but if I wanted text to appear on the screen in quotes, I wouldn't use this anyway. This is just code.
Yeah, this is just code. This is just telling JavaScript that this is going to be text. But you can appear quotes. You can make quotes appear on your screen, and that's when you nest them. So try putting in single quotes within double quotes. So creating a string using double quotes and then putting hello inside of single quotes and see what happens. And also use apostrophe and try using some of the other characters. See if you can break it, confuse it.
Okay.
What happened?
I ended up getting backslashes.
You ended up getting backslashes?
Yeah.
So tell me your example. Let's work on it.
Yeah,
What
it's,
did you do?
Yeah, it's quotation, or.
Did you save it in a variable, or do you want
No,
to? Okay,
it's-
directly.
it's
All right.
where it- yeah,
Double
where it-
quotes.
Yeah, double quotes and then quotation, and then closing. So quote, double quote.
Just this?
And you need one more quote in the center there.
Okay, that.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Since we added the last.
All
That's
right.
basically what we're getting.
Okay, now these are called the backslashes. They are used to identify some special characters that you want to use within strings. And if you want to escape them and you want JavaScript to not recognize it as a special character, but instead just read it literally. So that's what backspaces are used for within quotes. Special characters like and %. But if you, actually this would be a good time to pull up MDN, search for MDN, it's Mozilla Developers Network. And let me share the link. MDN, let's see.
That's not running out. Hit run. Just delete the last name.
Okay, JavaScript guide is JavaScript guide and reference is where we go. Even after coding for a year, whenever you do something new, when you're trying something new and you don't know a utility function that will do that operation or help you break down that string in a certain way, what you do is you just search MDN, and just like you do other Google searches, search for whatever behavior that you're trying to achieve. Like, I want to split my array into 2 parts. How do I do that? Things like that. When you search that, you will get back a lot of those utility functions, and then you can learn how to use them. And these references are really good. And this is also open source. If you see a mistake, you can actually submit and edit, just like Wiki. You can contribute to it. So keep this open for the workshop. We'll look a lot of things up. And you should look up how to escape special characters. Okay. Okay, the next one we'll try is slice. First, I want you to look it up on MDN. What is slice, and get comfortable with the way that they explain a certain behavior, and then give you an example to describe it. So this is what you should see if you search for it. Okay, let's use an example of strings. So my string let's say the traditional string. Now, just to be sure that we have the value, I ran it and then I called it in the shell. Now what we want to do is, we saw this function slice, and it says method returns a copy of a portion of an array. Here we're saying string because this also runs on string. So which portion do we want? If we want the second half, let's count and see what position word starts at. So our positions in strings and arrays start at 0. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's do my string dot slice. Let's try 5 and see what we get. We get space and world. 6, we get just world. So again, slice is a built-in function, and it takes a minimum of a 1 variable, and then it also takes some optional parameters.
Why would we need that?
Which one?
Why would we need that as a method to just return a smaller portion?
Yeah, we're slicing our string.
Okay.
So if you have this large string, but you know that at a certain position is where your actual data is that you want,
okay.
you can just slice it out and save it in a separate variable.
Okay.
Okay, now if I did 2, it will start at position 2, and if I gave a second optional parameter, let's say 6, what happens? It reads that as beginning and end. So start at this character and end at that character.
Does that actually change the value of the variable itself, or it's just spitting out that output for that given function?
This is, well, the way to find that out is looking at your value, variable value again, and it is still the same. It doesn't manipulate the original. And if you want to, and this value again is not automatically saved anywhere, so if you want to save the slice operation, you have to assign it to a variable. So anything we did here should go into
So it doesn't include the second, but it does include the sixth.
1 second.
I think it starts at 0, 0, 1, 2.
You meant the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
It includes 1 and excludes 1. Is that what you just said?
Well, that it was not including 2, but it was including 6.
It was not including the beginning of the string, but it was including.
But if
Gonna
you're
run it
starting
again.
at 0, then that would.
So
it's
this
0
one,
character,
it's-
so it's h equals 0, 0 equals 0, 1, 2, 3.
Let me. Okay, here it is.
Okay, so it does include the second space because we're
The
starting
second
at 0.
index, yeah.
Now the 6th one is the W, and I thought 6th is the W, right? So I thought that was your question,
Yes, that
but
I'm,
that's
like,
also
confused
valid.
about-
Yeah, there are multiple things going on, but here at 6 we are excluding it. We're telling it to stop, and it's not excluded. That's correct, because W is at position 6, so it includes the beginning and excludes the end.
So if you put 7, would it be LLO space W?
Correct.
Okay.
What was the slicing command usually used for? Is it
Why would you need it? Imagine any long string from which you want to extract something specific. And those positions, they don't have to be fixed positions. You might even keep those dynamic. You might know that every time you get this long string, that the data that you want, data number 1, 2, and 3, start at position 10, 20, and 30, and then have these little operations to extract them out every time.
Can you slice characters, like see how many O's are in Hello World? Does that make sense?
Oh, tell it to recognize
Yeah.
O, and you can do that by writing a custom function.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a little puzzle right there. Extract all the given type of character.
Is that the
Yeah.
keyword, extract? Okay.
It's not a keyword. I'm defining the puzzle. Like you can have this problem statement that you're given a long string, and write a function that recognizes the single character that is given to the function, and then finds all those and extracts them or removes them. Like you might want to, you might get some data that's not clean, and it might have a lot of semicolons that you don't want from website, and you might want to remove all the semicolons or something like that. So you can create something for it. There are some existing functions that do find and replace. And have you heard of regex? Okay, look it up. That's basically a pattern matching concept that's used in all programming languages. Regex, regular expressions. Okay, so we've seen some stuff with strings. Let's see. All right, fun stuff. More fun, I promise. Go to this link. It has some exercises. And just by what you've learned so far, you will be able to create 3 cool functions. So mks.io/js101. And actually, I'd really like you guys to work in pairs. I think you'll be able to discuss it and do more that way. So just work with your neighbor, or you can get up and pair up with anybody here. Or do you want me to be mean and randomly assign you guys to work with them?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just say I'm not.
I had to relog on to Wi-Fi.
It's mks.io/js101. Okay. Did everybody? Okay.
Very big commitment. Yeah, that's really cool. Sorry.
Rushed me. Rushed me.
Well, I haven't done any for a couple months, so this is good for me.
Just like the one that pulls up splits apart. Yeah,
Okay. Does everybody have the exercises pulled up?
I've been waiting for you, I didn't move.
Okay, we're working on exercise 1, and I'd like you to take a stab at it, and then we'll just work on it as a class.
Yeah, can you do that all in one?
Oh, you mean monetary tip? I thought you meant string tip.
That's when you know you're too far into this.
That's not, yeah, that's not.
Oh.
Let's just try this word.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, okay, there's already a percent. Oh, no, okay, I know we did. What we need to do. You need to do R, like, R, X equals, no, okay. Okay, so, this is this is different than what I thought. It takes in two numbers, I just said X and Y. And then percent, so these are what we're. This is it, okay, I had this so wrong, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
This is a function called, but I said we need math, so math.
If I had more room, then you won't be able to see in front of me.
That's fair.
Okay, so we can do that, right, so.
As opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Y.
I thought that that would be like percent.
So times.
So I thought it would be like and then the digits would be like the user.
Yeah, so it's went up 18.
Oh, so like percent dot, two fixed, 18, or something, yeah.
So in this case, 18% is Y. Right, cause 2%, that's
Percent, I'm very, yeah.
and then $44.
You got it.
I know, it worked on that thing, but I don't know if it'll work on hers.
No, wait, also, we're declaring, or initially we're declaring twice, so this has to be.
So a 9% divided.
Because, no, I mean,
Use the term.
I guess you could, that's,
That were easy to.
even if you're gonna enter in a whole number, you know, you gotta divide by 100%, but I guess you could do. That's the.
4.25.
Is it coming up?
No, wait, okay. I'm sorry, I did this wrong again. So the percent is Y divided by 100. That's like the math of percentage, right? And then you have this variable called tip, which multiplies that percent by the dollar.
Multiply the result by 100.
So, I mean,
It's 44.25 is, that's not a whole number right there, so.
right, but that's the total, so it's $44.
At the top, like, bar percent.
I know.
Equals like really complicated. I like
Yeah.
confuse you, I'm sorry. No, you're good. So what happens?
What is that?
I guess I'll just tell you.
No.
That's no way I
Yeah. Percentage. Why would you return?
What a percentage is, we did slide, kind of try to divide by.
Either way, I took, so even, well, I was just looking.
That percent, yeah, we take that percentage.
That-
Yeah, you
Multiply
definitely
by
do
the
that.
dollar of the bill number.
That's not right.
Okay.
Like, at the restaurant, I received the bill, and I say, oh, do I want a tip?
Yeah, yeah. I got it.
So, where are your
Here.
So now, like, each issue, you at least want to tip, like, really fries and.
So, first thing it says, you know, name it, calculate tip. Okay, so you could use a function, not a variable. So your function name is calculate
But I think this is just.
So you need to do your variable point, variable dot I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Easy numbers. Right here on 35, delete.
Okay, got it.
Anybody has any questions?
Or like one.
Okay, so then it's function. Because we're doing.
I'm so confused by the two fixed part. This is where you're.
So now calculate tip needs to start.
Cause I have like a big old.
I mean, little. No, I see what you're going with it. I think it's really just.
We might, you could add.
How do you add something to it?
Yeah, we're thinking of monetary tips, you know, for like the restaurant, but, not having decimals could actually be correct. Like, you know, another financial,
Okay, so
accounting,
we'll talk about this in a minute, but,
wouldn't necessarily
if you
have to
add
be
two fixed, I would suggest just
10%.
every level of calculation you're doing, saving it in a new variable so that you can see at every step,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're, okay.
So if you're dividing something, save that in a variable, look at it. And then if you're multiplying it by another item, save it. So now you have if you're provided a percentage in how are you calculating it?
Right there.
You have to first do the math without worrying about the fix. So
Now what do is that?
Oh, so
if
when you
you
say
calculate
what,
what is
I wonder if
20%
it's
of
defaulting to do that.
44,
Right, so we're
Probably defaulting to that, which is
So we're gonna type in return.
or not a decimal, that she has to put.
How do I make that?
And then
You're
we're
putting.
That's fine. You can simply write that in there.
So any question you come up with, first search and most likely you'll find an answer. And in this case, since there was too much information, I'll help you get through it, but let's search.
Okay,
So your question was.
let me show you.
I'm trying to think of how I would word this.
JavaScript, starting with
Not
JavaScript.
reading.
JavaScript, calculate, percentage, that was your question? So, yeah, stack. Are you familiar with stack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have to put, oh, okay, wait.
Do you mind if I just do this, or do you want to eat?
No.
So, usually what happens is sometimes it's a math thing, just search for the exact math. But if the question is how do I apply this JavaScript, then search for JavaScript. That just things usually
Okay, well, I can put in numbers.
Something's better than nothing.
Yeah, so we want.
So, what, it's undefined.
There's one more thing I would suggest.
What to do.
It's
Right?
also easy to just take two numbers as an example,
That-
like
yeah, do
here,
percent,
have example, and on paper,
Like,
solve it yourself. Because sometimes when we're trying to put in code,
I think you're on the right
you
track.
might mess up the formula, but do it in a way that you're most used to first.
Okay.
And then try to translate it in code language.
Total A times percent A.
Thank you.
See what I'm saying?
So
And I'll come back and
Do
talk
that
about
one, do that
some
one,
of it.
as percent divided by 100.
That,
Yeah.
okay, yep, no, that's exactly.
And then do the return,
Like extra credit
for
for.
total A times.
Oh, of exercise one.
Okay, but then it would be.
Yeah.
Lag myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what you're actually rating?
Yeah, yeah, I just feel I forget.
It's our volume.
Our volume basically.
It's so good. You just need to
You did too. And then try to translate it to.
Yeah, I could do something with, whatever it
Little
is,
town to like in the same
it's quite nice, it's so close to the island.
I can find other ways.
Let's call it like that.
This is the confusion, just
Yeah.
So, like, during I wouldn't even though I can do, for some reason, I can visualize moving the decimal place, cause I just think of it as like.
You can do calculations, smaller level of calculations.
Total, right, and 35.8 was the percentage.
So, do I use variables between the squiggly brackets?
Yeah, it's anything that you need only for that function will be within those brackets. And if it's something that you need outside of it, you need to clear it outside of it, otherwise it will be in the scope.
Yeah, that's a parentheses.
Function scope is much smaller than your file scope.
But how does that indicate it knows what percent?
I find
Is it curly bracket or?
It's actually pointing to this line right here.
How did you get that so fast?
Right, those two books are really good. And then look up front-end math skills. That has videos for all lectures. And that has
Oh,
more stuff for React.
We're, we don't actually want that to be a function, we want it to just be the variable. A variable equals a variable. So the variable percent will equal x times 0.1. And that's a math statement that will happen later in our function.
Would we just say here? No. Would the
So,
parameter be here?
it has all the topics that you were asking for.
Just say total lectures equals total percent.
Including its percentage.
Does that make sense to you?
So the site might not have.
Getting even more than this percent, that percent, and that percent, different variables.
Okay, this is what I did.
Even though they're called the same thing and you want them to represent the same number, they're actually
Divided percent by
Going over here.
But,
I know.
Oh my god, yes, that's right.
I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's good, I don't know why.
So I have total and percent.
So then two fixed is the
Can I
first.
do total?
So what two fixed does is it takes away the extra decimal.
Oh, my already does slice.
Can I do, if I wanna do a specific operation of
Like
divided by
Yeah. Let's pretend we were doing it for bar.
Is that cool? Can I do that?
Two fixed. I think it reduces,
Whatever the percentage is divided by.
in order,
Then we would say.
I was just gonna do like.
Oh, I think.
well, I mean, when I look at a decimal number, right, it's two places is what makes it readable to me. If there's 7, 8, or 9 different decimal places, you know, if the number is 0.73, you know, what is the pi number? 31496 or whatever.
Yeah, check that.
So it's just, what that is saying, two fixed numbers to shave off the 8 or 9 decimal places to bring it down.
Right, yeah.
We gotta run it for a second while. That's what you gotta do. That's what we gotta do.
Well, I put it up here in the calculator.
I think what it's doing is
How's it going?
That's
That's good. Okay.
Right? You know what? That's right. That's right. We got through there. We got through there.
putting that in
Yeah. You
Say that
can do
again?
it.
Now that you said it 3 ways, I can't remember how it's said. Okay.
Modolo, Modulo.
Something like that.
Madala.
Why don't we use it?
Now I'm thinking Madalos. Those
Do you see the example?
Mandalas.
Because you might want, with two fixed, you have the option of actually keeping some part of the decimal. Like you don't want to get rid of all of it. Depends on what you want to do. Yeah. You can also round it up.
Yes, so it's as simple as
if you look at
no
function,
matter what you write, you have to
fixed also
compile
does
it
the
first
rounding, let's
before
say,
it
and then it rounds up as it goes, right? But if
So
you want to
so
just
like, so this is a variable, so if I enter in the tip over here, it gives me back 2.
Okay.
I don't,
Yeah, like all that's
So
totally
it
cool.
said here,
It's totally PEMDAS, like just like
returns
So we don't even.
order of operations
corrected,
now.
but it doesn't have a number.
Yeah, basically.
So
No,
that's-
literally all we were doing
number
wrong is we
object
weren't
is
compiling
1,
it
2,
first.
3, 4.
That's it.
I get that. So it's only gonna return this, but it
Yeah,
rounded it
yeah,
up, so it turns.
Yeah, you don't even have to, because I guess you technically
Yeah.
like declare the
One,
variable.
two, three, four,
This
five,
has to be like
six.
one of those
So it
original, I
moved
guess.
it over 10.
No, it didn't move it. Instead of 45, it said, I'll make it 46, yeah.
Okay.
What, that's actually,
And
rules
just
followed by,
percent by
like,
behind,
general
that's
scientific
cool.
community, there are rules for rounding up, and it's just following those general rules, so what happens is if it's above 0.5,
Right, it rounds up to
and if it's under that, rounds down, so it's just using that.
Okay, so essentially this is gonna turn into
Oh, so we need to build
44.
square brackets rather than.
That's what it's like, yeah.
Yeah, so when I click here, I don't need this, right?
Wow. That's right, exactly.
You might want to keep it because you don't know what the
Yeah,
user
so
is going to
actually-
enter. The user might say,
Yeah, I just write in my
and
variable.
if you don't care about decimals, then you might want to keep that function on the
Right, and then should I add, I should put this before the return, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything should be
Inside the function, and that's
Yeah.
why I'm getting in there.
Congratulations,
Okay.
sticking.
That's already done.
Congratulations.
Actually, if you wanted to use it
Right.
outside,
My issue is actually.
what you'll have to do is, now, you've used the same argument names for the variable total and percent over there, and then the argument name for the function. Now suppose if you had different names in there, if you had total 1 and percent 1, which you can do, the names can be different. In that case, what you can do is those 7 and 8 lines, they can be outside. So you are saying change total to fixed, change percent to fixed, and then pass the changed values.
This should be
And
attached
you're
to a
passing it
variable.
not in the definition, you're going to pass it when you call the function, you
No,
haven't called the function yet.
Right.
So we're talking about something that we haven't done yet.
No, so we calculate the,
Calculate tip.
I'm gonna get.
Parentheses 44.
that's it,
Yeah,
right?
we have
Right,
to
you
put
give
in
it
Should
a
be
value,
the
total and
far
percent.
total.
What do you
Oh,
count?
right, okay.
Right. So,
And then
here,
now
that's
this
why
is
I would recommend changing the
line
variable names, so that conceptually you understand where something is being provided automatically and where you have to give it. So in
And
this
then down below
definition, let's
would
change
be
it
total.
to total.
Okay.
On line 37, total.
You do.
Yeah.
You just
Right,
figured this out.
and in this case, you'll have to change it inside as well.
Right.
What if we
Now,
You,
you're saying, call this function, calculate this, and provided two values, total and percent, and you're referring to
Here we
these two
start,
values.
here we
And this is just instinct that we're using for variable obedience.
calculates
And how it works is it says whatever the first argument is,
So the
just name it
function
total F. And the second argument 40%.
now calculates it, uses
No, I
each
totally
two
agree.
numbers
Yes, I
to
wrote
go
that
into
down.
the function and then assigns it to total.
Interesting, because
The
it's,
end result of the function. So the end result of the function
this is actually
has
interesting.
two fixed
Maybe it needs to be a decimal in the first place, so the only time you can apply to fix it is if it is a decimal.
There it is.
So you have to do a input check. Yeah, you have to do, has the user provided a decimal number, then do two fixed. If it's not a decimal number, don't do two fixed at all.
What if like on Monday or on Friday it's two things?
Interesting, so this is what happens. As you get more things, you have more queries of what is wrong, right? That's exactly what happened. Now let's see if query about this was correct. Can it work or not?
No, yeah, I really don't care. Like, I'm the same way.
So my previous queries and thing plans run on. You don't have to worry about using
She said there was I understand why you kind of like the way at the end of the lessons whenever they teach the books, stuff we did to use an assignment to like practice.
For,
Do you wanna do that?
oh, we have a calculator. That's nice. They're not calculated.
Yeah, so we're supposed to
We have to calculate the actual difference.
Okay.
So you have to solve it on paper if you're given 18%. Give it 18% on 44, whatever it is. And then calculate it, and then see what formula you will need to put in code.
Okay. Yeah, I totally didn't. Yeah, I didn't catch that. I was like,
So, restaurant tip calculator.
Like, I'm gonna actually start doing that stuff. So that I'm like,
Okay, so I did round up with one
Why do you have to make
We're running into an issue where it's rounding with one decimal place, but it doesn't round with three decimal
like I get
places.
it.
But it doesn't show.
But I don't understand.
So why? Okay, well, we rounded it just to, I'm sorry, not rounded, I guess because you're like 5 is essentially what that is. But it does round up.
And that can be.
Yeah, that's how. What was it?
Yeah,
Was it 9%?
it says inside, to return.
Okay, so that's why the reason it happened is, when you set keep one decimal place, it tries to keep the 9, but because the rule of, greater than 5 was rounding up, causes 9 to have 10. So it excludes the 5 as soon as you say it's fixed.
The you are, like, yeah, like any.
It gets rid of the 5.
Or any street.
Right, but what we're asking is why doesn't it doesn't
Return
include the 5
means
when
like
it rounds
give
up.
back.
When you
If it
put
had
6
been-
through 10,
So like if
when
you
you
did
have like a
Five,
six,
it's more than 5 then.
It has to be greater than 5, not including round up.
So, and that's of course an arbitrary rule that you have to memorize. I forget it sometimes too, but once you look at it, it just needs to be consistent, that's all.
greater than 5 is round up, less than 5 is round up.
But less than
Are you guys on as
It has to be included either
You
in
know how
round
to
up or
change it
round
from
down.
override to insert?
I'm not sure.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure, in my mind, it keeps changing.
It's changing on me, I don't know why.
See it in a language, because.
Oh, you're talking about when you try to like type
always
it out
have
and
to
they
be
try to add
exactly
extra
as
stuff.
how,
This is nice.
Math
No,
does,
it-
because that's an arbitrary rule. It's not.
The iPad doesn't.
Usually I just
The
press
rule
the
of
period
physics that
delete
everyone
and
wants,
then
right?
it
We
goes
decided
forward.
that
It
rounding
should
up
be a
should be
keystroke.
okay, this
Weird.
category of.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that keystroke is, I know what you're talking about.
So maybe it changed or maybe it didn't, I honestly don't remember.
Okay, so we've got.
Okay, so I want
to go
to.
5-5 and see what happens.
Yeah, that might have an edge case, but you guys did notice noticed that 9, 6 automatically became
I wasn't paying attention.
no decimal and increase the unit value.
Oh, okay,
Right?
Yeah, we knew how, that this was rounding it to different digits, but
Right.
different digit places, but what we didn't understand was why it wasn't rounding
With the
up.
five.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, what about the point one?
Oh, and then, is this the most efficient way to do this?
Oh, then we already heard it.
Just add this, because when we do just that,
Instead of dividing it by 100, I would say.
Divide by, well, that's the same thing.
It's the same thing, but that's better because it communicates what you're trying to do. Because that's how people usually think, right? This is how I will calculate a percentage. But again, it really depends on which users you're working with. I'm sure there'll be communities where decimals,
But the user isn't gonna be seeing the code.
Yeah,
They're just
Oh,
gonna
when
put
I-
in that number 18, right?
you're correct, user is not developer. So developer to developer, you communicate through code. So depending on what is more readable, something is preferred over other things.
And so someone might look at this and be like, why the hell did she multiply it by .01?
Instead of being more
Anyone
clear
under
and saying
50
divide by,
Right.
but that's
Okay.
really
But that's where we would
cultural
do it.
thing, seriously.
That's where we would do it.
Some people prefer decimals over fractions, right? Like
Yeah,
people
I
write
prefer
checks.
multiplying over division every time.
It's perfect. Keep
But,
it.
but is that where we would put it though?
Is that where we what?
Is that where we would put it?
Yeah,
So
you're saying
how would I
multiply.
do divide?
The divide would be slash.
Oh, a slash. Slash and then one.
Are you testing something?
Right.
Yeah, and the way you did it was correct. The only thing you can maybe do to make it a little bit better is put params around the decimal number. It'll just look neater and
That's how I've been
when you multiply it with the decimal point zero, you can say asterisk and then params.
Okay, so. Wait.
Yeah, and within that you can put the number.
Okay, so it looks like it's a lot less keystrokes.
So it's a lot less keystrokes to divide. And this is again just to, it's about code style, it looks neater, but functionally it's the same.
Yeah, I'm all about less keystrokes, so we're gonna use
Okay,
divide.
we've converted her to divide,
Okay, so quick, you write it. Oh, no, there's another one.
I thought so. We should go to the next one, the final
Just a second.
Okay.
How do you do?
Let me know if you wanna discuss specifics now or later.
Okay.
You guys percent one, too? First one, we're moving on to the second one now. You haven't.
Yeah, just call your function.
Any questions?
So many questions. What is that do?
What is what? Oh, Lord. So, did you try something? What do you, what if you decimals on words like helps, everybody else is still working?
Just so you know.
Run it directly over there because you save it in a variable, so just run it directly over there.
So talk about math randomly.
How do you do like between two numbers?
I need to get.
Yeah, you got ready to get
Look it up on MDN, there are for math software, there are 5 or 6 different exercises that you can do, provided different values.
And then put that, what's
Six, seven,
Any number?
10.
Yeah.
How do you just get, 4 less, what's before 14?
Alright, and let's try math.silly.
Yeah, you just trying to get the
And then you just say, whatever you want.
See, this will happen, so you don't bring up.
I know that one.
That's like a little bit.
The biggest thing for me is memory is so true. Because I don't feel like, oh my gosh.
Oh, hang on, 1 second. Use arrow keys to
Oh, yeah, we are just stressing eyes. I think that's what they meant by, don't forget to wrap.
So does it make sense now?
Yes.
And don't think of it as rounding up.
Oh, that's right.
It's a funny question.
How does it know?
Edge case
What
before I
is
come to
negative?
that.
Yeah. Negative one starts.
Okay, so don't think of it as rounding up because it's not following the rules of rounding up. It's just saying that the user wants to force this number to round up. So always get the ceiling, always go one
Why don't you do zero and try to
I
zero?
feel like I've learned that in math. Like the brackets on top.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I haven't looked at it yet. Interesting. So there was a notation for that. Interesting. Okay.
So negative numbers just means that value on the right as opposed to left is positive values, right? Yeah.
Well, for the sound because for the first one, was that's I'm not sure if that's what they mean.
You guys got rid of the function? Got frustrated? Okay, let's quickly make it into a function.
Yeah,
It's
so
going to be
when I
very
put
quick. So,
stop
you have 3 and 4. Those are your calculations, right? Let's put that in a function. You had the definition of the 4 and 6.
Well, this is
So
the length
let's
of
just create a function and those mean.
Yeah, so that's why.
The fourth one is
Oh my gosh, we did 3, no. Pretty good.
Define the function.
Oh, okay, super easy way of doing it?
Is it like more complicated?
There are so many ways. Proper, just proper, you realize later when.
But we still have to remove.
So for example, in this. We know that all valid sites will always have. But suppose you were designing that for something that is not a fixed format, then it breaks.
Very often.
Cause I was like, oh.
Yeah, it just has to be.
And then, I think. Okay, so let's do that function for. Work on that same file. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
2, 3.
That's 4 digits.
Oh, right, okay.
This is probably what we're
We got it, we got it.
Hit enter when it suggests that no, that's
The way I understood it was
okay, I feel bad.
at first.
That's okay.
Like a rate, right? So basically,
Random number
it's
generator.
a number between 1 and
Like when it says no argument.
Oh, no, you did it quickly.
Okay.
So it's like.
Wrong with the syntax.
I don't know, that's not the way I read it from the first assignment. Because I feel like that, I feel like that's.
This is the one
Like not as an argument, or like that's passive. Oh. But I don't really care. As long as
That's what you're gonna do in the real world anyway, right? I don't know how you say that.
So what happens is.
Thanksgiving.
That's very
using that.
You're fixing a function.
Okay, I see what you're doing. You're giving the percent to this.
So we can just do this, right?
So
Yeah,
We don't need to do this part.
the real use case, yeah, in the real world, it's usually 18%. They will not give you this. So 20 is user friendly, and then convert it to.
I mean, just like that, that's random. We need a
What's
definition of
in
that.
this?
Take math random as one.
And then what you have to do is convert that 19 into that decimal.
Whatever.
Type in that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, just leave it. Not fun. And that's great, that's answer, but you don't, basically percent is, basically what they user is defining your function and you're accepting percentage, the user
Does that make
is
sense?
going to say
Oh, okay, function gets
So,
random.
this is a variable that
on the
represents
website, but 18 is the number you're getting.
something.
Did 18 divided
It's
by
holding
100,
a
so that
value.
should happen.
Our value is the literal letters
They should, yeah, making a function.
Right, so,
It's just from here, I'm not sure.
Random.
So why you are reading function like
It does the math and
round
it
and number
adds
down.
on the www. Slice
That's why
the
the map floor is 45.9.
and then
Yes.
also returns
Then
it
this function,
back
oh,
to
why
remove
do I keep doing
fix.
redo fix? No, that's
And then
not the
remove.
I don't know because, because it doesn't want you to, it doesn't want to
Well,
generate
actually, that,
between
at,
1 and
that's
10.
the end of the program.
It doesn't return, it just wants to return back.
Yeah,
No
So
decimals.
I
And then call it to values, and the values you're giving are total and percent.
No, you, oh, but it wants. I like this, I like what we have going on. I think we should do this more outside of class because I think we're helping to think
So
about
let's
it.
change
And
this. Let's change this.
Just wanna note things.
Okay.
So you
no,
put
total
math random
A
inside of math.
Now, do we have time to go over?
Total
Don't
A
always
percent.
get
Yeah.
both around.
Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think cause how they did it here, you said
I say we dig into this, and just if it's not there or.
Just so that there's no confusion what variable belongs to. JavaScript won't be confused with so here, we're using these variables just as it requires that we want to calculate the fix. But this function doesn't care about what this is called. It just knows that you will be giving the function two arguments.
So the way I'm reading this now, so we start here, the computer reads it,
That's
oh,
all it
there's a
cares about.
variable named
So
calculate.
whatever
We still
you
have to
have
define
as a
the
function,
nothing
the first
inside.
place needs to be the
We have an equal
function.
sign, so it's
And
going
calling
to,
of this
so
function
a
is
function
that is defining the logic for later.
So going through the function.
Good girl.
Because you will be using
This function has
calculation
two
to
different
different
numbers
numbers, right?
coming
They don't want
in. And we do the
write that
math
logic
down
down
here,
and
times
just
total,
all you need
and
to do is
some additional math. So then we
provide
have
two values.
this, all this, two different math,
So what is the start?
math things happen.
You'll never get
And
below
it
one.
goes into the
Okay,
return,
and then 6
the return
is the
comes
number
up
of
here, and it
So why
finally
multiplication?
equals calculate tip.
Why are we
So
multiplying
the
with that?
calculation,
Okay, so math
then
times our ceiling, so that would be.
So that's already happening.
Is different
So
than
you don't have to,
Yes,
you
yes.
don't have to use any logic.
this can be,
This,
X,
function is like any
Yeah, 'cause I
function.
think math random only generates
The access can be
because these are just
to give it
names,
the values.
just gives you
they
like
don't
And then it'll
mean
give you the
anything.
answer.
That's
You
why
don't
he's
have to do any
You're
math.
putting
Just
names
follow
to
it.
them.
Right, but when I
Yeah, so it would be like,
What
because
I'm
if you math
assuming
floored
is that
math random, it'd
in
be
the
zero.
app,
So that's why you're
I'm
adding
going
one
to
to it.
have
It makes
to
sense,
do-
but it's like, it's not common sense.
Imagine this is not there.
You know what I'm saying?
Imagine
It's
you
just
are
like,
actually.
That's what I think that actually.
you're like looking at the skull, right? You're like,
They don't have.
to be or not to be, that is the question.
And
That's the part that leaving out because most immigrants.
Oh, so you just run.
Do you know how this is the hardest thing
Yes.
for a computer to
Pull
do?
something like
So
that.
first argument.
Like, it's not truly random, it's like 50 divided by 7 billion number on 18 trillion.
The reason we don't
I'm
have
actually kind of
44 is
excited
because,
Will I be able to use that word?
my
It's just
change.
kind of coming together.
We'll already say
Yeah, I think
so.
we will.
And it's not going to be total A, it's going to be.
Because here it's not a variable.
I mean, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna define it as it's going to be because there it's very specific, it's like an input from the user. Here it's just, it's just that.
Yeah, what is
So.
it?
Oh, no, you don't have to, right? No, we're not.
Like seriously, I think you need to work
Now,
It's
you know,
exactly,
we're
the
totally.
values that you give.
And it
Is that really how you spell it?
talk to you about code
Uh,
on Monday, so we should do that together.
So,
Because
all goes down. So let's go over it. Because there's like, in this file, we are putting all these scenarios that have, as a user, you see it in different places.
Shows the apps that I like.
Right now, we have.
Remind you to drink water. As a reward, you get to grow.
We are.
I haven't even actually.
That's strong, that's strong, man, that's awesome.
Policy. based on like shared who's stealing data. It's like open source, but.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
They'll enter 18 and once they enter 18, for 5 minutes,
Oh, you know what we can do?
call calculate their and then we call it virtual.
You get
And
I love that idea.
And ideally you should be saving just the variable, the answer. So that you can
Your sister's
Honey.
Okay, so that's why.
That is such a great idea.
It's
Write that down, don't use that. We should slap each other.
We just had
That's why I
I never worked with those two.
Even if we get the same JavaScript will not be confused. It will not think that this because it only cares about what is
Yeah, so, yeah, so basically.
But
Okay,
it doesn't have to be variables unique so that
Yeah, exactly.
Percentages.
Yes, we're holding the value of the and there's not an object, it's not.
So now this one,
Remember they were saying there were 6
Any map you
Right.
have to
So I
No, man, like what?
Yeah, so it's like they.
It's all makes it easier.
So, just go ahead and see this is the right
Yes.
Times minimum minus
Let's
max.
see. We have a
You're
spelling.
getting it. You're
Yeah, that's right.
Philosophy.
Okay, I'm gonna save this,
So, right now, we've been talking about alternatives, so we can't use this line.
Comment it out.
It's simply that it's, what's this word? Because we're using the same variable name, you need to get all this. And then you can change.
Probably not, because what other game? Oh, yeah, okay,
So is that correct?
yes, but it wouldn't have been an action, it would have been
Yeah.
an
Okay, and now
yeah.
if you, in your own app, if you want to save this value, you would save it in a variable. And then on that variable, try to call first.
Or did the function with the one
So the calculating tip.
Yeah, so calculative, you're seeing the answer
I
directly
think
in
the
the
origin attack was
But
like
suppose you want to do something to that later on, you have to save it in a variable. So
Because you hear
saving,
Blondo tackle
the
or
value
my tackle box
is
or
in a variable.
in
So
terms
go ahead and
of
save it.
for fishing.
Yeah.
That's probably like 20%.
Definitely.
Because we work version of everything.
You know, because I wanted to be a football player, I had to tackle.
Hillary used arguably in the beta,
This is the variables.
And now on this, you want to run the two fixed. So you can try that.
This is super extra credit.
So then now.
So that is, that's good.
It's reverse sentence.
Turn it into an array, and then
No.
join
Alright, so, now,
Use
you give me an idea for extending the
No,
because you said finance.
It
This is
does.
not the finance.
This is an awesome sentence.
Now, calculate the finance price with the bill.
So they got split and all those other functions.
Okay, I think it's almost always.
Yeah, yeah,
So it's not
sentence equals. Well.
So.
Oh, we're on the last one. Which I've never done.
Yeah, is that what, look at that.
But so this, it's giving you this result.
So what is the question?
Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, random number
This is my
generator.
result. Whoa, but we used our.
But the letters are.
That's not right.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Because you wanted a whole number.
Who wants the exclamation mark in front?
What do you mean?
You don't have to use arguments. You can do whatever is it that you wanted to do within the function. But if you created some arguments that the user gives an instruction, that's fine.
So, again, Yes, so
That's
this
so
it allows you to
cool.
do it, otherwise you use it Java, you cannot.
Very cool.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
definitely
It's
got
like
rid of
seven a
the-
lot, though. It's not very random. Seven's like every other three
It's
letter
impossible to create a truly random.
So that's,
Yeah,
Yeah.
statistically.
especially 1%.
Okay.
Alright.
So you're on the last one now?
Yeah.
Would we do like, return, sentence dots?
I was gonna throw it in there and try.
Yeah.
This is already in array
I
object.
don't,
So we're trying to
it's an argument.
And how can I?
How's it going? Still working on exercises?
He's doing amazing.
How many done?
We're gonna see where
Closed out now.
Okay.
We created our own function.
Which one? I closed out the front door.
We're using, we're working on the last, oh yeah, this is actually.
I'll just send it to you.
I thought you were playing.
Nope, no, for real, I was like, super
exercise.
what? That,
So
like.
we got a replica, so she can see the functions you have.
Then,
So that was his random.
Okay, next, alright.
and now soon after, can I?
And then you just return that join.
Let's see.
So you just you make a function, and then,
No, this is already an array object, so now.
and then they put
Yes,
those
no,
together.
this is telling you
It seems
an
like
array
awkward,
object,
right?
and
It seems like
send the join
way of
function to
doing
it. That's all, you got it.
Just like when you did
So
it
we're
wrong,
using our
like-
brains so much earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, let's take out STR. So it has like
I think this, I'm like, literally Java.
This didn't work.
Okay.
Completely.
In mine.
And just thinking about some of this, and then like looking at it.
I think all you have to do is blur it.
Is it for Java, you have to tell them some of the stuff, is that what,
I'm in.
I don't even know where to.
So we put plus total A,
Especially with hacker.
plus the total, when you also include the, that's right, in their function.
So now.
So it would take,
But that's the thing about
What's the
can't simply
unexpected
add
token?
plus
Just
the
put it
thing
in the last
because
one.
remember,
It's not doing it.
Is it trying to tell me the unexpected token is this?
Oh.
that way.
So,
Yeah.
there's a bit more.
I don't. And I don't have like,
Oh,
it's
wow.
parentheses or I'm just closing the argument. That's weird. Why would it keep
How's it going?
surprisingly well, but we had a
Okay,
snap.
good.
This right here, I'm not understanding why, like, I understand why it's telling me unexpected tokens.
Okay.
There's nothing here to
Nothing
suggest.
extra here?
No, you could do console.log reverse.
And then this, like, do I need to be looking at something in this line as well?
So, okay, I see. There is a problem.
Okay.
I'm wondering how to give you a hint.
Without
So,
giving the
yeah.
answer, okay.
What about
Okay,
return?
so, my hint is that
Well,
it's correct that it's an unexpected
Token.
curly brace. But your first instinct was to match them and see if there's an odd one, right? Left out or something.
Yeah.
But you saw that it's
seems
matched,
like
so it's correct.
just
But
split
it is still
reverse
unexpected,
columns.
so you have to find another reason why it's
Here, how about
there at all.
you see
Take out the
if
one
this
in
is
the
return
reverse.
anything by putting that into a
Like, other
console.
quotes that are in the reverse.
Don't worry about the return statement.
It's in this row.
Yeah, it's really about the curly braces. JavaScript is saying why? Why is it there? It doesn't make sense. So think of all the cases in which you will need a curly brace and in which case you wouldn't.
What? And what happens anytime
And
you use?
sorry,
like,
another thing that really helps is try to read those problem lines of code in reverse, because our eyes are used to glazing over things.
Yeah.
So go right to left.
Okay.
And just reverse order, try to read your whole function.
So like this.
So, when,
Oh, you gotta remember, we're
So
missing.
this is put on
spaces and then scroll down, no, I mean, because the question was, when you don't.
You're on the last one now?
Yeah, like,
So if you see, if you hire.
Oh my God.
There, you go, we'll be able to, right, yeah, so.
I see you have two calculators.
Wow, I missed the word function, so. Thank you.
Well, I actually have no idea.
That's hilarious, and I was actually looking at that going, why is it so
Okay,
different
so,
colors?
So I should have the parameters.
What happened?
Yeah, so here you actually have a complex calculation that you do for the match brand, right? Is there some reason why you want to run the
So that was
match
actually
brand,
like,
this one?
that was actually your
I'm not sure, I'm just.
like this, the directions made it sound way more complicated than that.
Okay, so
that
you
gives
want
me
to look at the calculation, you would either say the
that we can do
variable
a
log
lot
equation,
more.
or let's just return it
Make
again.
stupid mistakes.
Return this one.
Is this all there is?
Are there? Yeah, as long as, something can be calculated in a single line, you can return it, even if it looks wrong. It doesn't even have to be in parentheses, unless you're worried, like.
That's why she said that, when she was
Not
like,
like,
I'm the one who the word function.
and then multiply by something. And, well, you can do it in a single line, but let's imagine a case where you want to make a calculation that has to. Then you have to switch the variable and then return that.
Broke up,
But here,
had to cosine. So this appears as a string. So it has to be separate the parts. We're saying take these parts in this string and separate them so we can. Because it's a string, it's considered one object
maybe
as a
another
string.
5 minutes.
We need those to be separate objects, so we can reverse them.
Hey everybody, real quick, there's no rush, we don't have to get out of here, so, but before you leave, when you do wrap up, we're gonna have some raffles. We have these like Edisons or these Intel IoT boards and stuff, so we have a couple of those to raffle off. It's just gonna be like based on if you checked in, we're gonna randomly pick people who checked in.
How do I check in again?
If you checked in at the front, so. Alright, so, but yeah, no rush, you guys can stay as long as you want, and then we'll have dinner at 6, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Don't overthink it.
Because it's a function.
So you have the function, so logic, but you have to think all the functions.
I'm reading. So the string, so it's called render object. Yep. And then I said reverse it.
Why do we have to call
So
it
the
or
order
Not really.
that's in,
Okay,
just
so you have to
equate
call
the
it
opposite
because
order.
the function you're
And
saying
then
once,
join them
and you
and
might
make it
call
string.
you might need it 100 times.
That's like, that's what
Yeah,
it
no,
says,
we're
it's
done.
string.
Click a
It
button.
means dot join.
And
You
on
can
the
just say
button,
that.
call this function, so that can be done.
Thank you.
Because he thinks that that's, it's easier for you to understand what he's like.
You can, sure, you can do it there, or if you want to.
Sure, I'll take your help. Yeah, I'll take your help. I'll take all your.
Yeah, but like, to not have the syntax thing, you like look it up, because you're not just gonna be like, oh yeah, dot join, that's a built-in JavaScript function, I know all about that. Like, that's not where your mind goes. Your mind goes, I need to stringify this, so you're thinking like he gave you the keyword already, you know?
A little creepy.
No,
I'm not doing that wrong.
We
should also have like JavaScript.
What do you suspect it will do?
Yeah.
Yes, they should be doing it. They should be doing it.
Well, it's possible.
Well, and you know,
So it's giving you information on here that I know that lead number gen is a
she goes,
function
oh,
that
you know, I said, I have on JavaScript.
Yeah.
She's like, how much time
That's
did you
cool.
use it? And I was like,
Google searches?
Invoking it.
and she was like, oh
So
no.
this is a function that can call you variable, just like you have my screen and you call my screen.
Yeah.
Here the variable is actually a
Yeah.
function.
And
Saying,
I was glad when
you probably don't wanna see the whole function, so I'm not spitting out the whole function for you.
Rachel, we were talking
It's
to
just a
you
variable, but I'm letting you know that it's a variable function. Yeah.
it's hard, and I know.
And then when you actually want to run the function, you add the params. And usually functions also take arguments. In this case, it doesn't.
That feeling I get
They also
when like it's making
arguments
plan is
and-
like, this is so
Oh,
simple.
okay.
Like,
Yes. Yes.
Why don't you understand?
Yes. And there aren't enough, like there weren't enough simple projects like this that we discussed when we were in class. There, we didn't do anything
So,
like
I'm just trying to figure out.
This is the-
I
you want me to go find it?
remove the
I
technology
mean,
so
I did
you
look,
guys solved it without
all
using the functions,
all
and now you're rewriting it?
Yeah, so
Okay,
all the
good.
biggest
That's good.
reasons that each one is like I trusted you.
That was great, thank you.
All right, I'm glad. Let me give you a link so that you can look at more exercises later.
Yeah,
Yeah?
that'll be good.
Okay.
Great.
Only if my computer will start.
This is worth it if you actually know it by the time that you're done. And now it's like.
Okay, so everybody, this is go to the link mks.io/hockey. Oh, it's not even up. Great.
Yeah, I just said.
Click Google over there, but you
I'll-
can't read it.
I'll just write it out here. It's a short
That's a
link.
permanent marker.
Wow.
It's cool if I come back.
They're over there.
Okay. Thank you.
Slash what?
Slash hockey.
Hockey?
Hockey.
The game. Okay. You're already familiar with hockey. You're already familiar with GitHub, right? Using Git. You guys did that yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Just fork this repo, and it has code challenges that you can work through later on. It has some instructions, but with MDN and Google, you guys will figure out the rest. mks.io/hockey. So this is the repo, Toy Problem Workshop Beginners. And go through the README and then try out all the exercises. I think I have references down here, Code Wars. After you guys get through this repo, these few puzzles, if you're interested, if this is something you like to do, to learn a new language, solving puzzles is an excellent way. So Code Wars has a huge code base of hundreds of puzzles in multiple programming languages. It takes 15 minutes to 2 hours. So some are, small and some are challenging. And of course, you can do more and more challenging stuff as you practice. And I recommend just doing one small problem every morning. And in a few months, you would have learned so many things about one language. Just like today, you guys did splice, length, and many other utility functions, right? So if you do a little puzzle every day, you will probably learn 3 new manipulation ways of data or other things. Yeah. All right. Any other resources you want me to repeat? I do not have those links in my.
Is there any way you could just grab this and go to Google's shortener and shorten it
This is
down
the
to-
shortened. This is the shortened one. mks.io/hockey. It's probably valid for another 4 hours, so.
It's more code challenges.
Recommend.
Fascinating.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah, and I think I have enough instructions in there, but I was saying you can definitely just search MDN and get enough information from there to get through these challenges. All right, and again, these couple of resources, books, look them up. I think they'll be very useful. How many people completed the first 3 exercises?
So close.
Yeah? Okay, that's awesome.
Is there another page for like JavaScript 102? Or
Another page?
Yeah, another page with like exercises.
Yeah,
That's
the
one.
short.
Okay.
It'll keep you busy for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And then Code Wars, which I have in the README for the repo. I have it as a reference
I
for
actually
course.
seen that, but
You did?
yeah, but I wasn't able to start, like, even with the simple ones, if you don't know a lot, if you haven't
I
practiced
bet
a
you'll
lot.
be able to do one
Did you get
tonight.
Yeah.
After these exercises.
Okay.
Go, for,
You said these will
intro
only
to
be up for another
HTML?
couple of hours.
No.
The repo will be there forever.
Oh, wow.
yes,
Was it
but
2014?
just the short link will expire.
Oh, I see,
Um,
okay, I'll just.
No,
So
it wasn't,
that.
no, it was last year.
that's,
To
That's
your
why you
own,
said that.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
I
no,
guess,
you didn't.
I guess
You
it
look
was
familiar.
different. Oh. So you went, when did you finish?
In, it was, it must have been at the beginning of this year. I think it was like March sometime. But I only took
When I
one
finished.
class, I didn't,
Oh, you
yeah,
only took
yeah.
one? Yeah, I was doing every year. I was which was really PhD.
Oh, wow.
So I'm kind of rusty on.
I don't know why,
but I thought this would be a good refresher.
Oh, it is, I
I don't
mean,
know why.
I'm feeling like it is, yeah.
That's why she doesn't recommend
Yeah.
I gotta put myself.
The recent one?
Civil War.
Oh, the Avengers two.
Maybe
Yeah.
exercise
Yeah, you can
not
miss that, but Civil War is definitely. Yeah.
Here you're doing different operations, but you're returning so you're returning.
There's like this, there's the one scene like
Returning
they're all fighting.
first an operation is not even being
Is that girl on YouTube?
JavaScript is going to read it,
That
like
girl
this,
Spider-Man.
see the
Yeah.
return. And it will return that
Oh, yeah, it's legit, it's so legit.
and it will not hear all the second line.
That's the whole
because
movie right
the return also tells
That and every
the
single.
compiler that there is nothing else to be done. So as soon
It's
as
like
you
one of my
encounter a
favorite pictures, one of my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, so I
Just
just
back
put out,
up.
I just stayed out like guide references to yesterday lunch, I noticed that needs to.
Yeah, Robocop, belong to the country
right,
common
because it's
aids.
not even looking at it. So anytime in a function you encounter return, that's basically a instruction that compiler that, hey, I found my answer, this is it, send it back to
I
the
need
user.
some, these are all the things I want to share with you.
Enter, return is the
Where
example.
any line that she has returned, so if I put it into it. This is, this is one tab, yeah, and one tab is just an extension, on your browser, sometimes you get like 50 tabs at a time. This is just
Unless you
condenses
put a
it to get
semicolon in there,
like.
and if you put a semicolon in there, it's not going to be.
And this is like all the stuff we saw yesterday.
Take semicolon,
And like
you'll
all
run
of the
that part,
resources,
and
like
it'll
all
ignore
the
this.
portfolio,
So
shit like that.
if you want to.
Just like, what did I show to us?
there, check out.
I mean, it's basically.
It's required, but you have to be like statement again. See if we did math.random and math.function together, and they can be many ways to do that. One way is.
Observe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to say this. So there are a couple of things. Okay, you notice it's less than one, and the problem statement says between 1 and 2. So that's something you can control from math.random, right? You can tell math.random to always like between 1 and 2. Look up on English, there are multiple systems. Oh, okay. So that's one thing, and then the second thing is if you need to use more after that, that means you have one batch operation, and then second one, and if you can't do it in the same step, then you have to save intermediate values to widgets, and then run the second operation on that intermediate bit.
Especially an old one. When they've been together for a while, when you know.
Got so many connections.
That's my idea.
It's gone. Gone.
So I'll give you an example. Now, a simple one. User being this number, I first multiply it, and then I want to add to it. But this one is not as simple.
this,
are doing two operations here, but this one
create
needs
something
two different lines of
close
code.
to,
So what we can do is we can multiply 10 by 10 and save it into a variable.
And would it,
Yeah.
what is the
And then we take the
this one
variable.
is refugee
But
tech.
what is the user giving us?
The user is giving us just this one.
In addition to that,
But why do we, we're just saying we wanna multiply whatever the user gives us by 10. Okay.
And then add to it.
Okay.
Instead of being able to do it in one line, for some reason, limitation of whatever functions we're using, if we want to do it in two lines, we declare this one and then we
this right here
right,
is.
so bad right now.
Yeah,
And then we return the second line, because the second line is applying the second operation on the intermediate value that you saved here.
I don't know what an intermediate value is, but does this say variable one or?
Outside. So we have a function, and let's call it. We are getting a number that is defined by user. Now, the rules of this function are whatever the number user gives us, multiplied by 10 and add 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, we can do it in one line, but forget that we can do it in one line. We have to, because of constraint, language constraints, do it in two lines. And that was the problem here, right? We have to do two operations, math stop random and math stop floor. And we don't know how to return both, correct? So we're clear so
Okay.
far.
I thought I could return both, so, yeah. but
Not
you
possible
can't.
to, you can only return a single line.
Okay, so that's a constraint that's always happened, that's always there.
We'll get to a more complex scenario in a bit, but you can only return one line. So what do? You have to get the final value of two operations, but you can only return one. So what you do is create a variable, and I'll call it, can't come up with anything right now, variable.
Content for the website
Okay.
without
And then you
royalty,
take the number.
royalty
Do
free.
you have to write variable twice?
And,
Oh, var is the keyword, and this is my name. And it's a bad name because I'm saying var one.
Okay.
But it's a name, so it's just my variable name, and then I'm multiplying it by 10.
Okay.
So makes sense so far.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then the second step is to add 2 to it, but again, because of our constraints, we can't add 2 in the same line. So what we do is, I'm going to write the right hand side first. We take this value, and now we can save it into a variable again, like we did here. We can do that, but we're also ready to give our answer. We don't have to do any more math operations, right? So we don't need to save it, we just say, okay, I have my answer, just return.
Or no?
That's one I want us to win the category on.
Okay.
Now.
So then, so this
By
variable
default,
definition would be inside the function?
as it does.
We may win
So
others.
if
To
it's
be
inside
involved,
the
it could
function,
win technical.
Okay, yeah,
could I
yeah.
use that
But the way
variable
this
name
is
somewhere
going,
else?
so,
Outside the function or
Alright.
only with it?
Aim
Well, aim for
those,
social
yeah,
impact,
yeah.
default.
But I
you
couldn't,
only-
I couldn't
That's a good
define
idea.
that
That's a
because
great
then.
idea.
Because
If you
all
need to use a variable inside a function and outside a function, you have to declare it outside the function.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, but I could use that same name and it could mean something completely different.
Yeah, outside. If it is declared inside, you
And then
can
we could always
reuse that
default
name
over
outside.
coming up with,
Okay.
hey, we learned how that.
Hey, you're not doing
Yeah.
code this
So-
time, you're doing
so,
the presentation,
If you
right?
wanted to
Yeah,
plug
I'm a
in this
mentor
over
position.
here,
Okay,
what
yeah,
it would
yeah.
mean is,
I'm
just create a
bringing
random
everything I
generate,
can.
random
Make
number,
it
and then floor it. And then return
Thing
that
I'm
answer.
going to be doing is.
I thought
Flooring
flooring
is
would mean like
rounding
rounding in floor.
Yeah, rounding down, but without following the math rules, just
And then
just
do, and then
round out.
collaborate remotely.
Get rid of decimal
And then maybe
completely.
get here in the morning.
Doesn't matter if the decimal is
Go
0.6,
work out first thing
just
in
get
the morning, get myself
get the
stretched out, and
integer
then
part.
come straight here. So thankfully I
Oh,
just have
round-
somewhere meet up.
So just
that
getting,
has
flooring it,
the
making
old
it into an
small
integer.
one to go into workout and come here
That's
early in the morning, so I should still get here.
Okay.
And then, you know,
Do you, does everyone have everyone's contact information?
not quite, I have hers, I'm gonna get you mine real quick. Here's my card. I grabbed my cards, this is my direct number.
Okay.
Math
I'll just
random is
give
going to
my
give
phone
you
number.
a value, and you can store that value in a variable.
And, yeah, like, text me now.
So instead of returning math random, just save it in a variable, and then keep working on it.
Responding quickly in an email. Okay, so.
Oh, so, see this value was returned by maths.random, right? And now, in this instance, every time you run it, it's going to be different but when you save it in a variable, whenever you run that function, that variable will hold a value that was generated by math.run. So I would say just go ahead and save it in a variable and run it to delete it.
Well, I thought we were doing this.
And there were other team members, I have to
Generator function.
Only one.
Oh, okay.
So far.
This was an analogy of having two operations,
Giovanna?
having to do it in
Can I add you
two
on?
steps.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
Facebook very
What I
much.
want to say was,
I mean, you can totally add me though.
Can you be my go-to developer?
and then
JavaScript?
let's
No?
for sure on the answer.
Twitter.
Let's get rid of
You don't do Twitter?
Oh,
Do you do any others?
Yeah, but let's forget about it for now.
Just
Because it
Facebook.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's only because
Sorry,
so I need
just
to.
the return keyword, not the.
It's my work profile. So.
Gotcha. Oh, okay, yeah. Because I really, me and my partner,
Yeah.
It's based with
you know, she has to go social media, like what's the cover? And I'm really proud of it,
Yeah.
but I don't do it.
I just,
Semicolons are a good habit in JavaScript, but if you, let's put this in. When in doubt,
Oh,
use
you have
semicolons, how
IAM
about that?
Huh?
You're on IAM.
Now if you do return var one,
I mostly like, as much as.
it should give you results just like math.random was giving you.
I don't really think
I don't either. I'm not.
We'll
I'm
add
not
it
big
later,
with it.
I'm just dividing it into
But that's
multiple
my
steps.
intention.
It's called iterating, just adding a little bit of
It's my
functionality
intention.
and then testing it
I don't wanna have.
and seeing that it does what you were expecting it to, and then adding more. So you,
I value my privacy.
you weren't sure if the variable is actually going to save the math.random value, so I want you to run it like this, see it, and then add something. Yeah. So here you're returning the saved value, and that's what I'm calling the intermediate value, because you might do something on it, it's a temporary value, and it
what
might
is the saved value?
saved value where, on bar one.
Where you said I saved it.
In bar one. So here,
This right here is
Yeah.
the value saved.
yeah, that's your variable, and in fact, bar one is such a terrible name, please change
I'm
it to
gonna give you
something,
this
I've never
one.
changed it to something better,
So I'll text
like
you.
temp, or, okay.
It's a Google Voice.
Okay. Alright, now, happy variable is our
Oh, I
variable
want
that is
to do that.
pulled in
Yeah.
math.random
992.
answer every time you run the function. It'll change every time.
I'm on Slack a lot right now.
Yeah, I'm not on Slack. Oh, everybody I work with and
So
everybody I
now you have
communicate
to
with
see
is all
if the constraint of between 1 and 10 is something that you specify in math.random itself. Because math.random is really powerful, it takes a lot of instruction.
That's like all the time.
Yeah, and at the end you see the format of how to do that.
But I'm on my laptop all the time, so I don't.
I could do math.random.
Yeah, I know what you mean. When I'm at work, it's all.
I'm
Yeah.
You're using math.random in math.random. I want you to try it. And that's called,
Yeah, from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's work. So if anybody ever sends me a message or text message, I'll get it at like
and then it'll encounter another function.
Are you work overnight?
Huh?
Do you work overnight?
No, I work late.
It'll
So
solve the
like
innermost
11 a.m. to 9 p.m.
and then outer, and then outer, and then outer. And that's possible. That's possible.
Like right now, I'm just
With
in
most,
school.
most utility functions. So
And
try it out. So that's one thing I want you to
so
try. The second is
basically, I'm
applying
accessible
math.floor on happy or math.seal.
Yeah.
I want to apply, and then on
I don't
MDN,
like
you'll
being
see that
accessible. I like being
math.random
like-
takes multiple arguments. They're all optional. That's why you can run it like this. But go to the
Like, how do you apply
like, I need, like, when I just need
Oh,
to manage and like processing
math.floor
things,
in
I
brackets.
just sit there and try to do it and like,
In parentheses, happy. So,
under the cat, like,
within the,
my
anywhere
phone
you
is
like,
not ringing.
so math,
My girlfriend now is,
floor,
she's like,
and within
I know what
this,
your house is.
instead of putting a number, you can put any variable name.
I'll see when I
Exactly.
get it. You know?
See that?
That's the kind of relationship we have.
Never mind.
She knows.
Never mind. I know you're not listening to me anyway.
How would I define the
I'm like, I just want you to be safe and to have a good
Well, it's
day.
supposed to be
I've
between
done
one
my
and-
wifely
Right,
duties.
floor is a little more limited, there's only going to return the integer, as you said,
she gets
right?
it.
So it should get rid of
She's
this
the
stuff
same
and return the
way,
integer. That is all it's going to do.
She's like, I know you need your me
So
time.
that
Whatever
gives you
you're
a
thinking
hint
about it,
that
we'll
the
come to a
constraint of
conclusion.
keeping the number from 1 to 10 has to be within the random. You have to do something with the random to make it, so it'll probably something like, it'll give you back between 1.1, 1.001 to 9 point blah blah blah. That's what I'm thinking, and then, so.
Oh my
Yeah, because it has multiple arguments and multiple ways to do it, so. In fact, just try all of them.
I got it.
High five.
Shower thoughts.
Thank you.
Yes, right?
Shower thoughts.
I need to wash my hair more often. That's exactly what she said.
I should have it when I'm on the Uber, but shower thoughts works well.
I'm usually just washing my hair, but you know, shower with the little manguera. I don't know what you call those things in English. The little spray thingy. You use it for your dog. No, the thing, the manguera. You have the thing
You
on a
wanna
hose. The hose, the shower thing with the hose.
Sure, okay. When you stick your dog in the bath.
Manguera.
The manguera.
Yeah, duh, you know.
You know, the.
Yeah,
Right, guys,
give the English word
enjoy
for
the rest of
it.
your
The shower, like, you know, your water comes out of it, but
Yeah.
mine's on a manguera,
Spray nozzle?
a sprayer.
But there's another word.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's an extended nozzle.
Yeah.
Or like,
It's a shower
You know.
head on a manguera.
Funny thing. Same with you.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, I totally know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
I'm like, a manguera. I don't know what you
Messing with you.
Keep on thinking of that.
We got it for my dog, but it's great for my hair.
But I use it for my back.
Yeah. Well, my girlfriend's 6'2" as well, so like living in an apartment, you know, the shower for me is right here. The shower for her is like right there. That's what she does.
I'm leaving after supper.
I'm taking off because I'm not in
Okay.
a group.
You're in a groove.
I backed out of my
One
group.
thing
I was like, yeah,
Why?
they don't need me.
Which group was it?
The Beehive, Better Beehive
Oh, right,
Project.
right,
I have known you that long,
Mental
but your
health.
face is red.
It's just really close to my heart because I'm epileptic.
But I'm
And
getting
she
tired
was
of
describing things and I was diagnosed
Right now,
with bipolar disorder and
Slow.
I'm crazy. Better now.
We're all better now.
Yeah, right. And then my nephew is autistic.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She mentioned
Oh,
that
yes,
her
yes.
child,
Get all
I don't
this
remember if
sorted
it's
to
her son or daughter, is autistic. So I'm like, you know what, it's true because I'll pick him up and it's just me and him. And he has his little, you know, his little quirks, I call them quirks. And people just look at him like, you know, he looks like a normal kid. And then all of a sudden he's like, I just let him do it, you know, like, why? Why not?
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me. If it bothers you, I'm sorry, just keep on walking.
Not hurting anybody.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
Whatever.
No?
He needs to get it out of his system, so he's gotta get it out of his system. He argues a lot too.
Oh, so he's verbal then.
Oh, yeah, he has Asperger's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty unusual that they're.
Verbal.
Yeah, well, like
No, he's high
incoherent.
functioning.
Okay.
So he's very high functioning. He is incredibly smart. You cannot give him, like, he probably would be in a ton of fun if he became a librarian because he would just, he loves books.
Yeah.
Like, I
Or an accountant.
live, he likes to read. He doesn't really like, he probably likes math.
See, they,
I don't know, I don't like math, so are we?
Well,
I'm not a big movie person.
I haven't seen
I
that.
want to see it, but I don't know if I want to see it because I do want to see Jack the Reacher. Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Reacher?
Jack Reacher.
Jack Reacher 2 or something.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good movies coming out.
I
I'm a real
know.
movie fan.
And see, well, the
I
funny
was
thing is, I
did
used to watch.
Yeah.
I used to watch movies all the time, and but I was single, and now I'm not single. And my friends always gave me like Alamo Drafthouse gift cards, and they still do. And I'm like, dude, I don't really watch movies anymore. I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
I have, you know, I'm living with somebody. I have things to do.
Yeah, but that's the thing that
You
you
bring
have
them
like,
along.
yeah, you have a night, you have like.
You have date night and stuff like that.
Yeah, but for us, we like doing things and going places and not, you know, we can sit in front of a TV.
Yeah.
I have a huge television at home. Well, I keep saying I means we.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're our team.
I don't know. I really look forward to those moments where you share those good series with somebody else and you can both get into it.
That's totally us.
Yeah.
You know, like we're totally the same. Like we record the entire series and then we'll just sit there.
Yeah.
And
Watch the whole thing.
Well, no, we can't watch the whole thing because we're too gotta move around.
Yeah.
So she's a personal trainer, and so she's constantly on the go, and we don't really. She doesn't let me sit and just sit because that's what I do all day long when she's not home, you know. So.
Nope, I stand with you.
You stand?
I stand. I've got a
Is that
set
your computer?
Yeah.
See, I want to get one of those.
They're expensive. It's $1,000.
Wow.
I'd be happy with a little desk.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna eat here because it's a huge difference in the price in parking if you don't.
What?
26 versus 5, yeah.
You know the nighttime rate starts like now?
Yeah.
I think.
6.
6. Yeah. So you can probably get a full night for $10.
Well, say
You know,
a
if you're
little
here-
bit more if I'm here past 6.
Are you?
Unless it's different on the weekend.
Did you park here in this
Yeah.
one? Did you not know that they can give you parking passes?
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
But you can't get it until after 6.
Yeah. That's why I don't drive them. I learned my lesson the hard way. And I don't really drive anyway, so.
Well, you did great.
Do what?
How do you survive when you don't drive?
Well, being epileptic, I don't really get to drive
duh.
anyway, so,
Oh.
yeah. Once I have a seizure, I have to wait 3 to 6 months until I'm seizure free. Yeah, so I had a seizure 3 months ago, so I just started driving again. But I'm used to not driving, so.
You're usually being chauffeured?
Yeah, exactly. I have a personal driver. Alright, you guys.
See you later.
Alright, have a good evening.
What do you think, Jennifer? What do you think? I like your commentary.
Oh no, what do you mean?
I love your commentary. It's very concise.
What are you talking?
And stinging.
Stinging?
And stinging.
What did I
It's
say?
perfect.
What did I say?
It just seems so on point.
What, you have to give me an example of what I said.
I can't.
I don't wanna be stinging.
It's stinging in a good way. It's like, it's very appropriate.
What do you mean about the class yesterday? Is that what do you mean?
All of your commentary.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Stinging?
I can't. No. I can't be more specific than that. I'm sorry.
Commentary is stinging. I don't have any friends.
I'll be your friend. I'm hungry. I don't know about
I'm
y'all.
hungry too, and they said
It's
it was almost ready,
Yeah, it's
so.
almost ready? Okay.
So I guess that means a few more minutes.
Well, it said 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll be hanging
Rules,
out.
people.
It's on the table right now, but they're not
But
letting
they're
us.
not letting anybody eat it, huh?
Are they slapping your hand when you go over there?
They almost did. They have bodyguards.
Oh.
Wait, you have to wait till they get out of 6. What do I think?
You can't have
Your commentary is stinging. I want to hear what you think. I'm stuck. Alright, this is all trash.
You think you can be a JavaScript developer?
If I...
Oh, I know she can.
Right?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll just record you saying that.
And then replay it.
Every day. like save what you did? Oh, you can save it on Replit, but I bet you have to become an account user.
I know tables are for glasses, not for little
You're
asses.
brave.
See, that's why I wanna save everything locally. See, if you had a text editor, you could just save it all.
Yeah, well, I guess I could have done it on Sublime.
Hey, thanks for oh.
I think you were the other movie coder, right? I think there's two others. I wanted to actually get your input on as well, cause let me see if I can get all this out.
So was I just singing in front of you or in front of other people?
Just for me.
Okay, alright.
But it's okay, cause I understand you though. What's wrong with that? Or does that bother you? I'm not trying to be like.
No,
Now what
I
I'm
just
wondering
don't know
how-
what singing means, that's all.
Like, did you just meet today or did you meet yesterday?
I saw- I-
Oh, okay.
Yesterday, yeah.
Okay, alright.
Alright. I don't know
There
how
was
to
a
talk to
little bit
people
of
like this, I
background,
swear.
okay, I was like, whoa.
Hey everyone, we just set out dinner over there. It's a build your own taco bar.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
awesome.
Let's
Thank
go
you.
build a taco and we'll
Okay,
talk.
okay, sure.
I am starved.
Would you like to join us? I was gonna
Yeah,
talk to
I'd
the.
love to.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Are you in Shane's group too? Or are
well,
you
I
making
mean,
your own?
I'd like to see how he's gonna do it.
Okay.
Um,
Cause I actually knew Shane before we went
Did
to
you
another.
really?
Yeah, hackathon, and yeah, so it was.
okay, so
pretty neat
you
to
know
see
exactly
each
what
other
he's
again.
talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cause I was still a little vague on that.
I'm glad. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Hey.
hey, real quick, what's up? Actually, both of you real quick. Super quick, some keywords I think. So I
wanna eat.
establish a name in 2 words. So we're bouncing some keywords. I wanted to get some feedback real quick. So the project is creating a simple online application process, an online web app that would allow someone in the immigration process to immediately, in simple 3 or 4 steps, establish where they really are in the immigration process, what they need to do to get to where they're at, immediately get them ambassadors, tell them when they're invited to a place, or leverage social media, and it would leverage local repositories where we're pulling from to make this happen. It would model, so to speak, this three previous hackathon winners. But this one, we want to replicate what this did for Sweden. This was refugees, people in the immigration process, dumping transition, trying to get into Sweden. Or apply the same process but towards people in the immigration process here in Central Texas. So we might provide these benefits of being able to go from uncertainty to certainty. Now no longer feel like they're alone, that they're out of place, that they're no longer feeling as uncomfortable. What do you feel like could summarize that in 2 words? Because like I'm in marketing a lot, so I don't like to stay in my own self. To give you an idea, I'm looking for like a way to create a brand here. Two words that really drive the point.
I'm gonna start thinking of portmanteaus in a way like text greet or integrate or so it'd be a short, maybe not 2 words. Is it sort of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And try to give them the idea that the word is going to elicit from them. So if they want to immigrate, they do it Texas style, immigration style, and where are they coming from? Does that matter? I guess I just want to get a better idea, like if it's Spanish or.
So a large amount of people coming here in Austin is still coming from Mexico.
Okay.
immigration process, or south of Mexico, I should say, Brazil, Honduras, a number of those places.
I wanna think of something like, that would be native to their language, so some sort of portmanteau that you can, maybe a phrase in Spanish that means to emulate, because that's really what they're doing, right? They're moving to try and be rescued or something, you know what I mean? Like, is that?
Yes, and I love the fact that.
I know we're trying to get it down to 2 words, but Texas style, refugee safety Texas style, no.
I understand. You don't have keywords, nothing's off the board.
Refugee process Texas style, Austin.
Oh, yeah, Austin something. Austin style.
Yeah, I still wanna try to pull from their native language though.
Right.
Oh, yes, yes. I think that's a great idea.
Only because if it's something they can look for, or something that they can think of directly, my Spanish isn't great, so that's the only
I
problem.
don't know anything about
Let me ask. I'm not a native Spanish speaker, so.
Arrival rescue. Ooh. That's one name on that one, that just hit me like 10 birds. Arrival rescue.
I like that.
I may default to that as last minute here in a moment, because food's already lining up, so I wanna make sure before it disappears.
What is it, Ola is hello?
Yeah.
Maybe hello, something, hello.
Hola integrate.
Ola integrate, yeah.
What about Hola
I like
integrate?
that, I like that a lot. Ola integrate, that's great.
Hola is ALOH, right?
Hola, I believe.
Wait, run it by me again?
HOLA.
Hola, yeah, you're right, hola.
We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we are.
Well, or hola immigrate.
Yeah, that's what I did, that's what I did.
Yeah.
That's just 2 words. I mean,
Yeah,
we
there
can,
they are.
we can try to refine that a little more, maybe 2 words. Jennifer, how's your Spanish?
Muy bien.
Muy bien.
Oh.
¿Cómo se dice?
¿Cómo se dice?
¿Cómo se dice?
Sí.
¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? Inmigración.
Inmigración.
Immigration. Well, we're trying to, well, not spell it, but.
What's a word in the Spanish culture, south of Mexico, or from Mexico south, that they're familiar with, that's shorter than immigration but gets the point across? Because we've got arrival rescue, hola immigrate, we are, YT, huh? No keywords off the board just yet, but,
Something that needs integration is a shorter word.
yeah, it has more impact to them especially.
Or
I
phrase.
can look it up on their Spanish thesaurus and see what I can interpret it.
Okay, the good thing is, what I'm about to submit is not permanent, I'm gonna go with hola immigrate and rescue, arrival rescue. Rescue arrival? No, arrival rescue has
In
one.
terms of.
So, what the application will do is emulate this, but on a local level. So this, is a previous hackathon winner that, helped people trying to immigrate into Sweden, who are stuck in the immigration process. And they're simplifying it down to a billing process. So what I want to do
Belgium,
is
and this is the
emulate.
actual.
Me, okay, I'll take it.
To try to help myself.
Right, and so four-step
All right.
process.
So we're gonna sit
Create a
here?
four-step process. This is
Yeah, I think we should
hackathon
do a round table.
targeted
Okay.
here in Austin, Texas, that won a previous hackathon. Another one that won a previous hackathon that I'm emulating, and that's got all the open source fight Ebola. This simplified, a way for those fighting Ebola to have a three-step process to raise awareness and contribute to a local cause that was raising awareness. So I want to be able to create something like that in 3 or 4 steps. And right now, I'm figuring out the brand. So tonight I can spit out the video, the PowerPoint, and everything to my team, get the content. So tomorrow morning we're in full throttle, assembling the project together. So this is an example of what I did last month for previous hackathon and short notice that was huge. So I want to brand something like that for what we're about to do and make it huge, awesome, impactful. So,
I wouldn't use the word rescue because I would use a word that's more empowering, like I'm not
Okay.
being rescued.
What's more
I'm
empowering?
doing something to help myself.
what's more empowering?
So I didn't think about that, but I'm saying, I would look at it in terms of.
What's another word for family, in
They would have to
Spanish?
have.
Spanish culture. Familia.
They still have those sandwiches on there.
What about your social, in Spanish, what is another word for, for friends, social network, your compadres? I think it is it. Compadres.
Familias y compadres.
But,
Friends and family.
So, go ahead.
well, I was just wondering if you've got research from people, like, from people saying what they wish they had known when they came into this country.
That's what we're working on research-wise over the next night, but I have to submit this now and go back to that.
Oh, I see.
So,
Well, let me get them on my computer real quick, so that I didn't know if you had like a time. So, yeah, I'll find out to me to try to.
Sure.
Okay.